Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I advise the House that the Deputy Speaker has fixed 12:30 p.m. for the meeting of the Federation Chamber on Tuesday, 22nd November 2022, unless an alternative hour is fixed. And I call the Clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1 for a motion relating to whistleblowers.
I give the call to the member for Clerk.
Good morning, Speaker. I move the motion relating to whistleblowers in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Speaker, whistleblowers are an essential component of our democracy because they reveal important information in the public interest, information otherwise concealed despite the fact that it's often to do with the most egregious incompetence or misconduct. For instance, Alan Kessing exposed lax security at Sydney Airport. Tony Hoffman spoke up about Dr Patel. Witness Kay and Bernard Cleary blew the whistle on the East Timor scandal. Troy Stultz told us clubs in New South Wales dirty secrets. And right now, Richard Boyle and David McBride are in the courts over their ATO and war crime revelations. And today, Speaker, I bring to the Parliament's attention another brave whistleblower, an executive from the Australian coal industry who has provided me with thousands of documents that prove Australian companies have been lying for years about the quality of our coal. And that's important, because the fraud is environmental vandalism and makes all the talk of net zero emissions by 2050 a fiction. It could also be criminal, trashing corporate reputations as well as our national reputation. In essence, Speaker, coal companies operating in Australia are using fraudulent quality reports for their exports and paying bribes to representatives of their overseas customers to keep the whole scam secret. And this has allowed them to claim for years that Australian coal is cleaner than it is in order to boost profits and to prevent rejection of shipments at their destination. This shocking misconduct includes exports to Japan, South Korea, China and India, and involves companies including Terracom, Anglo American, Glencore, Peabody and the Macquarie Bank. The misconduct also includes the ALS company, which has already been forced to admit its fraudulent testing to the ASX when it conceded that, and I quote, approximately 45 to 50% of the certificates of analysis were manually amended without justification, end of quote. Moreover, the other key coal testing company in Australia, SGS, also commits fraud and at a similar rate. For example, in the draft results in this SGS coal test, the moisture content is 16.7%, which is pretty damp and it won't burn well. But here, in the final version of the SGS document, the same testing, the exact same testing, puts the moisture content at 15.9%, which is drier and burns much cleaner. And that represents hundreds of thousands of dollars in extra profit from that relatively small shipment to Japan, and ensured it wouldn't be rejected on arrival. The coal executive whistleblower also alleges that global accounting firms such as Ernst & Young are aware of all this and choose to ignore it because the coal companies are lucrative. Speaker, as a result of all this, I call on the government to establish at least a parliamentary inquiry into the matter, one where the witnesses of this misconduct, including the whistleblower I'm in contact with, can safely present their testimonies and evidence, and where the industry can explain itself. To that end, I also reach out to my crossbench colleagues to support such an inquiry, and call on the opposition to support the move as well. Now, I know that the easy political response from the government would be to say that these allegations need to be examined by the relevant regulatory and law enforcement agencies, just like the previous government said about the casino industry, as I rolled out the evidence against Crown year after year. But the scandalous fact is that this cold executive whistleblower's allegations have already been put to the Australian Federal Police, the New South Wales Police, the Australian Securities and Investment Commission, the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, and even the former federal government. And so far, no authority, not one, has been willing to act on this alleged criminal behaviour, despite the fact that select evidence has already been presented in Australian courts, proving what this whistleblower says is true. So this time, please, let's ditch the game playing and go straight to an inquiry, so the industry can be held accountable for its sins and so Australia can restore its reputation as an honest trading partner. And most importantly, so we can learn just how dirty the world is and how much more urgent our response to climate change must be. And let's also start genuinely celebrating and supporting whistleblowers, starting with strengthening the public interest disclosure and the Corporation Act, and establishing a whistleblower commission. And on that final note, Speaker, I seek leave to table the two coal quality reports I have referred to.
Is leave granted? I call the Minister. Leave is granted. Is the I call a seconder for the motion. I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I second the motion. As COP27 packs up the conference halls and delegates return home, much is being made of our nation being welcomed back into the global climate action fold. But what the member for Clark has just revealed to us this morning is as serious as it is shocking, and we must undertake an inquiry to get to the bottom of this, and I back him in asking this parliament to do so. The member for Clark is a staunch supporter of whistleblowers. For decades, he's been a safe harbour for those speaking out, offering advice and support. Or like today, he's provided a megaphone when the truth needs the light. Of course, the member for Clark has similar experiences. Just days before Australia's entry into the war in Iraq in March 2003, he resigned from the Office of National Assessments and went public with his belief that Iraq did not pose a serious enough threat to justify a war. As the member for Clark has said, reflecting on the event, and I quote, "Like most whistleblowers, I was very reluctant to speak out, but people not so much choose to be whistleblowers. Instead, more likely, they find themselves facing a truth so shocking it can't be kept secret from the public." Mr Speaker, whistleblowers should not suffer because they tell the truth, but that's what we see time and time again. We have a system of inadequate protections which leave people exposed, victimised and prosecuted when they should be celebrated for their bravery. Before Parliament rises in 9 days, it's likely this country will have a National Anti-Corruption Commission. Yet this achievement will be almost meaningless if we can't promise those who report corrupt conduct the strongest possible protections in exchange. Because it's the public servants, the officials and the employees who know what's really happening, and they are the single most important way in which wrongdoing is brought to light. The NAC will have its own whistleblower scheme, yet it relies on the existing Public Interest Disclosure Act protections described as technical, obtuse and intractable in 2019 by a federal court judge. I welcome the Attorney-General's commitment for priority reforms to this Act to be in place before the NAC opens its doors in mid-2023. This includes the key recommendations of the 2016 Moss Review. Yet, those recommendations are already 6 years old. The world has moved on. I'll be watching closely to make sure these reforms are not frozen in time. On Wednesday morning, alongside Senator Pocock, I will launch a landmark report, Protecting Australia's Whistleblowers, the Federal Roadmap, from Griffith University, the Human Rights Law Centre and Transparency International Australia. This report lays out starkly how once Australia led the world in protecting our whistleblowers, yet through the last 2 decades we've fallen way behind international best practice. The report will set out 12 key areas of reform. The most important of these is reflected in the motion today, the establishment of an empowered and well-resourced Whistleblower Protection Commissioner to facilitate the effective implementation and enforcement of whistleblower protections. This is an idea whose time has come, and the momentum keeps building. This was a key pillar of my 2020 proposal for an Integrity Commission. Next came the supportive comments of the Joint Select Committee examining the NAC last month, that the review of whistleblower laws should specifically consider the establishment of an independent Whistleblower Protection Commission, noting the significant evidence that the committee heard supporting this step. A dedicated, independent statutory body would ensure that whistleblowing laws work in practice. It would be a one-stop shop for practical advice, for assistance and guidance for whistleblowers. It would conduct independent investigations into detrimental actions and enforce legal protections when internal procedures or other agencies fail. And it would assist other agencies to uphold their own internal processes, championing best practice. A Whistleblower Protection Commissioner would bring profile and authority to this important function, just like Kate Jenkins and Elizabeth Broderick before her did as sex discrimination commissioners. They put it on the agenda and they shifted the conversation. I would bet that for every David McBride and Troy Stoltz, there are hundreds of people who face sleepless nights because they've seen something wrong at work and don't know what to do about it. We owe it to them, we owe it to the taxpayers, we owe it to the public good to make the path clear. Let's close the loopholes, fix this system and give brave whistleblowers the protection they are entitled to do, and I commend the member for Clark for this very important motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Bean.
Speaker, I acknowledge the member for Clark for this important motion, and I also acknowledge the member for Indi and for both their joint commitment to greater accountability and transparency in public life, not just in this parliament but before. I also acknowledge the work of many across the Canberra community that have passionately advocated for reform in these areas. I ran on a platform of integrity, transparency and rebuilding our public service, Speaker. In my previous work with Professionals Australia and the Australian Federal Police Association, I worked closely with whistleblowers and am all aware of the problems and frustrations with existing frameworks. The Australian public rightfully want better from its government, and better whistleblower protection is part of our broader push to rebuild trust and integrity in government. Whistleblowers play a critical role in exposing wrongdoing, and an effective public sector whistleblowing framework is critical to support integrity and the rule of law, including the establishment of a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. The House will be debating the legislation to establish the Commission again this week, and it's worth restating that the Commission will operate independently of government and will have broad jurisdiction to investigate serious or systemic corruption across the Commonwealth public sector, including corruption that occurred before its establishment. This includes power to investigate ministers, parliamentarians and their staff, statutory office holders and employees and contractors of government agencies. It will also include the power to investigate any person who seeks to corrupt a public official by engaging in conduct that could adversely affect the honest or impartial exercise of a public official's powers, functions or duties. The Commission will have discretion to commence inquiries on its own or in response to referrals from anyone, including whistleblowers and members of the public. We acknowledge that reforms to the Public Interest Disclosure Act are also long overdue, and action is essential to ensure whistleblowers are supported to come forward with disclosures of public sector wrongdoing and corruption. The Attorney-General will be undertaking significant and staged reforms to public sector whistleblowing that will commence this year. The staged approach to reform allows the government to deliver immediately on the commitment to whistleblowing reform, while also recognising that significant longer-term reform to the scheme is required to elevate it to best practice. The Public Interest Disclosure Act 2013, Speaker, is a critical part of the Commonwealth's integrity and anti-corruption ecosystem, and we agree that reforms are overdue. The Act enables public officials to disclose suspected wrongdoing by another public official or by an Australian government agency. Suspected wrongdoing is defined broadly and includes fraud, serious misconduct and corrupt conduct, as well as minor wrongdoing. Public officials who make such disclosures have protections and immunities from liability. On Wednesday last week, the Attorney-General announced that the government will comprehensively reform the Act through a staged approach in the next 12 to 18 months to ensure that it effectively protects whistleblowers in reporting wrongdoing and corruption. These staged reforms will include the introduction of a bill to Parliament before the end of this year to implement key recommendations of the 2016 review and other parliamentary committee reports, the progression of broader reforms next year to address the underlying complexity of the scheme and provide effective and accessible protections to public service whistleblowers. As part of the second stage, the government will continue to closely examine what reforms may be required to ensure Australia has effective whistleblower frameworks. This approach allows the government to respond to calls from stakeholders about reforming the Act alongside the National Anti-Corruption Commission, as well as giving due consideration to more significant reforms, including proposals to establish a Whistleblower Protection Authority or Commissioner. Finally, Speaker, as agreed by the previous Parliament, in 2024 there will be a statutory review of the private sector whistleblower scheme in the Corporations Act 2001. Speaker, I'm determined to be part of a parliament that continues to do the work together to rebuild trust in government, and I also commend this motion to the House.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. And I want to acknowledge all the previous speakers and the member for Clark. Whistleblowers have shown incredible courage, and it's right that we put into place legislation that provides effective frameworks to protect them. As others have noted, whistleblowers play an incredibly important role in exposing wrongdoing and, in doing so, protect the very fabric of our democracy. They protect integrity and the rule of law that members in this place like to talk about, but without a commitment, an honest commitment to effective integrity infrastructure in our Commonwealth, that rule of law is always under threat. Australia's public interest disclosure law was introduced when we on this side were last in government in 2015, and it was designed to protect whistleblowers against reprisals by senior officials and to promote integrity in the public service. And the current Attorney-General was the Attorney-General at that time and introduced it, and he was conscious that it was going to need to be looked at in the future to assess whether or not it was working in the national interest. And that's why he wrote a statutory review into the Act at that time. We recognised that a review was necessary to address some of the complexities of that law, but on us losing government in 2013, a statutory review never took place. Under the Abbott government, the Act fell into neglect. Under the Morrison government, the Philip Moss review took place 5 years later. Protecting whistleblowing wasn't a big priority for those opposite. The Coalition did agree in principle to 30 of that review's 33 recommendations, but in principle being the operative words, many would remember that we saw high-profile raids on journalists and other cases of excessive secrecy and secret ministers under the former federal government, under those opposite. And I quote, "It was shameful that the government took some 4 years to respond to Philip Moss's report," end quote, is what the current Attorney-General, Mark Dreyfus, said before the election, and he announced the following commitment in 2021, and I quote, "We intend in government to act on Philip Moss's recommendations for necessary improvements to the public interest disclosure scheme." End quote. So fast forward a year, and that is exactly what our government is doing. We are committed to ensuring that Australia has more effective protection for whistleblowers. And that's why the Attorney-General announced last week that he would introduce a bill into the parliament before the end of this year, so in this sitting block, however long that may be, which will make priority amendments to the Public Interest Disclosure Act. And this Act is an important element of the Commonwealth's integrity and transparency framework. It enables public officials to disclose suspected wrongdoing by another public official or by an Australian government agency. Now, suspected wrongdoing is defined broadly and includes fraud, serious misconduct and corrupt conduct, as well as minor wrongdoing. Public officials who make such disclosures have protections from immunities from liability. Reforms to the PID Act are long overdue, and action is essential to ensure that whistleblowers are supported to come forward with disclosures of public sector wrongdoing and corruption. Now, the government staged reforms of the PID Act will include the introduction of a bill to Parliament before the end of this year, as I just mentioned, and the progression of broader reforms next year to address the underlying complexity of the scheme and to provide effective and accessible protections to public sector whistleblowers. These amendments deliver on the government's election commitment to implement key recommendations of the 2016 review of the Public Interest Disclosure Act by Philip Moss and other parliamentary committee reports. Our government has committed to it, and we will get it done. Thanks, Mr Speaker.
The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2 for a motion in relation to Remembrance Day.
I give the call to the honourable member for New England.
Mr Speaker, I move this motion as it appears on the notice paper, and would like to start by saying, Mr Speaker, that I had two grandfathers who fought in the First World War, both on the Western Front. One started at Gallipoli on the first day, left on the last, and then to the Western Front, and then right up against, and then went to the Second World War, right up against the Japanese, to Guadalcanal. Very fortunate, both of them were buried. One's buried in Adelong. Go visit his grave from time to time. The other one's buried in Hampden in New Zealand, which obviously I don't get to. I've only been there once. But, Mr Speaker, there are many people who served our nation, many people. In fact, more than 331,800 people were deployed during the First World War. Well in excess of 400,000 people were enlisted. And, Mr Speaker, 30,000 of them, once they came back, there was 60,000 killed over there, but 30,000 when they came back died of injuries that were pertinent to their war service, especially things such as gassing, which was a complete infliction. And what we have of the 240,000 that were being laid to rest privately is many of those, Mr Speaker, are in unmarked graves. Now, they've served our nation, and they deserve to be respected for that. Now, prior to the election, we said that the program that we had, in excess of $3.5 million we're putting towards it, that $3.7 million, that this would continue to be funded, yet it was only about half of that, $1.5 million, is what the current government's put towards it. Now, Mr Speaker, we can't, when we say lest we forget, we can't remember them if they don't have a grave. There's been well in excess of 1,000 graves that we've found. In fact, there was one of them I was involved with before I had the shadow portfolio. It was actually an Indigenous gentleman who was buried in the wrong grave. We had to identify it and give the proper headstone for a person who'd served our nation in the First World War. Mr Speaker, we need to make sure that that this funding is restored. It's all very well to have money for the Environmental Defender's Office and environmental warriors, but not actually respect the people who did fight for our nation. And in the identification of graves, there are so many families because each person who served, I mean, my father served, I served. For each person who served, there's more and more of their children, their progenitors, who look back and say, I want to find my great-grandfather's grave. I want to find my great-granduncle's grave. And people have a real sense of pride. One of the reasons Anzac Day, who I remember back in the early 80s, I thought it was going to finish. But now no one would suggest that. And it's because there are so many more great-grandchildren, great-grandnephews who say, I want to identify this and I respect the service that was given by my family, that my family is a family of honour. My family is one that has served. My family is one who people before me of my bloodline offered their lives for the protection of this nation. And the bare minimum we can do for those who some of them fell on hard times, who disappeared to corners of our country, who were afflicted in mind and basically disappeared off the social register. And for them to lie in paupers' graves, for them to lie basically unmarked, is a bad reflection on us as a nation. It shows that we don't actually respect what they did. And we have, the worst thing, forgotten them. Because that is the ultimate thing. The reason they say lest we forget, because if you do forget, then their service was for nothing. Their service wasn't respected. And so we should reinstall this funding, Mr Speaker. We should be making it a part of every member of this House to say, well, let's find out where these people are buried. And we can do that. We have done that. We found 1,189 graves. There's 1,189 families who can now say, I know where my great-grandfather's buried. He served in the First World War. I know where my great-granduncle's buried. He served in the First World War. He was a person of honour. We're a family of honour. And we have not forgotten him because we've found his grave and we can respect that monument.
Is the motion seconded? And call the member for Herbert.
I second the motion. Reserve my right to speak.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for New England for raising this motion, which gives me the opportunity to speak on a topic which is so important to our nation. I could not agree more with the member saying that we all have died and served our nation as members of our Defence Force in all wars and armed conflicts deserve to be remembered and honoured. This Remembrance Day, we not only commemorated the lives lost in World War I, we honoured the 103,000 Australians who lost their lives in wars, conflicts and peacekeeping operations. I want to take the opportunity to honour the contribution that the Hunter made towards the battle that shaped our nation, standing here on the world stage in the First World War. The Hunter had many who served in the war, with more than 2,000 who enlisted from Muswellbrook all the way down to Lake Macquarie. On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, people all around the Hunter paused to remember all those who gave the greatest sacrifice for our nation, with a special focus on those who died in our first great conflict. At Cessnock War Memorial, 82 brave men and women whose names are on the Roll of Honour for World War I were remembered. In Muswellbrook, 42 were honoured. Singleton paid tribute to the 110 lives lost, and Lake Macquarie honoured the 167 people who paid the ultimate price. I was honoured to be able to attend the Remembrance Day service in Singleton, which was a fitting service which remembered those who have served with pride. I also want to pay special tribute to the Kersley Community Dawn Service Committee and all their volunteers who worked tirelessly to continue to recognise local people who served in the war. Recognising the service of all who put their life on the line for our country is of the utmost importance, and I thank the Kersley Community Dawn Service Committee for all the work that they continue to do to ensure that no one's service is forgotten and all receive the recognition they deserve. On the theme of honouring service, I want to share the story of one courageous man from the Hunter who was awarded the highest honour, the Victoria Cross. Clarence Smith Jeffries, who lived in the Hunter electorate at the time he enlisted, first began serving this country at age of just 17. Clarence Jeffries built a dignified career in the military, rising to rank of captain on the 12th of October 1917. He was awarded the highest military honour for his actions at Passchendaele, Belgium during World War I. Captain Jeffries was recognised for his most conspicuous bravery. When in battle, his company was held up by the enemy machine gun fire from enemy bunkers. Captain Jeffries organised a party and rushed one bunker, capturing 4 machine guns and 35 prisoners. Before leading his company forward under extremely heavy enemy artillery barrage and machine gun fire to the objective, he then went on to organise another successful attack on a machine gun bunker, capturing 2 machine guns and 30 more prisoners. Captain Jeffries went on to be killed during this attack, but it was said that he was entirely due to his bravery and initiative that the centre of the attack was not held up for a lengthy period. He was described as a gallant officer whose example had the utmost of inspiring influences on many. Captain Jeffries, thank you for your service. Your leadership, your courage demonstrates for all of us, is lessons for all of us to follow. I could not be more thankful for those that have served and those who have given their life to ensure that our country enjoys the freedom that we all have today. The courage of these men and women underpins who we are as a nation, and their actions and stories, such as those of Captain Jeffries, make me feel a great sense of pride in my country and in my electorate, in knowing that, like all parts of Australia, the Hunter played its part. Thank you all for your service, and lest we forget.
I thank the member for Hunter. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Herbert.
I remember the excitement, the anticipation and the hope that came with being accepted as an infantry soldier in the Australian Army. I remember the feeling of belonging and mateship and the pride in serving our nation. I remember the instant comradeship that came with our first deployment. We were 10 foot tall and bulletproof, driven by the naivety that only comes with youth. I remember the day we lost one of the best men we'd ever had the honour to know, Private Ben Renato, who was killed by an anti-personnel explosive device in Afghanistan on the 18th of July 2009. He was 22 and had his whole life in front of him. I remember my best mate Paul Warren, who lost his lower right leg in the same blast. I remember the guilt, the shame that washed over every single one of us that survived the war. I remember the weight of reality coming down on us like a ton of bricks. I remember the deep pain of knowing there was no choice but to wake up and keep going, but wishing it was me who had been killed. I remember the 19th of October 2009, starting off like any other patrol through the Bellucci Valley. I remember the sound of ringing in my ears that was so loud I thought my head was going to explode. I remember the shame of being the one to set off the improvised explosive device that put so many of my mates at risk. I remember the darkness that followed, months that turned into years, struggling to recover from a traumatic brain injury, PTSD, hearing loss and alcohol abuse. I remember I'm one of the lucky ones who had the incredible life partner, my now wife Jenna, and along with many mates who helped me turn my life around. I remember that there are so many who have been before me and who have come after me who are not so lucky. I remember our brave soldiers we have lost: Jesse Bird, Brad Carr, Paul McKay, Ben Brown, Peter Atkins, Dylan Clark, Tristan Hardy, Daniel Halpin, Stephen Fazel, Sean Jenkins, Jeffrey Price, Lewis Shelley, and many more. I remember their faces, their honour, their incredible pride in serving our nation. I remember the heartbreak of their families, their friends and colleagues who wonder how they're going to keep on living without them. I remember that we must do more as a nation and as a government to ensure this unacceptable loss of life stops. On the 11th hour or the 11th day of the 11th month, I remember. I remember all who have come before and those who have come after. They are us and we are them. This is something I put pen to paper about a year and a bit ago. It's the first time I've been able to read it out loud. It's challenging every day that we look around this nation and have our veteran community succumbing to their war within and dying by suicide. Reports in Townsville, Darwin, Western Australia, all around this country. And it's a national shame. I have great pride in my service and I loved every day of it. But it kicks me in the guts every day after that we've lost more to their war within than what we did on operations. And the pain out of all my injuries, the thing that hurt me the most was the invisible one, which was my post-traumatic stress disorder. Not the blast, not being deaf, not the brain injury. The invisible one that would creep up in the middle of the night. And many of my friends are still struggling with their demons today. This House, Parliament House, regardless of the chamber, have a duty in respecting and looking after our soldiers, regardless of their corps, regardless of their branch, because they have paved the way for the freedoms that we enjoy. And if we can help one person that knows that their life means something and that we love them, we need to work together to ensure that happens, lest we forget.
Lest we forget. I thank the member for Herbert. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the former Speaker, the member for Herbert, for his service, and for all others in this place and in the other place who have served. 2 weeks ago, we commemorated Remembrance Day. I was in Canberra on Remembrance Day, and at 11 a.m. we paused, as did people across this land, to reflect on the enormous sacrifice paid by those who have served and those who have died to protect Australians, our country and our way of life. The 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month marks the formal cessation of hostilities in World War I in 1918. But on this day, we remember, we reflect and we honour all Australians who have served and all who have fallen in our name. I, along with a number of colleagues, attended a very moving ceremony here in Parliament House, and I was represented by staff at a number of ceremonies across Boothby, at Centennial Park, at Kernlight Gardens RSL, and at the William Kibbe Veterans Shed. I'd also like to recognise Blackwood RSL and President Jack Maguire, and the Plympton Glenelg RSL and President Bill Hicknett. Plympton Glenelg RSL was the driving force behind the Veterans Wellbeing Centre at the Repat Hospital in Boothby. This centre, run by SA Health, runs a range of services for veterans through Open Arms, Soldier On and the RSL, and they provide confidential assistance across a number of different areas, and I would encourage any veterans needing assistance in the area to reach out to them. And I'd like to specifically reflect on the William Kibbe Veterans Shed. This is a local facility run by Barry Heffernan that serves many veterans in the local community who are really struggling. It accepts anyone, no matter where their life has taken them after they've left service, and it helps them get back on their feet. I've enjoyed a number of coffees and chats with Barry, and I'm really impressed with his acceptance of everyone and his commitment to make lives better. Campaigning in Boothby, I heard from many veterans and their families and loved ones about the difficulties they had in accessing help when they needed it. I heard from so many veterans that they put a claim into the Department of Veteran Affairs and they were still waiting, sometimes up to 18 months. And what their families and loved ones told me is that they'd been suffering for years. They had waited until they really couldn't bear it anymore before they put the claim in. And to then have to wait in silence, to have no response from the government that they had served, just added more distress to their lives. So I am really pleased that this Albanese government has funded an additional 500 public servants into the Department of Veteran Affairs to get these claims moving again, to get them assessed. Just last week in Senate estimates, the Secretary of the Department of Veteran Affairs was asked by Senator Nita Green when the backlog of claims would have been dealt with if they had not received the additional 500 public servants. And the Secretary answered, never. Never. To quote, in its report, McKinsey said, unless we had an injection of staff, it would never be cleared. The list would just have kept growing. The backlog of claims was never going to be cleared. So last year, when I was writing to the former Minister of Veterans Affairs on behalf of veterans in distress in my electorate and getting no response, now I know why. And Deputy Speaker, that's shocking. That's appalling. To say we are honouring those who are served, but we're not there when they actually need our help as a result of their service. Words fail me. To imagine overseeing this lack of service, leaving people in pain and distress. So to those veterans who waited for their claims, I'm sorry. We value your service, but also we value you, not just on Remembrance Day, but every day. Please reach out if you need assistance. We will be there for you, lest we forget.
I thank the member for Boothby. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to firstly acknowledge each person who has served our country with honour, both in this place and the other. Recently, I attended a local remembrance service at Victoria Park in St Mary's, hosted by the St Mary's RSL sub-branch. I love going to these services in our community, both to recognise those who have served and to pay respects for those who continue to serve, but also to meet up with people who have become true friends of mine since becoming the member for Lindsay and honouring them in our community. And this year, 2022, is significant for St Mary's, as it marks the centenary of the opening of the War Memorial Bandstand in Victoria Park. The historical monument was built in 1922 to commemorate the tragic loss of so many from St Mary's on the battlefields of Gallipoli and Europe in World War I. Others from St Mary's and right across my community, of course, have died in subsequent conflicts, and likewise we remembered them at the memorial. And Remembrance Day is a sacred day for our country as we honour the sacrifice of our servicemen and women, and importantly, their families. And it's always wonderful to see our young cadets, whether it's Army cadets, Navy, Air Force, who come together and continue the respect of that service. And I encourage all young people to be involved with cadets. It's a time for us to remember the extraordinary deeds of the thousands of Australian men and women who ensured our nation's security and the freedom that each and every one of us enjoys in this great country. We pay our respects and honour their legacy with immense pride and a great sense of gratitude. Remembrance Day for me, like so many Australians, is a day full of emotion. It's a day for us to be thankful for what those who have served have done and continue to do by putting our country first during the most difficult times and enduring the best and worst of humanity. We are thankful to those who have given their all in the defence of our freedoms and the values we stand for as Australians that we are obliged to protect and preserve for future generations. The 11th hour on the 11th day of the 11th month, we commemorate the signing of the armistice by King George V in 1918 that brought an end to the Great War, the First World War in which Australia grew and identified itself as a nation. I remember as a schoolchild that every person would stop as the clock struck 11 a.m. to remember the sacrifice of so many great and brave Australians. And I vividly remember the sadness and the suddenness of that, and it's made a deep impression on me, and I'm sure among every Australian, as they, with tradition, did that on every single year, and I hope that continues in our schools. Australia has a deep admiration, respect and affection for our veterans, and this is evidenced by the ever-growing attendance at Remembrance ceremonies and also on Anzac Day each year, and after COVID, seeing the value of the coming together of people in community and the thousands of people that have been turning out recently to services across my community. It shows how important these services continue to be to recognise the sacrifice of so many Australians to keep our country free. I also acknowledge all the volunteers who provide service to our veterans, and I honour our great servicemen and women and thank them for what they have given and continue to give our country. And in that, it is so important that we do recognise those who are lost in World War I. And that program that identified and marked the graves of over 1,000 men and women who served in World War I is extremely important when you think about the younger generations coming through and the importance of remembering. I think this is a very just program that should continue at the level of funding that was committed to by the Coalition when we were in government, and then that the Labor Party promised to match should they be in government. So I do urge the government to continue that important funding that we committed to. And finally, in closing on this, I would like to thank our local veterans in my community, St Mary's, RSL and Penrith RSL, for all the work you do and for all the work you have done in serving our nation. For those who we've lost, lest we forget.
I thank the member for Lindsay. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The 11th of the 11th at 11 o'clock is the day that we remember the cessation of hostilities for World War I, as the armistice was signed in a train carriage on that fateful day. And in saying this, we remember those who lost their lives during World War I, the war that was hoped would be the war to end all wars. However, sadly and subsequently, we know that we went on as a planet to endure World War II and other conflicts after World War I. Remembrance Day is a day that we not only commemorate those lives lost in World War I, but also we honour the 103,000 Australians who've lost their lives in all wars, conflicts and, importantly, peacekeeping operations. It is a day where we unite, and it is a day where Australians come together to mark that day on the Western Front. Also, that day recognises this year's 50th anniversary of the end of national service, and I do want to say thank you to those who were part of Australia's Nashos, as they were fondly known. I know in my electorate I have many people who served national service, and it is so important that we remember that as well. Also, I want to mention those peacekeeping activities. Every year since 1947, Australians have participated in peacekeeping missions all over the world, including the Middle East, Africa, Afghanistan, Cyprus, East Timor, Bougainville and the Solomon Islands. Thank you to those peacekeepers, because at the end of the day, it is that peace that we strive so hard for and many have lost their lives for. I would also like to acknowledge that on Remembrance Day we remember everyone who has served, suffered or made the ultimate sacrifice. And previously unrecognised veterans of the First World War whose graves are unmarked will now be acknowledged, thanks to the grants program funded in October's budget for 22-23. Following the successful pilot, the First World War Unmarked Graves Grants program is being formally established with an initial $1.5 million, which will help recognise veterans interred in private graves who are not eligible for the Australian Government's program of official commemoration. So following the First World War, many veterans were separated from their families for a variety of reasons. Some took up the offer of a soldier's settlement farm, while others may have chosen to live an isolated life. When these veterans passed away, some may have been buried without a funeral or permanent headstone. This program recognises those veterans of the First World War who returned home with the memories and scars of their service and passed away with their final place of rest unmarked. Official commemoration in the form of a graveside memorial managed by the Office of Australian War Graves was provided to more than 30,000 of these service personnel from World War I, whose death was accepted as directly related to their war service. The remaining 240,000 First World War veterans were buried privately, some of whom are at rest in unmarked graves. When we say lest we forget, at the end of the ode, we mean it. We will remember them. These were people who had names and loved ones who did not receive the acknowledgement for their service that they deserve. This grants program will help recognise these veterans by providing funding for individuals, non-commercial organisations or community groups planning to arrange a graveside memorial. The change has no impact on the contribution the government provides this scheme. However, there have been administrative savings, which is a good thing. The government will contribute $450 for an individual marker of each individual First World War grave for successful applicants, the same value as the pilot program provided. And in closing, I'd like to thank everyone who attended the wonderful sub-branch service at Nelson Bay on Friday of last week, the 11th of the 11th. It was a particularly moving service, and it was wonderful to watch the wedge-tail fly above us while we remembered those who have sacrificed so much, lest we forget.
I thank the member for Patterson. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for New England for introducing this motion and also the opportunity to speak on the importance of Remembrance Day on behalf of my electorate of Cowper. The Remembrance Day services right across my electorate bring the entire community together, both young and old. In the regions, you would be hard-pressed to find a family without a set of war medals from a relative or a loved one. Patriotism and service in our country run particularly deep in rural and regional areas, and the communities that I represent right across the mid-north coast are no exception. At many of our events, our future leaders are invited to speak, like Samuel Reiners from Hastings Secondary College at Port Macquarie service this year. The newly elected school heads are given the opportunity to reflect on what Remembrance Day means to them as young people and to them as school children, and how the sacrifice of so many has enriched their lives today. I'm impressed each year by the calibre of the speeches and the maturity shown by these school students. Most will remember a specific family member who served and recount the effect of either the loss of life or the repercussions serving members and their families experienced upon returning home. All of them articulate in their own ways how thankful they are to live and to have grown up in modern Australia in comparatively stable and peaceful times as a result of their forefathers' sacrifices. All will express the importance of honouring and remember those who have served in order to fully appreciate the freedoms in which we live today. Our young leaders have a firm grasp on why it is so important. So it is sad to note that our current leaders do not appear to have that same sense of respect or care around recognising these very same sacrifices. Just 2 weeks, Deputy Speaker, before Remembrance Day on November 11, this government confirmed the slashing of $2 million from a dedicated program to mark the private graves of First World War veterans. The Coalition, by comparison, had dedicated $3.7 million funding after a pilot program placed 1,189 markers on the graves of men and women who had served in World War I. The World War I War Graves program enabled grave markers to be placed on the unmarked private graves of First World War veterans who had not been eligible to be commemorated formally by the Australian government, which usually occurred if they hadn't died in the war or because of causes related to their service. That disrespect hasn't been limited to our First World War cohort. It is particularly alarming to note that when forming the new cabinet, the current government decided to dump the Minister for Veterans Affairs, relocating the role outside of cabinet. Why should any current or future ADF member put their hand up to protect and defend this country if the very same government asking them to do so cannot show them the same level of respect? In my own electorate, Deputy Speaker, this lack of care and slashing of funds has been felt harder than most. The Mid-North Coast veterans, who had devised a cost-effective and proven wellbeing centre hub-and-spoke model to better advocate for and support all veterans on the Mid-North Coast, rather than one centre that veterans need to travel significant distances to attend. They proposed 4 centres for $5 million to service the 11,000 or so current and former ADF members in the region, the same amount of funding that has been provided to other electorates to create just one centre. Deputy Speaker, they were awarded this funding under the previous budget by the Coalition, and this money has since been taken away from them, meaning the entire Mid-North Coast is now without adequate resourcing. I would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm my commitment to the veterans community in my electorate to continue to fight for the return of these funds. Lives are literally depending on it. I would like to thank all the veterans for your service to this country and the freedoms that we enjoy today. And when we say, lest we forget, we should mean it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Cowper. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I can assure the previous Speaker that when we do say lest we forget, we do remember it. And this government, I think, in pushing for a Royal Commission into veteran and defence suicide, showed it. That we won't forget those that have died by suicide, by talking to everyone that's involved and by pushing for a Royal Commission so that that great tragedy does not occur when those who served our nation injured in times of conflict pass away because of those injuries. This Remembrance Day, and every Remembrance Day, we not only commemorate the lives that were lost in World War I, we honour the 103,000 Australians who have lost their lives in wars, in conflicts, peacekeeping operations, and also because sometimes they, like 3 veterans did just last week, lose the battle within, usually connected in some way, shape or form to their service. So we remember them all. More than 300,000 Australians served overseas in World War I, more than 60,000 died, including my pop's uncle in France. And we remember those that come home with the injuries, like my maternal great-grandfather, Thomas Wood, who was gassed on the Somme, emigrated to Australia and suffered with his injuries for the rest of his life. So I remember them. I remember those who fought in the Battle of Australia. I remember those who fought in Vietnam, like my father. I remember those who fought in peacekeeping operations. We remember all those that have served our nation. Of course, we remember those that didn't come back, those that are buried in foreign fields. Now, following the First World War, many veterans were separated from their families, and for a variety of reasons, some took up the offer of a soldier settler's farm, while others may have chosen to live an isolated life, as my great-grandfather did. When these veterans passed away, some may have been buried without a funeral or a permanent headstone, and that's why this program recognises those veterans of First World War who returned home with the memories and scars of their service and passed away with their final place of rest unmarked. Official commemoration in the form of a graveside memorial managed by the Office of Australian War Graves was provided to more than 30,000 of these service personnel from World War I, whose death was accepted as directly related to their war service. The remaining 240,000 First World War veterans were buried privately, some of whom are at rest in unmarked graves. So, yes, when we say lest we forget at the end of the ode, we mean it. We will remember them. Now, these were people who had names and loved ones who did not receive the acknowledgement for their service that they deserve. This grants program will help recognise these veterans by providing funding for individuals, non-commercial, not-for-profit or community groups planning to arrange a graveside memorial. The government will contribute $450 for an individual marker of each individual First World War grave for successful applicants, the same value as the pilot program that has been run. In the time remaining, Deputy Speaker, I want to reflect on the words of the Vietnam Veterans Association, and I visited the Veterans Australia NT men and women yesterday morning in the rural area of Darwin, and the Minister, who's here in the chamber with us, joined us to commemorate Vietnam Veterans Day in August. They have a saying which is honour the dead, which we will do with this program, be assured. But you've got to fight like hell for the living, and we have throughout our nation those that have served battling still. We will recognise them, we will provide them the services that they need, and we will save those lives. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Solomon. The time allotted for this debate has expired, and the debate is therefore adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3, voice to Parliament in the name of the member for Jagajaga.
I call the member for Robertson.
I ask leave of the House to move notice number 3, private members' business, on behalf of the member for Jagajaga.
Is leave granted?
Is granted.
I call the member for Robertson.
I move the motion relating to the voice to Parliament in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Mr Deputy Speaker, throughout the election campaign, on election night and during our time in government, the Prime Minister has committed to implementing the Uluru Statement from the Heart. And what this is, what these beautiful and generous words symbolise, is the largest consensus of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people on a proposal for recognition in history. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, an opportunity to recognise our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters in our Constitution, to ensure the Australian community is truly a place of equity, a place of equality, a place for all. We must all come together as one community to improve and strengthen the quality of life, health and education outcomes for our First Nations communities. If we continue down the same path, we will continue to get more of the same: poor outcomes, unfulfilled potential, widening gaps in health and widening gaps in education. We need practical measures to address these issues, and that is exactly what the Voice will do. It will give local people, local communities, a say in the areas that will directly affect them. We need to address the injustices of the past. We need to create meaningful, structural change to deliver a better future. And this is exactly what the Voice will do. It is our best chance to come together as one, to rise as one, and to move into the future as one. Comprised of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, the Voice will be an advisory body. It will have the capacity to make representations to government on the issues and legislation that affects First Nations communities. And the idea? So that we have policy tailored to meet the needs of our First Nations people. There has been no policy proposal that has been subjected to the amount of inquiry, research, consultation and deliberation as the Voice. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander representatives have formed the referendum working and engagement groups, guiding government, informing procedure on a path forward ahead of the referendum. Within the budget, handed down by the Treasurer only a few months ago, we have committed $50.2 million for the Australian Electoral Commission to prepare for this enormous task. The task of a referendum to enshrine a First Nations voice to Parliament in the Constitution of Australia. The movement to establish the Voice should and must be above politics. This is because the Voice has and the Voice will come from the people. This has been years in the making. 2016, the First Nations regional dialogues commenced so that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, their voices were at the centre and at the core of the process for recognition. Bottom-up, grassroots, community-led. From the dialogue, the experiences and stories were taken to the First Nations Constitutional Convention at Uluru in 2017. The Convention endorsed the work of the dialogues and issued the Uluru Statement from the Heart to the Australian people. Voice, treaty and truth. Bottom-up, grassroots, community-led. A better future for all. And as a Wiradjuri man residing on the Central Coast in New South Wales, I want to thank the many Australians across our beautiful land, from the sea to the mountain ranges, from the desert to our lush rainforests, city and the bush too, who have showed interest and support from the Uluru Statement from the Heart and the establishment of a voice. We have an essential duty to listen to our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders, brothers and sisters, to hear them, to understand them, so that our light may shine brighter today than it did yesterday. This is an opportunity and this is a time for unity. And this begins by voting for an Aboriginal and a Torres Strait Islander voice, because we are stronger together. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Robertson. Is the motion seconded?
Mr Speaker, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank the Minister. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this motion, and in doing so I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we stand and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. Deputy Speaker, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander tribes were the first sovereign nations of the Australian continent and its adjacent lands. Theirs is an ancestral relationship with the land, with the soil and with Mother Nature. They have possessed the land for 60 millennia, and their sovereignty has never been ceded. But despite this deep and enduring relationship, despite this being the culture in the world with the longest continuous civilization, their treatment in so many instances has been shameful. They are the most incarcerated people on our planet. Their children have been alienated from their families at unprecedented rates, and their youth languish in detention in obscene numbers. This is the result of structural failure, and it must be addressed by structural change. The Uluru Statement from the Heart sets out what needs to be done. It was delivered not to the government, but as an invitation to the Australian people asking them to walk together with First Nations people towards a better future. It is one of the most beautiful and generous pieces of writing in Australia's history. As the Uluru Statement says, by accepting this invitation, we have a historic opportunity to enable this ancient sovereignty to shine through as a fuller expression of Australia's nationhood. And that is why I applaud the government's commitment to implementing the Uluru Statement in full and for their commitment to enshrining a First Nations voice in our Constitution. The voice has been developed by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and it is the way forward supported by the overwhelming majority of them. It proposes the creation of a new constitutional institution to assist parliamentarians in improving our record when it comes to legislating on matters relation to the First Nations community. In the ambitious process of designing and conceiving this reform, we must meet the aspirations of First Nations for what this voice can achieve. Members of the voice must be selected by First Nations people in accordance with their own cultural practices. It must be established as a stable and powerful institution with sufficient flexibility to adapt to the changing needs of First Nations people in the future. And in the admirable pursuit of consensus, we must not deviate from the course set out forth in the Uluru Statement. Australia has a historic opportunity, and I know we are ready for it. But I also know this referendum cannot succeed on goodwill alone, and the government and our community must therefore take several important steps in preparation. We have seen the impact that lies and misinformation can have in elections and referenda across the world, and sadly we are already seeing this in part in the early stages of this debate. The Australian people must have access to objective and fair and reputable information on which to base their vote, and we cannot allow misinformation by regressive forces across the country to derail a historic structural reform. I therefore implore the government to urgently legislate truth in advertising reforms. My colleague, the member for Warringah, has put forward a widely supported bill on this topic, and if the government is serious about enshrining a voice to Parliament in the Constitution, they should support it. But stopping lies and misinformation will not be enough. I therefore also encourage the government to think seriously about the role that the public sector, alongside community organisations, can play in ensuring people can make an informed decision. That means carefully considering the content design of the referendum pamphlet, which can have a powerful effect on shaping someone's choice at the ballot box. And it also means looking at alternative ways to provide trustworthy information to voters in the run-up to the referendum, for example through the use of citizens' town halls. But the government is not alone in its responsibilities. This is also the responsibility of every Australian, of every member of our community to stand up, to work together, to inform, to debate and ultimately to seize this historic opportunity. I am so proud that already in Wentworth, my electorate, we have community members who are passionate about supporting the voice. They are already organising to support this voice across the electorate of Wentworth and no doubt across the country. We have been presented with a historic opportunity for change, and my community are ready to make this ambition a reality. On election night back in May, one of the biggest cheers of the evening came when the Prime Minister announced his commitment to implementing the Uluru Statement in full. This is a priority for my community. This is a priority for me. Wentworth is ready to walk alongside the First Nations people of Australia on the path for a better future. Thank you.
The member for Wentworth. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Do you hear that sound, Deputy Speaker? It's history calling us. For 60,000 years, First Nations people have been speaking, but under our Constitution, our First Nations people have no voice. So let's fix this together. Together we can learn from and correct history now. So I'm proud to speak on the motion put forward by the member for Robertson. History isn't just calling me and everyone else in this parliament, including the previous speaker, but it is calling on every adult Australian. So we all need to work together with one voice and correct history. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to change this country for the better, as I'm sure the young students up in the gallery will embrace. As Prime Minister Albanese said at the Garma Festival earlier this year, the Uluru Statement is a hand outstretched, a moving show of faith in Australian decency and Australian fairness from people who've been given every reason to forsake their hope in both. I am determined as a government, as a country, that we grasp that hand of healing. We repay that faith. We rise to the moment. And I share Prime Minister Albanese's optimism. As a nation, we can succeed. But to do this, we will need our community leaders to step up and become active. We will need our community leaders to take the lead by starting conversation within their groups, their meetings, their streets, over their back fences. And this means that the leaders at our local Lions clubs, at Zonta, at Rotary Club, the local footy club, the PNC, the church, the mosque, the meeting hall, the PNF, the head of my African, Bosnian, Chinese, Dutch, Eritrean, Korean, Pacificist, South American, Taiwanese, Vietnamese and every other group, wherever you or your ancestors once called home, your nation now needs you to step up. We need you out there informing, educating, engaging, fighting the good fight against ignorance, a fight to correct history. We need everyday Australians to encourage their family, their friends, their neighbours and their community to vote yes for the voice. History is also calling my parliamentary colleagues in Queensland. History is asking you to get out there and call on your volunteers to campaign as hard as they did for the election in 2022. It won't be enough just to say, yes, you support a First Nations voice to Parliament. You actually need to act. Caring is doing. You need to act by actively campaigning for a yes vote. My dedicated team in Moreton is ready to go and will work alongside you. As a nation, we need to accept this outstretched hand offered by First Nations people through the Uluru Statement from the Heart. Their generous Uluru Statement builds on the strong history of Indigenous advocacy for a better future based on justice and self-determination. In May 2017, on the 50th anniversary of the 1967 referendum, First Nations representatives gathered in Central Australia to forge an historic consensus on structural reform and constitutional change. This consensus followed a groundbreaking process of First Nations voices from across Australia through 12 deliberative dialogues. Joining each dialogue were a representative sample of approximately 100 First Nations people drawn from local traditional custodians, Indigenous community-based organisations and Indigenous leaders. These regional dialogues selected their own representatives to attend the First Nations Constitutional Convention at Uluru. At the convention, and by an overwhelming consensus, more than 250 delegates adopted the Uluru Statement. The key to achieving that remarkable consensus on such a complex problem was a process designed and led by First Nations people. Such an important precedent in Australian history. I believe the voice will improve the lives of First Nations people also in practical ways, by giving local communities a say in areas like education, in health, in housing. And I must also mention the hard work of Minister Linda Burney and the Labor First Nations caucus and all those in Parliament that have contributed to this. And I see the member for Barrowa in the chamber, who I know has been involved in this. So thank you for bringing all of this together. I'll finish off with another quote from the Prime Minister from Gama. Hope in your abilities as advocates and campaigners, as champions for this cause, and hope because I believe the tide is running our way. I believe the momentum is with us as never before. I believe the country is ready for this reform. And I know that so many of my First Nations colleagues that I went to school with out in St George will be looking forward for the opportunity for the nation to speak up.
I thank the member for Moreton. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a great honour to be speaking today in this place on the Uluru Statement from the Heart and concurring with the motion moved by the member for Robertson. I wear with pride the pin to say that I support the Uluru Statement. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, the traditional custodians of this land on which Parliament stands, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I also acknowledge that the history of Warringah land that I represent in this place is complex and that there is a need for healing. I express my heartfelt thanks to our local communities, and I'm committed to learning from and nurturing the world's oldest adapting culture and our First Peoples' connection to land, sea and sky. Directly opposite the front steps to Old Parliament House, the Aboriginal Tent Embassy sits centre stage. It reminds us all that sovereignty of these lands was never ceded. Australia's first people have been here for over 60,000 years, and the 200 or so years since British arrival do nothing to extinguish their sacred link to the land. The unbroken and unmistakable strength of Indigenous culture across Australia, despite continued and relentless discrimination, serves as a testament to their cultural fortitude. It is those people who make up the oldest continuous culture on earth that makes our nation so unique and so special. And there is much for us to learn from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's close and unique relationship with these lands. Yet there is a shocking and continuous history of mistreatment against this land's first people. Currently, there are more Indigenous children being removed from their homes than at even the height of the stolen generation. In 2020, the Family Matters report forecasted that this number would double by 2029 if nothing is done. Yet we have seen only the most minimal effort put into making any meaningful change. Additionally, the Uluru Statement makes no mistake when it says that Indigenous Australians are proportionally the most incarcerated people on earth. And while last year's census revealed that around 1 in 31 Australian citizens are of Indigenous heritage, the Australian Institute of Criminology reported that almost 1 in 4 deaths in custody in the most recent quarter of the 2022 were Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people. These are shocking statistics. The system has failed and continues to fail. It's time to act. And to meaningfully change this system, we must listen to those who it fails. The Uluru Statement calls for a commission to supervise a process of agreement-making between governments and First Nations and truth-telling about our history. This commission is called the Makarrata, which means coming together after a struggle in the Yungi language. This name that encapsulates what the Commission would do, creating a voice for meaningful and constructive dialogue and agreement between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. Australia remains the only Commonwealth country to not have a treaty with its Indigenous people. Yet, through the Makarrata Commission, we can begin to change this. As the Uluru Statement from the Heart provides great insight, in 1967 we were counted. In 2017 we seek to be heard. 5 years after this statement, Australians are finally getting the opportunity to change the course of history for the better, just as we did 55 years ago. Here lies the opportunity to change the Constitution and enshrine an Indigenous voice. In the words of Pat Anderson, one of the architects of the Uluru Statement, there comes a time when you are at the ballot box and it's just you and your conscience. This is probably one of the biggest things we are ever going to do. After 5 years were wasted ignoring the Uluru Statement, we are now finally seeing some meaningful progress. I welcome the government's commitment to implement the Uluru Statement in full. The Uluru Statement ends with an invitation to all Australians to walk together for a better future. I accept that invitation and urge everyone to do the same. We know that the referendum is likely to be held during the course of next year. But there is one thing we must do in advance, and that is to legislate to stop misinformation in advertising relating to the referendum. Next week, I will present Stop the Lies, a private member's bill to legislate against misleading and deceptive statements in political and referendum advertising. Under no circumstances should we allow the lack of legislation to have the naysayers misinform the Australian public as to what the Uluru Statement seeks to do. We must ensure we have trust and confidence in the process. This is too big a moment in time to let fake advertising and misleading statements derail it. Thank you.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The electorate of Boothby, which I'm honoured to represent here today, is on Kaurna Yerta, the unceded lands of the Kaurna people. I pay my respects to Kaurna people on whose lands I live, and also to the Ngunnawal people whose lands we meet on today, and to all First Nations people present and here watching online. Speaker, we rightly acknowledge country before all gatherings that take place here in our nation's federal parliament. We do it as a way of acknowledging the incontrovertible fact that sovereignty over the land we now call Australia was never ceded by its First Nations people. To acknowledge this, of course, raises a series of other profound questions for us as Australians. Questions we've been reckoning with in a myriad of ways since Europeans first stepped foot on this continent. The 1967 referendum, amongst other things, gave the Commonwealth the right to make laws for all peoples, including our First Nations people. But we also know that some of the laws, policies and programs that have been made in respect to First Nations people have not helped them address the issues, concerns and ambitions that they have for themselves. In some instances, they have made their lives more difficult and have entrenched disadvantage. In some instances, they have brought great, great sorrow to individuals, families and communities. Life expectancy for Aboriginal people is still a decade less than for other Australians, and infant mortality is 1.8 times the rate for non-Indigenous babies. Despite efforts to address these and other disadvantages experienced by our First Nations people, these statistics remain. And as we sit in our offices in cities and try and think about what might make a difference, we neglected one very basic principle of any form of community development, that unless the community itself is engaged, these efforts don't work. And so one of the basic principles of the Uluru Statement of the Heart is voice, that we in this place will ask for input from First Nations people via a representative body as to what they think about any law we make that affects them. The Uluru Statement itself is such a beautiful piece of writing, and the section that specifically relates to the member's motion is as follows. We seek constitutional reforms to empower our people and take a rightful place in our own country. When we have power over our destiny, our children will flourish. They will walk in two worlds and their culture will be a gift to the nation. We call for the establishment of a First Nations voice enshrined in the Constitution. I encourage every member in this place, and indeed every constituent of Boothby and every Australian, to consider deeply this humble request. We can build a better future for all of our children. The Uluru Statement shows the way. The Uluru Statement makes plain that the problems facing First Nations Australians are indeed deep-seated and structural. This, it says, is the torment of their powerlessness, and so they require structural solutions. We are asked to begin with a structural change to the way policy choices relating to First Nations Australians are made, by ensuring that policy for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians is not made for them, but with them and by them. The basic principle of nothing about me without me. As my colleague, Wiradjuri Man, the member for Robertson, said earlier, grassroots, bottom up. A voice to Parliament enshrined in our Constitution would ensure that this would take place. It will deliver real and practical advice and guidance. And, Deputy Speaker, in my first speech here, I also said the following. I'm proud to be here as part of the Albanese Labor government, which has committed to the important reconciliation work that is the implementation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart. Voice, treaty, truth. This is unfinished business for us all. Together we are stronger. The work of bringing us together is overdue. This remains the case 6 months later, and I commend those in our community already working to plant the seeds that will grow into what I hope will be a widely embraced social movement advocating for First Nations voice. We can build a better future for all of our children. The Uluru Statement shows the way. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Boothby. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Berowra.
Deputy Speaker, I'm sad to say I think this motion is misplaced. It's a case of premature congratulations when the government needs to do so much more work. I'm a supporter of the voice. I have been since before I was elected to Parliament. There's a lot of talk about the voice, there's a lot of motive language, there's a lot of moralising. What there isn't a lot of is detail. In fact, the government doesn't seem to want to provide detail. So opponents of the voice are filling the vacuum before the debate has begun. The government's starting point should not be a pipe dream for activists, but what proposal might actually succeed in a referendum. Unfortunately, the government is mishandling the issue. The motion talks about the role of local leaders and organisations in assisting communities to prepare for the voice. I've had probus clubs, church groups, schools and businesses contact me to ask what the voice is and how it will work. What frustrates me is the lack of details means I can answer very few of their questions. As Megan Davis told RN Breakfast today, I think the detail point is a legitimate one. People want to see more detail about what it looks like. But the government continues to spend its energy congratulating itself or dealing with side issues instead of developing a model for the national voice and providing a process for engagement of the broader Australian community ahead of the referendum. Let's recap the government's work on the voice to date. Before coming to office, Labor's promise to implement the voice was part of practically every speech given by the Prime Minister. Since coming to government, it's become an addition to the government members' acknowledgement of country. So it's reasonable to think the government would have had a detailed plan for what a national body might look like and a strategy to roll out the referendum. Unfortunately, it seems they did not. Labor keeps telling Australians the referendum's a fait accompli, despite most Australians having no idea what it is they'll have to vote on. Labor's recklessness not only risks the entire reconciliation project and the social cohesion of the country, and the Minister knows these risks, she told the Herald yesterday. Back in July, the Prime Minister made a speech at Garma outlining a question and some possible words for constitutional amendment, but with no plan about how we would get there. Then we had the government calling in American celebrity Shaquille O'Neal with the most superficial of connections to our country to endorse the voice. None of this helped build confidence. Labor's more interested in dealing with side issues like setting a date or playing with the referendum rules than explaining how the body will work. While Labor pat themselves on the back for having made a speech and established a couple of consultative groups and undertaking a photo shoot, Aboriginal leaders across the country ask me what the voice is about and whether it will make any difference to their people. I'm concerned Labor's desire to turn this into a legacy moment instead of answering the public's questions about how the voice will work. It's now over 100 days since the Prime Minister announced draft sentences to add to the Constitution. The Prime Minister said that those words would be the basis for consultation. But how do people provide feedback on this? What process will the government establish? Are these the only form of words they are willing to entertain? Why did he choose these form of words, given the Joint Select Committee in 2018 received 18 different versions of how this might be done, and more have been put out since? And what's the government doing to respond to the issues being raised by commentators about the Prime Minister's proposal? The government's also not been clear on what it will do with the co-design report led by Tom Calma and Marcia Langton, which recommended the rollout of local and regional bodies first. Why has it not supported the rollout of these bodies first, which will ground any advice any national body might be provided in the experience of local communities? I want to be able to have serious discussions with colleagues and constituents about what the voice might mean for our country, but until the government gives us a plan and a roadmap, that isn't possible. I went to Garma with no idea what the Prime Minister was going to announce, and today I stand here with no idea what the plan is to move forward. I support the voice and have done so for many years, but I'll continue to ask questions that Australians have every right to know the answer to. Questions like who will be on the voice? How will these people be chosen? What powers and functions will it have? How will it represent the diverse communities that make up our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples? How will it address the real issues that impact people's lives every day in communities? Will regional and local bodies exist? And how will the government ensure that the body hears from voices who don't already have a platform in Australian public life? These are serious questions, Deputy Speaker. They're questions that the government is failing to answer, but they're questions that are very important to Australians in making a decision as to how they will vote on this, and in making a decision as to what role the voice might play in our parliament moving forward. So my message to the government today is no more of these self-congratulatory motions. Instead, let us get out there and do some of the hard work, providing people with an opportunity to provide feedback on the sentences that the government has put forward in relation to amending the Constitution, and providing a process where people can actually engage in and understand in full detail how this body will work. Because people have the right to know the detail about what the voice body will actually do and how it will work before people go to vote on it. I call on Labor to stop talking about how admirable they are for announcing a referendum and to start responding to the reasonable questions all Australians have.
I thank the honourable member for Berowra. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the motion on the notice paper from the member for Jagajaga and moved in this House of Representatives this morning by my friend and colleague, the member for Robertson. In 1967, the referendum that was put before the Australian people resulted in substantial change to our Constitution. It enabled the Commonwealth to make laws in respect of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and it included them in the census. But now we have the chance to make good on the unfinished business that remains. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to recognise that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, to recognise the people in our Constitution, and to really make our nation a better place for everyone. On election night, the Prime Minister made sure our Labor government's commitment to the implementation of the Uluru Statement in full was loud and clear. Labor is the only party that has committed to implementing the Uluru Statement from the heart in full. No ifs or buts from anyone on the government benches. We know the job that needs to be done. The Uluru Statement from the heart represents an overwhelming consensus of First Nations people on a proposal for a voice to the Parliament and the establishment of a Makarrata Commission to oversee the truth-telling and treaty-making components. Labor has repeatedly called for the voice of Parliament to be enshrined in our Constitution. And now that we are in government, we have set out a roadmap for implementation, including a possible question and an amendment to the Constitution to establish a voice. Along with treaty and truth, a constitutionally enshrined voice to Parliament will be a momentous step towards unifying our nation and creating a shared future. No idea or policy proposal or idea has been subject to as much inquiry, research, consultation and deliberation as a voice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. So I reject the argument there is no detail on the table. Our Labor government have brought together experts and First Nations representatives from the referendum working and engagement groups, and they are guiding us on a way forward for a referendum. We are on track to have legislation to introduce into the Parliament in the first half of 2023. And I want to thank the people of Newcastle who have already shown very strong support for the Uluru Statement and an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice to Parliament. The campaign to establish a voice to Parliament should be above politics, because the voice came from the people. It came from First Nations regional dialogues which commenced way back in 2016. This is not something new on our horizons. Let's not fall for that trap. To ensure those regional dialogues took place to ensure First Nation voices were always at the very heart of constitutional recognition. As it should be, the stories and messages from those dialogues were taken to the First Nations Constitutional Convention at Uluru in May 2017, where they were endorsed and resulted in the Uluru Statement from the Heart being issued to the Australian people. We've got the three pillars. We've got voice, treaty and truth. That is what Indigenous Australians wanted. This is what we are committed to. It has been a long journey and there is still much work to be done. But after 55 years of unfinished business since that original successful referendum, the time for a First Nations voice is now. The Uluru Statement from the Heart is a very generous gift to our nation. And it should not be beyond us as a parliament or a nation to address the absence of First Nations voices in our Constitution, in our original birth certificate, which remains silent and commits ongoing injustice as a result. Next year, every Australian will have an opportunity to fix this by voting yes in the upcoming referendum. There are conversations taking place in my electorate of Newcastle. Indeed, they occurred this week, and I cannot tell you how excited Australian people are, and Novocastrians in particular, to walk with First Nations people to find a just resolution to a long-standing injustice in this nation.
I thank the honourable member for Newcastle. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Grey.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this motion forward on the proposal for a voice to Parliament. And I hope that it begins to throw more light on what it is the government is actually planning to take to the Australian people in the form of a referendum. When that will be, and far more importantly than either of those points, how it will work. I'm supportive of the view that the Constitution should recognise the fact that Australia was occupied, in fact by peoples with the longest continuing culture in the world before European settlement. However, unless the government moves to get some meat on the bones of what is at this stage not much more than some vague objectives and give Australians the detail they need to make a rational decision, they will have lost the campaign virtually before it has begun. From the very outset, a case needs to be made as to how the Constitution has failed Indigenous peoples, given the current parliament has delivered an over-representation of Indigenous voices, with 11 or 4.9% of the members of our national parliament identifying as Indigenous. According to the recent census, 3.2% of Australians claim the same status. This should be a reason for great celebration, but strangely seems to be missing from the debate, and Australians need to be informed as to why the Constitution needs to be altered, given this outstanding result. It was put to me recently by a leading campaigner for the cause that as the 11 Indigenous members are not specifically representing Indigenous peoples, they are somehow compromised. I struggle with this reasoning. They are, after all, as elected representatives, I would hope that none of us are beholden to delivering better outcomes for only one constituency. I would have to report at this stage a referendum on the voice is not a first-order issue in my electorate, either in the Indigenous or the general community. But for those who are fully focused, they are concerned that if we insert illegal racial discrimination into our Constitution and set up a second independent political body with an authority which at this stage is undetermined, it is possible that it has wide-ranging and dramatic effects on the powers of the parliament. If this is not the case, and a number of the proponents, including government ministers, say it will not be, it needs to be explained why this would not be the case. A number of constitutional experts have already said ultimately any rewording of the Constitution will be interpreted by the High Court, thus overruling the primacy of Parliament. And I make the note that just 2 years ago the High Court ruled that a non-citizen claiming to be Indigenous could not be deported. As a warning to those concerned about these issues, the Prime Minister has said that it would be a very brave Parliament indeed that would seek to defy the will of the voice. Australia needs to know how such a body would be elected or appointed, who would be eligible to be part of it, and as we seem to have arrived in Australia today at a point where self-identification as Indigenous is acceptable, voters need to have it clearly spelled out. I'm sorry, that should have ended there. Voters need to have it clearly spelled out as to what pieces of legislation the voice should be consulted on, and given that most legislation applies to all Australians, including Indigenous Australians, where any boundaries in those jurisdictions lie. There is another question I would add to all the aforementioned, and that is, what is it all likely to cost, given the Prime Minister has indicated he is not inclined to wind up a plethora of existing Indigenous corporations, consultation groups, health, employment and social support groups, and is instead committing to adding another. The framework put forward thus far by the Langton Karma report, which I commend, envisages a local voice informing and empowering the national voice. Any such structure is likely to involve hundreds of meetings and consultations on an ongoing basis and cost in the tens of millions at least. And the question of how much it will cost, how it will be funded and whether it comes from within existing budget or whether it is a new cost, I think should be also answered, Mr Deputy Speaker. This speech may sound obstructive. It's not meant to be. I'm simply making the point that I have questions that millions of other Australians will also have once they start to fully engage with this issue. And I cannot see how we can proceed down this pathway unless they are comprehensively answered. And if they are not, Australians will not vote in favour of a general question as to whether or not they support a voice on the basis that details will be developed later. I don't believe that Australians will or indeed should vote on that basis, and the government, if the government wants us to support these proposals, they need to take us with them and answer all the questions.
I thank the honourable member for Grey. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Higgin. Swan. Thank you. That's okay.
That's incredibly important to my electorate of Swan, as well as our nation. Recognising Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians in the Constitution is a once-in-a-generational reform, and this is one that has been born and led by the community. That process has been a journey, and similarly, when you ask Australians, would you like to see a government that has integrity, and the answer is yes, there is this other question, which is, do you think that our First Nations people should have constitutional recognition? Recognition and a greater voice on the issues affecting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians has been a journey of resistance and courage. From the Yirrkala Barak petitions in 1963 by the Yolngu people of Arnhem Land to 2017, the National Constitution Convention. First Nations people are making a point that 200 years of colonisation does not diminish or extinguish their sovereignty, which has been held for over 60,000 years. To take a word from the Statement from the Heart, it coexists with that sovereignty of the Crown. This government and I will join the journey in recognising that unique and special history that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians have here. It's a journey that I look at with great reverence as a scientist, because the astrological, medicinal and climate knowledge of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders enabled survival in some of our harshest climates. It's a journey that includes the Yolngu people knowing about the link between the tide and the moon phases thousands of years before Galileo. I will walk this journey with my community, and I will do so because for too long we have been failing to address injustices of the past and create meaningful changes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Before we heard the discussion about how much will this cost, and the thing that I'll say is that if we get this right, it will be phenomenal, the health and emotional and wellbeing outcomes that we will achieve for our First Nations people, and we will also see that we will be spending money wisely and doing early intervention, etc. I'm not going to read you the statistics of what we've heard about the gap, but what I can say is that we need to strive harder to close the gap, and we can do this by changing the structures. A constitution which will create a voice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders will be the best chance for meaningful action and closing the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians, giving people a leading role in fixing structural inequalities that are the fallout from years of structural racism and oppression is a step in the right direction. This is what's at the core of our government's support for the Uluru Statement from the Heart, and it's self-determination through leadership. First Nation representatives are forming the referendum working and engagement groups. They are guiding government on the way forward ahead of the referendum. In my community, Whadjuk and Balladon Noongar man, Professor Simon Forrest, has been utilising platforms at events to talk about the importance of a voice to Parliament. Since the Albanese Labor government has been elected, he has spoken to over 40,000 people about its importance. From AFL games to NRL games to graduation ceremonies, he is leading the conversation. So my electorate office physically sits on neutral grounds where various clans of Whadjuk people would meet. It's where the Derribal Yarragon crosses to Matmagarup, allowing for important seasonal passage from north to south. It's a place of shared understanding and cooperation. And I'm hoping that this place can be a place of shared understanding and cooperation. Australians putting aside our differences, especially those here and on the opposite side of the chamber, and coming together in the spirit of shared cooperation, this will be the key to success. And to my community of Swan, I want my office to continue to be a place of shared understanding and cooperation. And I want to have those tough conversations who may oppose the referendum, and I'll be available to listen to those voices who are calling also for its implementation.
Great reforms like a voice to Parliament can only happen when we come together as a community.
I thank the honourable member for Swan. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Curtin.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the member for Jagajaga's private member's motion relating to the Uluru Statement from the Heart. In my community on Whadjuk Noongar land, there's been strong support for the Uluru Statement from the Heart, to accept the modest request from the First Nations people of Australia to let them speak for themselves and jointly tell the truth about our past. There was much enthusiasm in Curtin about the Prime Minister's commitment to the voice immediately after the election. Since then, some questions have started to emerge. Recently, I've heard two main concerns about the voice. Firstly, that there are more urgent issues that need to be addressed, like the safety of women and children in remote communities, and secondly, that we don't know exactly how it will work. I want to talk today about why these concerns shouldn't dampen momentum for the voice and the rest of the Uluru Statement, the truth-telling and the agreement-making. Firstly, in relation to the idea that we need to prioritise more urgent issues, I draw on my own personal experience. About 13 years ago, I was Manager of Indigenous Affairs at Wesfarmers Limited, which owned Coles, Target, Kmart, Bunnings and other companies. With an advisory group, I was pulling together Wesfarmers' first Reconciliation Action Plan, committing to actions under the headings of respect, relationships and opportunities. I took what I thought to be a pragmatic approach. As the largest private sector employer in the country, we needed to focus on opportunities, and specifically jobs. This was where we could make a difference. I thought the respect and relationships actions were secondary, nice to have but not overly practical. It took me about a year to realise how wrong I was. If you're followed around a retail store by the security guard, you probably won't apply for a job there. The penny dropped for me, and I realised that without resetting our relationships based on respect, we would never succeed with the jobs. You need to get the foundation right before you can build anything that will last. The Uluru Statement offers that foundation. In order to effectively contribute to addressing intergenerational disadvantage, we need to listen to the people affected. We need to establish a shared understanding of how we got here. We have a long history of government intervention into the lives of First Nations people, but many of our current interventions are failing. We can and we must do two things at once. Do our best to make improvements in the short term on vital issues like the safety of women and children, but also commit to longer-term, deeper change through the Uluru Statement. If we don't reset our relationships and give First Nations people a voice on laws that affect them, there is no reason to believe that the next 50 years of intervention will be any different to the last 50 years. I want to address the second concern that's been emerging, that we don't know exactly what the voice is. The first draft of the words proposed by the Prime Minister are that the voice may make representations to the Parliament and the Executive Government on matters relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, and that the Parliament shall have the power to make laws with respect to the composition, function, powers and procedures of the voice. I initially had some concerns that this was too broad and uncertain, but after reading about the work already done and learning from some experts, I understand why the detail needs to be left to the Parliament. The voice will not be effective if it's appointed by government. It will need to be owned by First Nations communities, which are diverse. Marsha Langton and Tom Karma recommend that local and regional voice bodies will need to be flexible so their communities can determine how the representatives are appointed. There's complexity between local, regional and state voices, as well as the parallel processes on agreement-making and truth-telling. We may not get it right at first. We need to have patience and the flexibility to change it as we learn. The Constitution is for governing principles, not this sort of complexity. It may take 10 years to get the voice right, but if we're committed to it in the Constitution, our legislative body can work through the details. There's no doubt that there is work to be done before the referendum, but this is the sort of long-term thinking that has been lacking in government. My community lamented the fact that often governments think in political cycles rather than providing long-term leadership. When government shows a willingness to bravely embark on long-term change, we must be willing to take the first steps and be patient. I support the motion and I look forward to working with First Nations people, the government and my community to build the understanding of the benefits of implementing the Uluru Statement over the next year.
I thank the honourable member for Curtin. The question is that the motion be agreed to. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the day for the next sitting. Order. I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Customs Amendment, India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement Implementation Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the four related bills. If there is no objection, and there being no objection, the Chair will allow this course to be followed. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, I get up with great pleasure to speak to these 5 bills. These bills together implement Australia's tariff obligations under the Australia-United Kingdom Free Trade Agreement and the India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement. And, Deputy Speaker, before I start, I really want to acknowledge this. Obviously, these bills are here before the parliament today, representing the great work that we, as a previous government, did while in government, Deputy Speaker. Just for a little bit of a history lesson here, over the course of the time that we were in government, from 2013 to 2022, we implemented a number of free trade agreements over that time. And goods and services covered by free trade agreements when we came into government covered around 20–25% of goods and services that we exported. And by the time that we left government, Deputy Speaker, that had increased continually. With the implementation of both of these, gets it to 80%. So, look, wonderful statistic from the previous government in getting extra markets and extra customers for people in Australia who export both goods and services. And he's not here, and I wish he was. He'll be here soon. Really want to acknowledge the previous Trade Minister in the previous government too, Deputy Speaker, Dan Tehan, the member for Wannon, who did a wonderful job in negotiating both of these deals, and even actually the previous Trade Minister before him, Senator Birmingham, who actually kicked off the negotiations with the India agreement. Both of them, especially Dan, did a great job, and in fact we'll come to it in more detail, but the deal with the UK is probably the most comprehensive, most liberalised free trade agreement we've ever done, except maybe bar New Zealand. So great efforts by those ministers, great efforts by the previous government, and as I said, because of that, a lot of extra customers for our exporters in Australia. On entry into force, just to go back to the UK deal, tariffs on over 99% of Australian good exports to the UK will be eliminated. That's valued at around $9.2 billion, Deputy Speaker, so you can just get your head around some of those figures. So just to go through some examples here, Deputy Speaker, $43 million in annual customs duty will be removed from Australian wine when the agreement enters into force. This is the UK agreement, Deputy Speaker. For beef, a tariff-free quota of 35,000 tonnes at entry into force will expand to 110,000 tonnes in year 10, and then tariffs on beef will be eliminated after 10 years. So again, a completely liberalised market after 10 years for our beef producers. Sheep meat, tariff-free quota of 25,000 tonnes at entry into force, expand to 75,000 in year 10, and again, completely liberalised after 10 years. For sugar, tariff-free quota of 80,000 tonnes on entry into force to 220,000 tonnes in year 8, and then after that, completely eliminated. So you can get the feel here, Deputy Speaker, that basically, while there's a graduation process for all these markets, basically it's a completely liberalised market after that period, which is obviously wonderful for all those producers. Young people will also have more time to travel in the UK for working holidays, with eligibility to participate with working holiday opportunities is raised from 30 to 35 years of age, and stays allowed for up to 3 years in each country. A lot of other examples there, but again, a great deal. And as I said earlier, bar New Zealand, this is the most liberalised trade deal we've ever done. So again, a great job done by the previous Trade Minister. In 2020, Deputy Speaker, India was Australia's 7th largest trading partner, a two-way trade valued at $24.3 billion, and the sixth largest goods and services export market valued at $17 billion. Tariffs are going to be eliminated on more than 85% of Australian goods and exports to India, valued at over $12 billion a year, rising to 91%, valued at $13.4 billion over 10 years. So again, I'll give you some examples here, Deputy Speaker. Sheep meat tariffs, the 30% at the moment, they'll be eliminated on entry into force. So basically, straight away, completely liberalised market for sheep meat into India. You can imagine the size of that market, Deputy Speaker, with the size of that country and the amount of people in that country have the great love for that product. So that's very exciting for our sheep meat producers. Wool will have tariffs eliminated on entry into force as well. So again, Australian wool producers suddenly have a completely liberalised market into the whole of India once this comes into force, Deputy Speaker. So very exciting for that. Tariffs on wine will be reduced. There's tariffs on 30% on avocados and other agricultural products will be eliminated over 7 years. Tariffs on almonds as well. The resources sector will benefit from the elimination of tariffs on entry into force for coal, alumina, metallic ores, including manganese, copper, nickel, and critical minerals, including titanium and zirconium. Pharmaceutical medical products, and there'll be tariff reductions on that. There'll also be, and very importantly, Deputy Speaker, there will be new access for young Indians to participate in working holidays in Australia, 1,000 places per year in Australia's work and holiday program as well. So the passage of these bills today, Deputy Speaker, we've been very encouraging of the new government to get these through, will mean that we were hoping. One of these deals was done late last year, the other one done earlier this year, Deputy Speaker. We were hoping that both of these deals really needs to be exchange of letters between governments, that we've gone through the domestic processes that we need to do, Deputy Speaker. We really need that to happen by the end of November, because 30 days post that, the deals come into force. So we were a little bit disappointed that the Treaties Committee, who've evaluated these deals, have been set to sit quite late. They sat last week, so those committees have reported back, which is why we're dealing with the legislation now. We're still hopeful that both of these deals will come into force before December 31st, which means we get these tariff reductions, the first hit on that day, and then obviously on January 1 we get the second hit. So we've been working with the government and trying to encourage them to have done this a little bit earlier than this. We're optimistic about India, but obviously the UK deal maybe won't come into force, which will be disappointing if that's not done. I do note now that the previous Trade Minister is here, but I just will repeat what I said earlier, Deputy Speaker, what a great job he did on both these deals. I thank the previous Trade Minister, the member for Wannon-Dantian. As I said, the UK deal, probably the most liberalised deal behind New Zealand that we've ever done. So great new markets for our exporters of goods and services, and the India deal, a lot of promise, a lot of good things in that as well. So I thank him and repeat the stat that he would know, because it's a stat that he told me, actually, Deputy Speaker, that when we came into government, 20-odd% of goods and services covered by free trade agreements, and by the time we left government, nearly 80%. So I thank him for his work when he was the Trade Minister. So in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I'm very proud of the work the Coalition did in the whole 9 years of within government, the great deals, that the extra customers we have for our trade exporters in the goods and services area. A little bit frustrated that the new government, with the process, I know there's a lot on their agenda, but a little bit frustrated with the process, that the Treaties process and the Treaties Committee process that we had to go through to get these adjusted. But I hope they still come into force. I also do want to mention that I know that the member for Kennedy is going to move some amendments in a minute, Deputy Speaker, and I want to just touch on that for a moment. With that, one of the reasons that we were happy with the backpacker deal with the UK is when they came in here and not having to do the regional work program of that, was that we were working on the Ag Visa to supplement that. What that was, the Ag Visa was working with countries in Southeast Asia and doing specific arrangements with them to increase our workforce, to help the agricultural sector. I'm sure all the crossbenchers who are speaking to this amendment today are exceptionally frustrated about the fact that the new government has abandoned the ag visa and that those processes, while they're going to stay and none of the deal that we've done with Vietnam, we had plans to extend that through the whole of the Southeast Asian network, and the new Labor government have abandoned that, which is exceptionally disappointing. But I do make the point also with the amendment that the crossbenchers are moving, is the ag sector needs a skilled workforce. There's unskilled roles that they have, but a lot of the workforce they do need is actually a skilled workforce, and there's a side letter as part of this deal, and I'm sure the previous minister will maybe talk more to this, but the side letter about getting skilled workers into the ag force sector here as part of a side letter to this deal, which was a very important part of it. There is also an element of this that we want to speed up the visa processing ability for people who are skilled to come between the UK and Australia to also work in this sector. So I acknowledge what the intention and what the member for Kennedy is saying in his amendment, but it was very specific for us that when this free trade agreement with the UK was done, that one, the ag visa was going to overcompensate for that. So again, very disappointing that the new government has abandoned the ag visa thing that we'd implemented and started to implement in Southeast Asia. And also, don't forget that the ag sector need a lot of skilled workforce, which that backpacker provision didn't adhere to. But look, just to wind up, Deputy Speaker, this is a really good day for the Parliament with these bills being here. It's a really good acknowledgement of the record of the previous government and acknowledgement of the previous trade ministers that we've had over 9 years that got goods and services exported from this country up from 20-odd% covered by a free trade agreement to 80%, of which these two deals were significant. More customers, literally billions more customers for our exporters. They're great deals from a great record that the previous government had in free trade agreements. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very happy to speak in support of the bills which implement Australia's commitments under the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement and under the Australia-United Kingdom Free Trade Agreement. The free trade agreements with India and the United Kingdom are, in their own ways, of very substantial value to Australia. They're built upon the depth and quality of the relationship between Australia and India and between Australia and the United Kingdom. And those relationships include considerable person-to-person links. They include complementary trade and investment interests, an important shared history of international engagement and cooperation, and a shared commitment to dealing with a range of strategic, economic and environmental challenges, none of which can be handled without concerted and collaborative effort. Deputy Speaker, the suite of legislation we debate here today forms a key requirement for the timely ratification of these agreements, which the Albanese Labor government is absolutely focused on delivering. It's a further instalment of Australia's consistent performance as an active and reliable trading partner. And I'll just pick up a couple of things that the member for Page said. I mean, in the last couple of months there's been a slightly odd effort by those opposite, some of whom know the process around these things well enough to realise that the effort they've been engaged in is faintly ridiculous. The effort has been to somehow suggest that the current government isn't moving quickly enough to see the ratification of these agreements. And of course that's just rubbish. I mean, we have in this country and in this parliament a committee process that helps give us the highest quality agreement making that the Australian community can expect, and it does involve the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, and that committee, which I chair, Deputy Speaker, expedited the consideration of these agreements and has ensured that the reports have been tabled in order for the legislation to come before the Parliament and for the agreements to be ratified. So the idea that there somehow has been anything less than focused, timely action by the Albanese Labor government is just a made-up fairy tale prosecuted by those opposite. In any case, both of these agreements are especially timely. They're especially timely at a point where Australia needs to enable trade diversification as much as trade growth, and the effective ratification of the agreements before the end of the year will mean that Australian exporting businesses get 2 closely successive tariff cuts. The first will apply on entry into force and the second will occur on the 1st of January next year. That double tariff cut, needless to say, should be a welcome end-of-year prospect for Australian export businesses. They have faced choppy economic waters in the wake of the pandemic and, unfortunately, in the aftermath of China's geo-economic coercion. For a range of sectors around this nation, the double tariff cut will provide either an immediate boost or the prospect in short order of opening up new opportunities as we head into 2023 and beyond. In addition to the benefit of tariff reductions and increased tariff-free quotas in some areas, the India and UK agreement serve to diversify and deepen Australia's set of trading relationships. Deputy Speaker, there's no doubt that within our Indo-Pacific region, India represents an absolutely critical international partnership for Australia for lots of reasons, with a huge potential to be realised between our two nations in the decade to come. It's worth noting that for India, this agreement is the country's first free trade agreement with a major developed country in over 10 years. That goes to show how significant it is for India and how precious this kind of agreement is. It shows you the extent to which it is a long sought-after and hard-won achievement. The negotiations on which it is based began back in 2011, more than a decade ago. It has been the commendable work, of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and ministers on both sides over many years, which have led us here today. I would like to acknowledge, putting the silly partisan games aside, I would like to acknowledge the work of the member for Wannon, the former Minister for Trade, who signed this agreement. He signed it in April this year, and indeed he signed the UK agreement. He signed that agreement virtually in 2021 in the circumstance of the pandemic. And I'm sure that the member for Wannon, the member for Page, if he had his time again, and other people will stand up and note that the negotiations began under the former Labor government back in 2011. They're being delivered, of course, by this Labor government. I don't remember that being mentioned, but I'm sure from this point on that will be mentioned. Yeah. So this agreement eliminates tariffs on over 90% of Australian goods exports by value to India, and it does provide new opportunities for Australian services companies and professionals who seek to access the Indian market. It's already shown the way towards a more ambitious agreement between Australia and India in the form of the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, which we hope will continue to advance towards completion. This agreement, very, very significant, the first that India has settled with a developed nation inside of 10 years, something we've worked on for more than 11 years. Very, very significant, but it is nevertheless what's regarded as an early harvest agreement, a stepping stone towards that full agreement, which we look forward to, certainly Australian businesses look forward to. There's no question that India is embarking on a new approach that does involve greater trade ambition. It has set its sights on free trade agreements with the UK, the EU and Canada, among others. Crucially, though, this agreement ensures that Australia will not be excluded or left behind from any improved trade and market access that might follow from new agreements that India negotiates and sells in future. This agreement will open up more opportunities for trade, services and people-to-people connections for us here. Deputy Speaker, the Labor government has been clear in its first 6 months of operation, 6 months today, that building our relationship with India is a top priority. Next year, the Prime Minister will visit India twice to build closer economic ties and take part in the G20, which will be hosted by India. Our positive security partnership will also develop when Prime Minister Modi visits Australia for the Quad Partnership meeting in 2023. Deputy Speaker, steps like the AIECTA, which is the slightly awkward acronym we're giving to this agreement, the AIECTA, will contribute to bridging gaps between our two nations as trading partners, but also more broadly as communities within the Indo-Pacific. I can say that as a West Australian, I'm really glad to represent a state that feels a natural connection to the Indian Ocean rim, and it's important that we recognise the significance and enormous potential of our cultural, diplomatic, defence and trade relationships with not just India but also Indonesia. On the current trajectory, it's likely that by 2045 India and Indonesia will be the third and fourth ranked global economies respectively. And while we understandably talk a lot about the significance, the economic significance of China as our largest trading partner, I think we sometimes forget the significance, or we undervalue and underemphasise the significance of both India and Indonesia. The reality is we've only just begun to explore the trade and investment opportunities between Australia and both of these critical Indo-Pacific partners. Just to take an example, the export of wine. I mean, we had a wine export to India that was in the hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, which of course unfortunately has been affected by the approach that China has chosen to take, a self-limiting and self-harming approach from the point of view of their consumers, but obviously a harmful approach from the point of view of Australian wine exporters. At the moment, total wine exports to India only total 20 million. So 20 million to India as compared to more than 500 million to China. That's why ensuring that we do even better than the agreement negotiated by the previous government with respect to wine is so important, because frankly, wine exporters in this country will tell you that it hasn't really opened the door for them in the way that they would like, and that's a market of enormous potential. I'm happy to say that India has been a shaping influence in my life. I did live in Maharashtra with my family for a year when I was 8. It was the first place I travelled under my own steam when I was 20. Indian history, or an aspect of Indian history, was a focus of my master's work at the University of Melbourne. I was fortunate to be an Asia Link scholar in New Delhi in 1999 and to visit again 20 years later in 2019 as the Deputy Chair of the Energy and Environment Committee. Indian migration is one of the strongest threads of new multicultural vibrancy in my electorate. There's no doubt about that. And I'm glad that the Western Australian Parliament, the McGowan government, includes 4 members with Indian heritage: Kevin Michelle, Dr. Jags Krishnan and Yasma Barakai, a very good friend of mine whose seat falls partly within the federal division of Fremantle. But Deputy Speaker, I want to turn briefly to the Australia-UK FTA and its enabling legislation. This agreement is Australia's most ambitious free trade agreement with any country other than New Zealand. It reflects the long-standing importance, quality and depth of the political, cultural and economic relationship between Australia and the UK, while setting a framework for future trade and cooperation. It comes at a significant time, obviously considering what's happened between the UK and the EU. It's provided us, as UK made the decision to Brexit, if that's the appropriate verb. It's given us the opportunity to settle this deal, and obviously we have the trade agreement under negotiation between ourselves and the EU, which will also be very significant. The bills before the House that we're debating here implement customs and tariff commitments made in both the trade agreements. Also critically, the administrative rules, penalties in respect to the export imports of goods and the agreed tariff rates. When this legislation passes, as I hope it will first here and then in the other place, and the agreement enters into force, it will mean, as the member for Page observed, that 99% of Australian goods by value will be able to enter the UK duty-free. For farmers and agricultural exporters to the UK, they will benefit in some areas, not in all areas, but in some areas, from a progressive reduction in tariff and barriers, making our exports more competitive, and the liberalisation of access in a range of areas much stronger, more attractive for Australian exporters. Beyond the welcome reduction of trade and investment barriers, there are a number of other outcomes which I'll indicate. This agreement has a world-first chapter dedicated to promoting innovation and an Australian-first chapter that looks to enhance women's access to the full benefits of trade and investment. These are features of what we call kind of WTO plus agreements. They go well past what was traditionally included in trade and investment agreements. They include commitments on tackling modern slavery and also on labour standards, which are important. Above all, Deputy Speaker, an element of this agreement which shines through, I think, which is distinctive, are provisions in the agreement to advance Indigenous interests and open new opportunities for First Nations exporters, and that was certainly a focus of the conversation in the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties. It's notable that the highest proportion of eligible resales of art, particularly First Nations art in the UK, have lacked the protection or the benefit of the kind of resale royalty arrangements that the previous Labor government put in place domestically here, and this agreement puts us on the path to ensure that those reciprocal arrangements will be in place so that Australian artists benefit when their work is resold. Other provisions include commitments from the UK to recognise the importance of genetic resources, traditional knowledge and cultural expression. These provisions are important for the agreement, but there's more work to be done. I'm sure everyone here will welcome the fact that the Foreign Minister has set out the Labor government's intention for there to be a specific First Nations foreign policy with a recruitment of an ambassador for First Nations people who will lead efforts to embed Indigenous perspectives, experiences and interests right across the full range of our external affairs engagements. In closing, Deputy Speaker, these two agreements have been years in the making. They've been years in the making. Through patient determination by Australia and strong collaboration between Australia and our partners, both India and the UK, they are the result of successful negotiations which have taken place over many years by hard-working officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and by ministers, past and present, the member Wannon here in the chamber. Their progress in negotiation through government, through parliament and the Treaties Committee, and now the enabling legislation in this place have enabled multi-partisan consideration, which is proper, and hopefully following this debate, the support in this House and support in the other place. As I noted earlier, the federal election in May caused a pause in the consideration of the agreements, one of which was only signed in April, but it's been appropriate that the government actually sought for the agreements to be dealt with properly and expeditiously. Those two things, properly and expeditiously, through the JSCOT, through the treaty agreement. There have been some people suggesting that's not been the case. That's absolutely what's happened, and it means that Australia delivers on our commitments and signals to our partners that this government is serious and committed to seeking far-reaching, ambitious trade agreements.
I thank the honourable member for Fremantle. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for Fremantle for his contribution to this debate. It's incredibly important that, as a parliament, that we are debating these bills today, because free trade is under threat right across the globe, and we have to be doing everything we can as a parliament to ensure that we continue to defend free trade principles. And one of the unique things about these two agreements, the India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement and the Australia-UK FTA, that they were both negotiated and concluded in an environment where protectionist pressures because of the pandemic were alive and building, and also where the global push was to be looking at more protectionist pressures rather than moving on further liberalisation. And I want to start by thanking the ministers that negotiated these agreements. The Indian agreement, my very good friend Piyush Goyal, because he was absolutely determined to negotiate the first major free trade agreement that India had done with a developed country in over a decade, and was prepared to put in the time and the effort to see that through, at a time when India was dealing with the pandemic, when India was dealing with enormous other challenges. He wanted to strengthen the relationship with Australia, and the time and effort he put in to making sure we reached agreement, all of Australia should thank him, and we owe him a great deal of gratitude. He had to negotiate and navigate the Indian bureaucracy to get us to the point where we could sign the agreement, and he had great support from Prime Minister Modi, who is a huge, huge fan of Australia.
And it was that combination of Prime Minister Modi and the Trade Minister Piyush Goyal that got us from the Indian side where we are today. And we need to thank them, but also we have to understand and make sure that we continue to grow that important relationship, which strategically is going to be crucial to us going forward. And there are many, many more things that we are going to be able to do with India over the coming decades to enhance and strengthen the relationship. And I'll go into some of the details of what we achieved with India through that agreement in a moment. But I also need to thank Liz Truss and Anne-Marie Trevelyan on the UK side, because having come out of the EU, they were absolutely determined, with the support of Prime Minister Johnson, to make sure that they negotiated free trade agreements which set a benchmark for the United Kingdom having left Europe. And they absolutely did that. And Liz Truss, in particular, had a passion and an understanding of the importance of free trade. And it was her stewardship on the UK side which got us to the point where we can say in this parliament today that that agreement is the best free trade agreement that Australia has done outside that of the one that we've done New Zealand. It fits perfectly with the closeness of the relationship that we have with the United Kingdom. And once again, it was done at a time where strategic headwinds were blowing in very different ways to where they were a decade ago, yet they ensured that we got a free trade agreement that will benefit both economies and both peoples in the years to come. Now, when it comes to the India Free Trade Agreement, one of the things which is incredibly important is how it enabled us to diversify our exports in ways where we were particularly vulnerable for those who might seek to use coercion against us to force us to change our policy approach. And it enabled us to strengthen our exports when it comes to areas like coal, where we had seen economic coercion used against Australia, where it came to seafood, in particular lobster, where it came to wine. And I know that there has been some criticism about what we were able to achieve on wine when it comes to India. But the most important thing is it has given us a foothold into the Indian market that no other country has. We get preferential access into the Indian market that no other wine-producing country has. So it enables us to build Australian wine into the Indian market, and hopefully over time we'll be able to do that, and then we will be able to argue the case of why we should be getting greater preferential treatment. It enables us to get those critical minerals and rare earths into the Indian market, and that will enable us to diversify supply chains in those key areas. And as we all know, those supply chains at the moment are dominated by China, and it is very, very important for the globe that we are able to diversify those key supply chains in critical minerals and rare earths into the future. And this agreement with India will enable us to do it. And that should never be underestimated. When it comes to LNG, we've got a bound tariff of 0%. Tariffs on pharmaceutical products and certain medical devices will be eliminated over 5 and 7 years. On sheep meat, the tariff goes on entry into force. When it comes to avocados, onions, broad and kidney beans, cherries, shelled pistachios, macadamias, cashews in shell, blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, they will all be eliminated over a period of 7 years. And we have to understand this is giving us preferential access to a market of 1.4 billion people. It is the largest country on the world by head of population, and it is the fastest growing large economy in the world. So the opportunities and potential of this agreement are enormous. It sits in the background of what we've been able to achieve with India through the Quad, and it now backs that up with a strengthening of the economic relationship. And I can't wait for the day that this agreement goes through this parliament and enters into force, because it will tick the box on something that Australia has been trying to achieve with India for over a decade. And as I discussed on the phone recently with my good friend Piyush Goyal, we look forward to, when this agreement goes through the parliament and the deal comes into the force, having a quiet celebratory virtual drink so that we can acknowledge the hard work that has been done by both sides to get this agreement to where it is. And can I conclude, when it comes to Australia and India FTA, by thanking the hard-working officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and right across the Australian bureaucracy who've put countless hours of work, days and months into this agreement. But Frances Lisson in particular, the way she led the team at DFAT through the last 6 months of this negotiation, where we were working long into the night, night after night after night, to ensure that we got this agreement, being prepared to travel to India through the pandemic, making sure that we left no stone unturned in ensuring that we got an agreement that was very much in Australia's national interests. And to Frances and her team, I thank you very, very much. When it comes to the UK FTA, this is something that, once again, personally, was something that I was very, very keen to achieve, because this agreement rights a wrong that occurred in 1973. And as a young boy growing up on a farm in Australia, I remember clearly, it's one of my earliest memories, of the time where the UK turned their back on Australian agriculture. They headed to the European Union and they left Australian agriculture high and dry. The UK had been our market, our major market, and that is where we'd sent most of our agricultural produce. And when the UK headed to the EU, they left Australia high and dry. So to be able to get an agreement now which rights this wrong is incredibly important for Australian agriculture. And what were we able to achieve? We've got tariffs on Australian wine reduced. They are removed when it enters into force. That is a $43 million benefit to the Australian wine industry. For beef, we've got a tariff-free quota of 35,000 tonnes on entry into force, and over time that goes to free trade. For sheep meat, a tariff-free quota of 25,000 tonnes, which over time goes to free trade. For sugar, a tariff-free quota of 80,000 tonnes, which then goes to free trade. Dairy tariffs eliminated over 5 years. Right across the agriculture sector we see benefits. Short and medium grain rice, olive oil, honey, nuts, wheat, barley and other cereals, fruit and vegetables, all are beneficiary. But also when it comes to the UK, they also benefit from access to the Australian market. But the UK benefiting for access to the Australian market also means our consumers benefit when it comes to cars, whisky, machinery parts. We all benefit as well because we get cheaper access to those very high-quality, good products from the UK, which is important. This agreement also helps build the bonds between Australia and the UK by ensuring that young people in both countries are able to travel and work in each other's countries. And this is incredibly important because we've got to make sure young Australians and young Brits know and understand the importance of the relationship between our two countries, and being able to go and travel and to work and holiday for up to 3 years for those under 35, so it's been lifted from 30 to 35 and from 2 to 3 years, means that young Australians will get to know and understand the importance of these agreements, and that should not be underestimated. This agreement also will help the UK as it looks to trade more with the Indo-Pacific, and it opens up the enormous opportunity for them of joining CPTPP, obviously the gold standard agreement of the Indo-Pacific. And the UK will, through what it's been able to do with us, be able to ensure that it gets access to CPTPP, which will mean that it will be able to trade more freely into the Indo-Pacific. Can I conclude, Deputy Speaker, by saying these bills are important because they set our economy up with two major global economies, the Indian economy and the UK economy. They also strengthen the bonds between Australia and India and Australia and the UK. And they build on incredibly important relationships which have been developed at the personal level. Prime Minister Morrison and Prime Minister Modi. Before that, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Abbott. And I hope that Prime Minister Albanese and Prime Minister Modi will be able to build a similar relationship. And then, similarly, when it came to the UK-Australia FTA, that close personal relationship between Prime Minister Morrison and Prime Minister Johnson, which helped us be able to get this outcome. And once again, I hope that Prime Minister Albanese and Prime Minister Rishi Sunak will be able to build a similarly close relationship, because in the current geostrategic climate, our relationships with India and the UK are incredibly important. And I'll finish on this note, Deputy Speaker. One of the things that I would love to see our government build on going forward, and when I say our government, the Australian government, I've always seen trade very much in a bipartisan lens, is for us to look at where we go next. And one of the things I'd like to see us begin to sow the seeds on is whether we could develop a free trade agreement between Australia, India, the US and Japan. A Quad free trade agreement, I think, is the next big picture in our trade policy going forward. Thank you.
Shadow Minister, the question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Kennedy has the call.
Madam Speaker, I wish to move amendments. Do I do that at this stage or later?
Later. The member for Kennedy will have an opportunity later. Call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much.
Apologies to the member for Kooyong.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to be able to speak to this bill on behalf of the electorate of Kooyong. India is the world's largest democracy and it has the world's fastest growing major economy. In 2020, India was Australia's 7th largest trading partner, with two-way trade valued at over $24 billion. Victoria contains more Australians of Indian origin than any other state, almost 277,000 in the 2021 census. Kooyong includes many families in which one or both parents were born in India, and a large number of students and single people hoping or planning to make their permanent homes in this country. Many have told me that greater closeness and cooperation between our countries would give them a stronger sense of inclusion and acceptance in our community, and ideally facilitate their own trade relationships and business dealings with India. They have also, though, described real challenges with paperwork and regulation in trying to establish businesses in India from Australia. This legislation will strengthen our relationship with India while making Australian exports to India cheaper and creating new opportunities for workers and for businesses. The legislation will eliminate tariffs on more than 85% of Australian goods exported to India. Conversely, 96% of Indian goods imported to Australia will be rendered duty-free by this legislation. The bill will reduce tariffs on products such as Australian wine and sheep meat, fruit and vegetables. This is clearly an advantage for primary producers. Before the pandemic, India was Australia's second largest source of international students, with Indian students contributing about $6 billion to our export market. The Australian Group of 8 member universities has welcomed this trade agreement, given the exciting opportunity to facilitate educational exchange opportunities with Indian students. The legislation includes provisions for a $25 million project to deepen space cooperation with India, which is particularly pertinent to my electorate, and $28 million to launch a Centre for Australia-India Relations. The research relationship between our two countries is strong. Between 2017 and 2021, there were more than 14,500 Australian-Indian research co-publications. Important areas of research collaboration between India and Australia include medicine, engineering and social science. Swinburne, a university located in my electorate, has multiple student exchanges with India and accepts many Indian students, particularly to its robotics and space programs. Extension of these Australia-India research collaborations should include innovations to expand these research pipelines. Under this legislation, both countries will facilitate local recognition of professional qualifications and their registration. Having experienced at first-hand the paperwork and administrative challenges described by my Kooyong constituents in trying to register their overseas business and in personally trying to register overseas trained doctors in my previous career, I'm able to testify to the frustration and delays inherent in that process. The resources sector will benefit from the elimination of tariffs on critical minerals and metallic ores in this trade agreement. We have reserves in Australia of at least 21 of the 49 critical minerals identified by the Indian government as being necessary for its industries: cobalt, zircon, antimony, lithium and rare earth elements, as well as tantalum. In the southern Indian states, such as Tamil Nadu, which is well known for automotive manufacturing, as well as its renewable energy capacity, these critical Australian minerals could pave the way for the transition towards electric vehicle manufacture and to clean energy production, respectively. I have to say, though, that one area of concern is how this legislation will affect our fossil fuel exports. Australia's fossil fuel energy exports in 2021 included $63 billion worth of coal, $10 billion worth of oil and $50 billion worth of gas, with India accounting for $14 billion of our coal exports. This represents 11% of Australia's total fossil energy exports and 22% of Australia's coal exports. Under this new legislation, liquid gas tariffs will stay at 0% upon entry into force. The 25% tariff on coal will also drop to 0. The prospect of 0 tariffs on coal and gas and no tariffs for 5 years on oil under this free trade agreement will likely increase our exports of coal and gas from Australia to meet increased energy demand in India. In recent years, we've seen that the effects of climate change in India have included extreme events, such as heatwaves and floods. These have caused several Indian states to experience power outages in recent years. Depending on the weather and on the availability of alternative energy sources, demand for imported thermal coal may well rise too. We have a responsibility here. Emissions from coal mined in Australia but exported and burnt overseas were almost double our domestic greenhouse gas footprint in 2020. While that might work for the purposes of dodgy accounting, we all end up breathing the same atmosphere. We need to take responsibility for the climate impact of our exports. The only reference to climate in the 111-page explanatory memorandum from this bill said that both countries committed to continue to collaborate on climate change. There are no references to climate impact in the bill itself. This is grossly inadequate. The detail of trade agreements like this one have to be examined with a climate filter, a climate trigger, in the same way that we look at their compatibility with human rights. The Australia-India Energy Partnership can play a larger role in a low-carbon world. To meet its growing energy requirements, India has set ambitious clean energy targets, including meeting 50% of its energy requirements through renewable energy and the rapid expansion of electric mobility to 30% of all of its vehicles by 2030. Those targets, we can note, are more ambitious than our own. Australia is in a prime position to assist India to achieve its clean energy goals through the supply of critical minerals. Renewable energy investments, particularly in solar, wind and green hydrogen, are expected to grow and gain traction in India in the coming years. Australia should help to meet this demand. Our relationship with India needs to be built on trust, on common interest and on mutual benefit. This legislation is a move in the right direction towards a stronger and more cohesive relationship with one of our most important trade partners. But we need to look also actively for ways to accelerate India's development of a clean energy infrastructure, to meet its growing energy demands in the short term and to prepare in the long term for a transition that does the right thing by both countries and for our climate.
I thank the member for Kooyong and I call the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I won't detain the House long. There are two matters that I wish to speak to with respect to the Customs Amendment Australia-United States Free Trade Agreement Implementation Bill. The first is the unfortunate removal of the 88-day farm work clause for backpackers, and the second is the failure to remedy the long-standing unfair treatment of UK pensioners who are living in Australia. Australia's unemployment rate remains at historically low levels, 3.5%. It's the lowest rate in 48 years and is effectively full-time employment. Now, that's a good thing in some respects, in many respects, but it has created an increasingly tight labour market with high demand for engaging and retaining workers, particularly in the regions. And consequently, it's become increasingly difficult for employers to find and attract staff. Agriculture in the regions is particularly affected, and this information is not new, and certainly it's many news stories. Just recently I was hearing about a mango farm in the Northern Territory. Could not get workers. All this fruit is rotting on the ground. Now, I and others in this place have talked time and time again about the difficulty that farmers experience in trying to get people to come and pick their fruit and vegetables. So really, to me, it's beyond comprehension that despite the need that this matter, the overwhelming awareness for the need of workers in the region, yet we've removed one provision that assists our farmers right now. And that is that those who are backpackers are required to spend some time on farm. I also think it's brilliant because otherwise we have people come and visit Australia and they spend all their time in the cities and they never actually get out to the regions. Now, my electorate, this is going to affect my strawberry farmers, it's going to affect my apple and pear farmers, it's going to certainly affect the cherry farmers, as well as aquaculture, oyster farmers right across, particularly on Kangaroo Island. In South Australia, Mayo is very much the food bowl. We grow some of the best Brussels sprouts in Australia, the best leeks, but we need people to pick them. And so this provision is going to make it even harder for farmers to get hands to pick the work. The other issue that I would like to talk about is with respect to the UK pensions. Now, I'm reminded every month by constituents that receive a UK pension but who live in Australia and have lived in Australia for decades. They've worked in the UK, they're entitled to a UK pension. But the moment they receive that pension, that pension is stopped. It is does not increase at all as the years go on. And so I meet with people who receive just $20 of a UK pension because there's no increments. And this is really unfair. And for more than 70 years, pensioners who qualify for the UK age pension but live in Australia have had those pension payments frozen at the level that the first pension amount was made. The organisation, the British Pensions of Australia Incorporated, have calculated the result of the UK freezing the pension entitlement to recipients who live in Australia is estimated to be around $500 million every year in lost foreign currency transfers into the economy and $180 million in extra payments that are made by Centrelink because of it. The policy to freeze was introduced in 1964 when a new UK insurance scheme was set up with improved benefits. Pensioners who had already moved overseas would not contribute to the new scheme, so their pensions were frozen. All UK pensioners now in Australia have compulsorily contributed to the new scheme, but the policy remains. However, there are exceptions. If you emigrated to the United States or the EU, Israel, Philippines, Serbia or Turkey, your pension would continue to lift. This is unfair and should have been remedied by the free trade agreement. So they're just two comments I'd like to make. You're going to make it much harder for farmers, and we really missed an opportunity for people who are Australians who are receiving the UK pension. Thank you.
I thank the member for Mayo. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I really want to thank the Parliament for the genuinely thoughtful contributions, those that I've heard in the chamber this afternoon, the member for Page, the member for Fremantle, the members for Wannon, Kooyong and Mayo. Now, I'm not known for quoting the member for Page, but this is a really good day and a really important day for the Parliament. It might be the only time. And I think, Deputy Speaker, we've heard from a real variety of members of Parliament this afternoon, and notwithstanding some issues raised by the member for Mayo and the member for Kooyong, there is support for the agreement that's coming, the agreements that are coming before the Parliament. And it's really important that we make a note of that. A lot of the coverage of Australian politics would suggest that we spend all of our time as members of Parliament at war with one another, but actually the quiet work of this Parliament is crucially important. And the member for Wannon made some generous comments about the genuine bipartisanship that the two major parties have around, generally around trade matters. And that's really important, and I think you've seen that in the way that a lot of the negotiation and work that was done under the previous Parliament has flowed seamlessly into this Parliament, and even under a new government we've been able to make very quick action and closure to these agreements. So I'm very lucky in my role as Home Affairs Minister because all of the hard work of free trade is done by other people, but the bills sit in my portfolio, so I get to do the nice bit at the end, which is bringing closure to the debate and talking a little bit about why these agreements do matter so much for our country. Deputy Speaker, there is no question that Australia's future prosperity depends on our economy staying internationally competitive. And one of the most important things that the Australian government can do for our economy and for businesses is provide brilliant opportunities for them to sell into new markets. The agreements that are before the House are agreements between Australia and the United Kingdom and Australia and India, both enormously important partners of our country as we progress into the future decades. It's really important to, Deputy Speaker, that the Parliament notes that the environment for Australia from a security point of view, from an economic point of view, as we look to the decades ahead, is going to be much more challenging than it has been in previous decades. And one of the best things that we can do for our country, one of the best things we can do to make our country stronger, is help our trade diversify into new markets and into new products. And the agreements that are before us, that the Parliament today are going to assist us to do this. On the UK agreement, there are two customs bills before the House which implement Australia's obligations under that agreement. This agreement is a gold standard trade agreement. We already have a very healthy trading relationship with the UK, and this agreement will enhance that strong economic partnership. It will drive increased trade, two-way investment, economic growth and job creation. It will build on the very strong and, of course, very lengthy people-to-people links through measures designed to increase the mobility of skilled workers and young people in both directions. It will contribute to Australia's export diversification and economic recovery from COVID-19. When it enters into force, over 99% of Australian goods exports will enter the UK duty-free, a huge achievement for our country. That includes sheep meat, beef, dairy, sugar and wine. Australian consumers will also benefit from increasing access to competitively priced goods and exposure to new technologies and innovative practices. It will boost efficiency, reduce costs and cut red tape. It also sets out the framework for cooperation on a much broader range of environmental issues, which is of course very important to the Australian people, and that includes support for a transition to a lower carbon and more climate resilient economies on both sides of the agreement. Speaker, on India, this is of course a very, very important partner for Australia as we look ahead to the future. The India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement will be a very important driver of deepening that relationship. It will secure Australia's foothold in the world's fastest growing major economy and again represent significant new trade diversification opportunities. It will enable Australian businesses to unlock or expand their operations into a market of nearly 1.5 billion consumers with a GDP of $4.3 trillion. Under the IA-ECTA, 90% of Australian goods exports by value to India will enter without tariffs, and high tariffs will be slashed on additional products such as wine. This is a very commercially significant agreement for us, worth up to $14.8 billion in merchandise trade destined for the Indian market each year. And the agreement also provides certainty to support Australian services, suppliers and professionals which are doing business in India, currently our third largest export services market. Deputy Speaker, I want to just make a quick note while we're on discussion of India. As the member for Kooyong pointed out, this is an enormously important community for us here in Australia, and especially in my hometown of Melbourne and even in my electorate of Hotham. Our vibrant, thriving, growing Indian community are one of the biggest assets that our country has, and what I see with my Indian community locally is a group of incredibly passionate Australians who are pushing us to recognise and see and deliver on the huge economic benefits there are to closer collaboration with India. So I'm very thrilled to be playing a small part in an agreement which will see some of that come to life. Finally, Speaker, I want to just acknowledge the work of very many people across this parliament and the Australian government who have helped bring the agreements before us to this point. We have the member for Wannon, who was previously the Trade Minister here in the parliament, and I acknowledge the amount of work and effort that went into preparing these agreements. I want to acknowledge, of course, Senator Don Farrell in the other place, who is our current Trade Minister, who has done an absolute power of work in the last 6 months, bringing a number of agreements to closure, and I know there's a lot more work to be done on that front. I also want to acknowledge the member for Fremantle. He spoke as chair of the Treaties Committee. We have a really good way of dealing with free trade agreements in this parliament. Of course, everyone in this chamber would acknowledge that free trade brings winners and losers and costs and benefits, and the Treaties Committee is a really important way of us examining these agreements and making sure that they do deliver for the country. The ones before us, I think, without question, are going to be enormously beneficial, and I'm very proud to be presenting these bills to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Speaker, on indulgence, I forgot to mention Elizabeth Bowes. I mentioned Francis Lisson, who was the Chief Negotiator on India. I would just like to take this opportunity to mention Elizabeth Bowes as well and her team on the UK FTA, because she also did an outstanding job, and given the bipartisan nature of this, I thought I would just take that opportunity.
So thank you, Shadow Minister. I will now put the question, and the question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those, the member for Kennedy.
I'm wishing to move some amendments.
You'll have an opportunity to do that in the fourth bill. I'll call it on, and you'll have an opportunity to move your amendments. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Yes. Rick, yes. Leave is granted.
Thank you. I'll call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
I'll call it on.
I'm sorry, I've beaten to it. I beg your pardon.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Customs Tariff Amendment, India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement Implementation Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I'll put the question. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those that have been say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, the bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately.
Leave is granted.
Thank you. The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. The question is that this bill be now read a third time.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've been informed that I'm entitled to move amendments, right? If we're moving in a third reading, I don't do amendments in third reading. I've also been informed. So could you explain to me where I actually get up to move my amendments?
Member for Kennedy, your amendments, I'm informed,
Listen
relate
to people
to
that are in charge, which is more than you do, so shut up.
Sorry. My understanding, the member for Moreton is interfering. The member for Moreton, I have been informed that the member for Kennedy will be moving amendments to the fourth bill. I will call you when I call that bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
So is leave granted for the third reading? The Minister.
So we're moving on? Yep. Okay, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
Just call this one.
Can you call it on? Thank you.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Treasury Laws Amendment, Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement Implementation Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, the bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. I'll now put call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All of those that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
The question is that this bill be now read. Oh, okay. Please.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Customs Amendment, Australia-United Kingdom Free Trade Agreement Implementation Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, I move the we get 48 pieces of paper here which achieve nothing except my confusion, Madam Speaker. I move the amendment circulated in my name, Madam Speaker, and one of these amendments hasn't been circulated.
The member for Kennedy has the call.
Madam Speaker, it's unbelievable to me that the government, when they knew, the last government, that if they proceeded with this bill, it would put the country areas at an enormous disadvantage. the people in this place, quite rightly, put in previous agreements as far as backpackers coming to Australia, they had to serve time in country areas. Now, this bill removes that requirement effectively for United Kingdom migrants. Now, they speak English, have a cultural background very similar to our own, and for various other reasons, they make very good backpackers, the people coming in from Ireland, Scotland, Wales and England. They comprise the bulk of our backpackers and fit in very well with another group of people, the Japanese, who also have very similar cultural backgrounds to Australia. And we have a wonderful banana picking competition, and all the various foreign groups have their place in the stands at the banana picking processing competition, and it's a really wonderful evening. Now, what you've done here is effectively take out the United Kingdom areas completely. They vanish because there's no way they're going to go to a place they've never heard of before in their life when they can go to Sydney and hang around on Bondi Beach. And that is what has happened in the past, and that's what's going to happen now as a result of this legislation. And, you know, I have never, in 50 years as a Member of Parliament, seen a place that is so completely out of step with the people of Australia. You don't seem to understand that over 1 person in 3 did not vote for you in the last election. This has never happened before in the nation's history. Has it changed you in any way? Absolutely not. I don't see a single change in direction in the new government from the last government's direction. Yeah, might be a little more kind to we union representatives, undoubtedly, but we're not talking about any substantial change here. Now, with this legislation, I represent about 6-7% of Australia's fruit and vegetable production. And thanks to your free trade deals, we're now, and have been for 10 years, a net importer of fruit and vegetables. Do you take any cognizance of that fact? No. I have never heard a single person in this place get up and say that it's a disgrace that that stupid fellow that led a party that I was once associated with, walking around saying, we're going to be the food bowl of Asia. We'll be the begging bowl of Asia. And I'll come to that in a moment, Madam Speaker. But I went out to visit Johnny Gambino, one of the outstanding rural leaders in Australia. He got the welfare payments for farmers, which will enable them to hold the banks off. Something like 1 farmer in 5 is now on his farm because of those welfare payments. And they were delivered to this place by the Rural Action Council of Reith, which is the same area that gave us the Labor movement in Australia, the home of Red Ted Theodore, the founder of the Labor movement in this country. So what an outstanding area. But I visited John, he's 82 or 83 I think at the time, and I said, where is he? He's down picking mangoes. At 82 he's down picking mangoes. At 82 he's down picking mangoes. So I go down the bottom of the paddock and there's a line of mangoes about 200 or 300 metres long, about up to my waist in height. Because we couldn't sell them because someone shot their mouth off about China, and China cut off our mango imports. They cut off $39 billion worth of trade. What was the value of your free trade agreement? It's a load of rubbish. It was just a joke. When one company wanted to ignore it, then that country does. America just decided aluminium prices were down. Well, they wouldn't have any aluminium in there. I mean, again, just the whole thing is a mockery. It's a nice little piece of paper. It's enabled a lot of public servants to have nice holidays overseas, and people are coming here. And when Tony Abbott stood up in this place and led the cheering with the free trade deal with China, I said, his time is numbered. He will not be here in 6 months' time. And I said that to my colleague from Tasmania, and he said, you reckon, eh? I said, yeah. And in 3 months he was gone. because the people of Australia don't listen to your rubbish about free trade. They know it's farcical. Now, I'll get very detailed, Madam Speaker. My parliamentary officer sent a photo of Blackjack McEwen and Red Ted Theodore. McEwen said the most important thing in government is getting it right. Theodore epitomised getting it right. Theodore arguably took ownership of all the surface lands of Queensland, built the means of production. The government built the means of production. He then doled out the land to the ordinary people of Australia. Men who worked in the mines became owners of cattle stations. Cane cutters became cane farmers. Railway workers became dairy farmers. Mine workers became mine owners. All this facilitated by government building the dairy factories, the sugar mills, the meatworks. Not your free market economic nationalists, men that were determined to build their country. Today, the economic nationalism of Theodore and McEwen has been replaced by a creeping corporate colonisation introduced by the economic rationalists. They reimposed upon us 19th century laissez-faire capitalism. And it's a pity the schools didn't teach some of our kids their history, because if they knew what free trade leads to, it leads to little kids at 12 working in factories. In this new free market world, we have what the ALP-LNP axis calls economic freedom. In the economic rationalists' Alice in Wonderland world, the rule of law in the economy and commercial world, the rule of law is replaced, of course, by fang and claw. The big corporate sharks now can eat the little fishes. The problem for Australia is that except for Woolworths and Coles, Australia doesn't have any big sharks, so we get eaten, Madam Speaker. The outcome for Australia has been disastrous. The biggest export earner for Australia for every one of the last 200 years was wool. In 1990, it was still Australia's biggest export earner, earning more than coal. The free marketeers, Paul Keating and Peter Costello, deregulated the wool industry. 72% of the industry is gone. 72% of sheep herd is gone. So there you go. You wrecked the biggest and best industry that we ever had in this country. You wrecked it. The Australian motor vehicle industry in the 70s and 80s supplied 72% of our motor vehicles. Proud Australians proudly drove in Australian motor vehicles. 72% of the cars in Australia were built in Australia. Your house was built out of cement, galvanised iron and steel. 100% of these items were provided by Australian industry. House construction is now far from 100% Australian, and not a single motor vehicle is built in Australia. Australia, with a dozen oil refineries, supplied all its own petrol and diesel. Now only 3% of our fuel comes from Australia's refineries. Your stove, your air conditioner, your TV, your fridge, all were made in Australia. Now they're not. And as far as the fuel goes, you've decided it's a better idea to send $40 billion overseas every year to buy fuel than to produce it ourselves, which we can do. And the crossbench is going to show you that we can do it, that you don't have to buy a single ounce of fuel from overseas. We can produce it all ourselves. Well, you can't do it, but we'll show you how to do it. Whilst the price of metals and minerals have tripled in the last decade, Australia gets no benefit, even though over 2/3 of our exports are mining. This is because where 20 years ago, 4 of Australia's big 5 mining companies were Australian-owned. 4 of the big 5 are now foreign-owned. So the 300% increase in mineral prices does not benefit Australia at all. In fact, over the last 8 or 9 years, mine wages have actually fallen from nearly $200,000 a year to around $130,000 a year. And the much maligned CFMEU, trying desperately to hold on to them, hasn't received much help from the ALP, I can assure you. The CFMEU war cry, do we work to live or do we live to work? The latter proposition has been imposed upon mine workers, so not only is their wages going down, but they have FIFO mining, predominates, destroying family life, sport, recreation. Your son is playing rugby league, your daughter's in the school play. Dad or mum is not there to see it. Australia's rural industries have been for 100 or 200 years wool, cattle, grain, cane, with Australia always being self-sufficient in fruit and vegetables. In times of crisis, agriculture crisis, ameliorative measures were provided by old Labor, not the current Labor Party, old Labor, and successive country party governments. 30 years ago, the free market paradigm was imposed, not competition policy. Ameliorative intervention was abolished. So now, whenever rural industries take a hit, fire, flood, drought, market crash, where once the government intervened to help the farmers restore their numbers, their cultivation land, this does not now happen. Concessional loans, delayed repayments, always were repaid, creating profits for government, and restored the agricultural economy. Sheep numbers are down 72%, cattle are down 23%, the dairy herd following deregulation is down 17%, cane production following deregulation and Australia's failure to move to ethanol has fallen 15%, and with fruit and vegetables, believe it or not, Australia has become a net importer of fruit and vegetables, and has been for nearly a decade. Mining, in contrast, has boomed production, but the benefits go overseas. Farming going down, 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 secondary industry gone. What a wonderful success story you free marketeers have had. And the storybooks are going to tell the story, and the names of every one of you will be in those storybooks. You did this to your country. You did this to your country, and you won't escape. As a published historian, I can tell you, you won't escape. The two major political parties are rife with free marketeers and lily-pad lefties. Be assured that the lily-pad lefties are alive and well in the Liberal Party as well as Labor. So what do we do about all of this? I wrote with all humility a book, which many described as the best book they've ever read. Nasty people, please, nasty people say this may well have been because the kind of people that read your book have probably never read a book before. This, of course, meant to be an insult, is rather powerful praise for them and the book. The book starts with the Colquhoun holding up British settlement for 60 years. Many died, but they ensured that many whitefellas died as well. The rivers and creeks, landmarks of my homeland, the Greater Cloncurry area, tell the story. Fiery Creek, Massacre Creek, Spear Creek, Mistake Creek, Rifle Creek, Gunpowder Creek, Battle Mountain, Police Creek. A tragic story, yes, but a story of great patriotism and heroism. The second part of this book is the Labor movement. A young worker in his 20s was sent down a mine for the third time in his life to what would be certain death. He survived and formed a union. 2 others died. Within 13 years, he had taken over Queensland. Within 2 decades, he had control of Australia. Theodore's Labor, and after the split, McEwen's Country Party, went on to create from the most barren, God-forsaken country on earth. By 1970, Australia became the third richest nation in the world. I find the story of the Colquhouns, the first Australians from whom my hometown was founded, the story of Theodore, the story of my battalion, the 49th, one of the 3 battalions, outnumbered on Kokoda 15 to 1, outgunned machine guns 600 to 1. Truly this warrants the sobriquet of that book, an incredible race of people. In the recent elections, 1 in 3 Australians voted for the Labor Party, 1 in 3 voted for the Liberal Party, but over 1 in 3 rejected the Labor-Liberal axis, free market economics. But maybe not virtual morality, the latest intellectual fashion trend. Currently the virtual morality is now we must save the planet. When I was at university, the intellectual fashion statement of the day was communism. Communism would overthrow the ruling class and money would go to the people. This paradigm went quickly out of fashion when we, the university graduates, became the ruling class. We took the money that was supposed to go to the people. It was a little sad that whilst we were all out touting Mao Zedong's Little Red Book, at the same time Mao was busily murdering 48 million people. I submit we may be making some similar mistakes now. In the recent federal elections, 1 in 3 Australians managed to get 15 members in this parliament. The famous 15 marched to an entirely different drum. And entirely different drums between them, but an entirely different drum.
The honourable member's time has expired. I thank the member for Kennedy. Is the amendment seconded?
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I second the member for Kennedy's amendment, and he is indeed a passionate supporter of rural and regional Australia. He does draw to our attention, though, a very important concern in regard to the removal of the 88-day farm work clause for backpackers visiting Australia. And in listening to the member for Kennedy, I guess I would say that what he paints as such an extraordinary picture of rural and regional Australia is a place that it would be of enormous benefit for backpackers from the United Kingdom to come and experience. And indeed, the member for Wannon made a similar point about travelling and working in each other's countries is so important as a cultural exchange. But more important than that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we are now in an environment with an historically low level of workers out in rural and regional Australia. We've got the highest worker shortages that we've experienced in a very, very long time. And this isn't just an immaterial thing. This is an incredibly important thing when we look at our food production. The member for Mayo described quite powerfully the impact this has on things like our cherry crops, on our viticulture, on our cattle production. The role that international backpackers play is important, but the member for Kennedy hasn't just described a problem. He's actually come forward with some really important propositions, I think, and one is that before this is enacted, before we do remove this 88-day farm work clause, there needs to be some serious investigation about the impact this will have on farm workforce, so I applaud him for that. But he also suggests that if this change to our visas proceed, then we need to see from our government some serious and targeted investment into an advertising program that makes it clear to our international backpackers that there's real opportunity, real experience and a real need for them to come out into rural and regional Australia. He highlights that it could be very easy for international backpackers just to arrive in Sydney and spend all their time on Bondi Beach. And I think while Bondi is a great place to be, to get out into northern Queensland, to come into my electorate of Indi, to get around rural and regional Australia is an experience that's extremely important. But more than that, it's really valuable to our farming communities. So I second this amendment from the member for Kennedy and thank him for raising this concern here in the House.
I thank the member for Indi. The original question, I'll call the Minister.
If I could just speak briefly to the amendment, Deputy Speaker. So let me just make a brief statement on behalf of the government, and I want to thank the member for Kennedy for his contribution there, thoughtfully expressed, and I know very long-standing positions of the member for Kennedy. And the member talked about some of his critiques of the discussion about trade in Australia, and actually there's a lot in his comments there that I agree with. I think there has been far too much ideology in these discussions and not enough common sense. I do think the agreements before us pass the test. There are huge benefits here for Australia and huge benefits for agriculture and for our regional and rural parts of our country. If I can say something brief, I think it's important to note that the stage we're at with this agreement, the agreement has been concluded with the UK. It's not something the government will be supporting at this very late stage of the discussion to make a change on the floor of the parliament as this works its way through. I'm very conscious of the big picture problem that the member for Kennedy raises here about labour shortages in rural and regional Australia. They're acute, they're real, and they are very certainly affecting the lives of the people that we represent in this parliament. The member will be aware that there has been a very large amount of work done on this problem since the new government came to power in May. I want to just refer, we have processed literally millions of visas. When we arrived in office, there were 1 million visas sitting in the system, no plan to process them, and that situation is changing quite quickly. The Pacific Island Labour Mobility Scheme will be an important part of the solution here. We've got a work and holiday program associated with the Indonesia trade agreement, which continues to grow, and I believe there's over 5,000 positions available under that. And I just conclude by making the final point that the agreement that we've made with the UK involves some trade-offs. While there are aspects of the agreement that the member for Kennedy raises issue with, it's important to note there are other parts of the agreement that will actually significantly increase the labour supply coming to Australia from the UK. So I understand the points of view that are being raised here. I'm very respectful of them, but the government will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
I thank the Minister. The member for Kennedy.
Just make the observation that people coming in from a lot of these countries are not fitting in at all well, and we're having shocking problems with a lot of these groups. I just wanted the attention of the Minister, Madam Speaker. Minister, if I could just point out that...
Can the member for Kennedy take his seat? You've already had an opportunity to speak, so I'm going to put the question. The original question... The question is before the chamber. I'm going to put the question. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kennedy has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. The original question was that this bill be now read. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. All of those say no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Ayes have it. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Okay, the question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'm putting that question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
The question is that this... The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and the member for Kennedy has the call.
The amendment circulated in my name, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. Does the member for Kennedy seek the call?
Yes, I seek the call.
The member for Kennedy has the call.
Madam Speaker, I just want to answer the statements in moving the second amendment, which is very similar to the first amendment. I want to make the point to the minister that, we're bringing these people in from a lot of countries that are very, very different than Australia. We already have a lot of them coming in, and we're having enormous difficulties. It's just not as simple as bringing people in. You bring them in from Japan or the United Kingdom or a lot of European countries, and they're at home, they're comfortable, and the people are comfortable with them. But that's not a universal position. And the loss of those really very good, as we believe, people from the United Kingdom is very, very serious. Now, I quote the person who is at the centre of probably the workers coming in. Mick Nasser owns a very big hotel in North Queensland, fifth generation pioneer family from the area, very famous because he was the bloke that took that terrible rugby league player and turned him into the greatest player in Australia. So he's very famous, this gentleman. But he has 100 backpackers at his hotel, and he's the bloke you ring up when you're short of somebody. And he has a very, very good knowledge of the working situation. And he says, as a result of this, all the workers that we actually want and need and use will now be residing at Bondi Beach in Sydney. They won't even know we exist. And as my colleague, the honourable member from down near the Murray River, has pointed out, that is what is going to happen. But I just want to continue, if I could, on some general things that appertain to what is going on here, Madam Speaker. Tony Abbott, the Prime Minister, walked into this place and led the clapping for the free China free trade deal. And I observed to my colleague from Tasmania that he just wrote his own death warrant. He won't be here in 6 months' time. I didn't notice there was any enthusiasm for the crossbenchers for this wonderful happening. And of course it was a joke. They took $39 billion away from us because we made a comment that they didn't like. $39 billion worth of trade vanished, so much for the value of free trade. But going back to Tony Abbott, within 3 months he was gone. The bloke was completely out of step with the people of Australia. They don't want this rubbish. and you just keep foisting upon them. And they just, in Sydney, they watch the plastic factories go. They watch the glass factories go. They watch Bond's underwear, 5,000 jobs go. They watch job after job go in Sydney. It's been infinitely worse in country areas, Madam Speaker. And you keep getting up, Tom, it's going to be good for them. Well, you've had 30 years for it to be good for us. I don't notice any benefits that have flowed. I don't know any benefits that have flowed. The country is now no longer a mining country. Mining country sells metals. Our country mines it out of the ground, and we don't sell metals. We mine out of the ground and sell the ground. It's called quarrying. So we don't even have mining country anymore, we have quarrying country. That's what you've done to us. Madam Speaker, I just want to conclude on a more general note, but it appertains very specifically to this clause. The crossbenchers, whatever our court shortcomings and differences may be, and there are many, we are coming together again to bring forward legislation, a sovereign fuel security emissions reduction bill covering transportation fuels in Australia, elimination of CO2 emissions from all transportation. Australians, instead of sending $40 billion a year overseas to buy fuel, $40 billion will go now into the pockets of Australians, generating extra $13 billion in tax revenue. And if gas was taxed, as it is in Qatar, or even 1/3 of the tax in Qatar, and then we would have...
It being 1:30, the debate is interrupted until a later time. Thank you. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The rural town of Rosewood is in mourning following the death of community champion Arnold George Reith, who died at Cabanda Care facility on Friday the 11th of November, just shy of his 90th birthday. Social media and other forms of Ipswich local media have been full of praise for and recollections about Arnold and his life. My sincere condolences to his wife Joyce, his family and his many friends. A service of thanksgiving was held last Friday at Rosewood Uniting Church, where Arnold worshipped. Mourners spilled out of the church onto the lawns, and I was one of them. It seemed that most of Rosewood was there. Police officers, politicians, community leaders, media personalities, everyone seemed to be there, paying their respects and honouring Arnold. He was a beloved teacher of 38 years, scout leader, environmentalist, cricket enthusiast. He was a thoroughly decent and honourable individual. A self-proclaimed Brisbane import who came to Rosewood in 1958. He shaped that country town. He ensured that local native plant species were not lost. He created the Rosewood Scrub Arboretum, a museum of living trees, 150 species at Peace Park. He led the special restoration of Mason's Gully, where there is now a walkway proudly named Arnold Reith Walk. A doyen of Westmoreton Land Care, he was a mentor to many, an example to all. He organised local school children and local volunteers to beautify Rosewood. Vale Arnold, well done, community champion.
Thank you. Member for Grey.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last November the 14th was World Diabetes Day, and I stand here before you as one of the co-chairs of the Parliamentary Enemies of Diabetes. As I normally do when I begin these speeches, I say diabetes is the leading cause of coronary heart disease, the leading cause of blindness and the leading cause of amputation. A good thing to avoid if you possibly can, and sadly many people could avoid it if they took control of their own destiny. Not everyone, but many could. And I'm here to report also very sadly and disturbingly for me that my electorate of Grey continues to have the highest incidence of diabetes in the country, and in fact is up from 7.8% of the people in 2017 to 8.6%. That is a diabolical number. That's 15,470 people in Grey living with diabetes. Of these, only 1,050 have type 1, so all the rest are type 2. I have a significant Indigenous population in my electorate, and of course it is in Central Australia where the cases of type 2 diabetes are the absolute highest. So here we are in the electorate with the highest level of diabetes, full stop, with a significant part of remote Australia as a part of that number. All I can say to people is stay in touch with your body, go to your GP, get checked. do the eye checks, do the foot checks, and make sure you know what your body is telling you.
Thank you. Member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. As in previous years, it's my pleasure to read a speech submitted by the Raise Our Voice organisation by Taryn, who is 17 years old and lives in the electorate of Werriwa. These are Taryn's words. Climate change is an ongoing issue, whilst the government aims to reduce emissions by 43% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. But why are we reducing the emissions? Turning off coal-fired power stations is perceived as a simple solution, but where is the infrastructure to cater for the current and future demands of electricity? We're not solving the problem, just providing an incentive to buy fossil fuels generators to support shortages and blackouts. To help both these issues, we should implement new housing estates in existing suburbs, a community battery system. Solar panels from surrounding houses can feed into the designated battery system. There needs to be multiple of these small systems across an estate and suburbs. Solar has its limitations. To mitigate the issue of limited sunlight in winter or overcast days, renewable electricity such as hydrogen, wind and hydroelectricity can be used to charge battery systems to meet demand. These battery systems can be regularly monitored and maintained by the electricity companies. Thanks, Taryn, and everyone who submitted speeches for consideration.
Thank you. Member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As students right across the country wrap up 12 years of education, I want to take a moment to pay tribute to their tenacity and their resilience. The class of 2022 is the first and only class to have undertaken all 3 years of their senior education during the heights of the COVID-19 pandemic, from 2020 to 2022. Despite the lockdowns, teacher shortages, sicknesses and stresses that they've confronted, these students have stuck it out. I want to pay tribute to 3 students in particular who were finalists in my annual Fisher Awards, about which I'll speak later in the week. Firstly, Chloe Maxwell, the 2022 Fisher Student of the Year of Curramundi Special School, an aspiring athlete and inspiring example to her peers. Arno Menz of Glasshouse Christian College, an entrepreneurial young leader and incoming school captain for 2023. And finally, Amanda Boyes, an award-winning PhD student at University of Sunshine Coast, whose research into adolescent development will enable us to better treat issues like anxiety in our young people. Madam Deputy Speaker, these 3 students are among many thousands who exemplify the citizenship and determination of the class of 2022. Congratulations, your best years are just ahead.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wish to commend the State Emergency Service in Robertson and across the Central Coast for the work they have been involved in over the past several years, responding to a series of natural disasters and crises across the Central Coast region. From floods to bushfires to the COVID-19 pandemic, the SES have been unwavering in their work and support. Our outstanding SES women and men who volunteer their service to helping residents affected or recovering from natural disasters truly a testament to our community. That is helping your neighbour during difficult periods and leaving no one behind. Earlier this year, the Central Coast was hit by major flooding, particularly in the Hawkesbury and Tuggerah Lakes areas, with many houses and residents severely affected. It was the excellent first responders and SES volunteers who ensured those affected were assisted with evacuation, temporary housing and life-saving supplies. Without the committed SES volunteers, our community would not be able to manage and respond to natural disasters. My eternal thanks and appreciation go to volunteers based at both Wyong and Gosford SES facilities. You all work so hard serving the Central Coast community, and it is an honour to be able to place on the record in the Australian Parliament, on behalf of the whole Robertson community, our sincere admiration and thanks. I look forward to continuing support for the Gosford and Wyong SES centres and volunteers over the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Fowler.
I asked the youth Fowler to send through their own 90-second speech on what they hope this new parliament will achieve as part of the Raise Your Voice campaign. There were many brilliant and insightful speeches, but this particular speech from a student at Sacred Heart Catholic Primary School is a strong reflection of how the cost of living is impacting our community. This is her message. My name is Olivia Nguyen, a 12-year-old, and I'm 12-year-old and I live in the electorate of Fowler. I strongly believe that something needs to be done about the cost of living. Everyone deserves to have what they need to live, but with the rising cost of living, it is becoming harder for people to earn enough to afford those things. If the problem continues, it will be harder for kids like me to grow up and make enough money to live a good quality life. My family came to Australia for opportunities, and many people have too. However, the increasing prices of houses make it harder for people like us to be able to buy, build or rent. Everyone should have a place to call home and have a roof over their head. I know that things get more expensive when the resources needed are hard to get and a lot of effort is required to make it. This is why I hope Australia's new parliament will help people, such as farmers and myself and our families, and help decrease the prices of everything. I hope to live in a world where my family, my friends and everyone else around me are living a good life, and Australia's new parliament can make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The 14th of November, as has already been noted, marked World Diabetes Day, with the theme for this year being Education to Protect Tomorrow. This is a very important theme to focus on, as it highlights the need for individuals living with diabetes and healthcare professionals alike to have greater access to diabetes education. I want to take this point very, very important to the residents of Macarthur, and I will pay tribute to our two paediatric endocrinologists, Lisa Amato and Monique Stone, from our Paediatric Diabetes Clinic at Campbelltown Hospital, for the wonderful efforts they are putting in to help with diabetes management for kids with type 1 diabetes in Campbelltown and surrounding areas. But in particular, I want to pay tribute to Sister Terry Ann O'Sullivan, small in stature but a giant in diabetes management in Macarthur. For over 25 years, she's spent hours and hours above and beyond the call of duty to educate patients, their families and us doctors about the newer technologies in diabetes. And I've seen some dramatic changes that have made diabetes management much, much easier and much better for patients, reducing side effects and having better outcomes. So I pay tribute to Terry Ann, to our diabetes specialists in Macarthur and to all those patients who are doing their best to make their health care better for themselves. So thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And Member for Curtin.
This is a speech written by a constituent for the Raise Our Voices Australia competition. My name is Jazzy Peng and I'm 17 years old. I'm from the Curtin electorate. I want to see the government remove offshore detention for refugees and fully replace it with community detention. The prison-like environment in detention centres causes a lot of physical and mental health issues for refugees. It's much more humane for them to try to fit into the community while their claims are being processed. The removal of offshore detention benefits Australia as well. According to UNSW, it costs $3.4 million to hold someone offshore, compared to $4,000 for an asylum seeker to live in a community on a bridging visa while their claims processed. You might think I'm just a naive 17-year-old teenager. Even though I'm not a refugee, I know that I would never take risks and travel to Australia illegally unless I'm under mountains of fear. I can understand the desire to settle in a safe country, build a new life and watch my own children grow up safely like any other children in Australia. I'm one of the many migrants who came to Australia. As an outsider, I've experienced the generosity, inclusiveness and warmth from my Australian friends, school and local community. I learnt from my friends and community that being a part of Australian society, it's common sense to always give a hand to those in need, and refugees need us. We should stop portraying refugees as terrorists and end offshore detention. We should stop making up political excuses and put promises into action.
Member for Higgins.
To read a speech today written by 10-year-old Harry Brennan, who is in the gallery, from Murrumbina Primary School for the Youth Raise Our Voice competition. Hi, Harry. At Murrumbina Primary School, our school crest includes the words "Excellence Through Endeavour." Through the IB program, we are encouraged to be inquirers and risk-takers. In thinking what the new parliament can accomplish, all I want is for our government to be resilient and to be brave. I want our new government to spend money that is collected for good reasons, such as education, health, the environment, including climate, and looking after the rights of Indigenous people. People with disabilities should be able to access education and the workforce in the same way that people without a disability can. People with medical needs must be able to get treatment without worrying about the cost. We need to take action in relation to the environment. The bushfires, droughts and floods will only get worse. The Indigenous people of our country have been treated unfairly by previous governments, and they need to be listened to. Most importantly, we need to stop just thinking about the past or the present. We need to think about the future. I want the new government to think about what will happen if we don't show everyone respect, invest in renewable energy and take care of the planet. We need to be resilient. We need to be brave. Hear, hear, Harry. We agree.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Member for Hughes.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of and to advocate for the community of Bonnet Bay within my electorate of Hughes. In August of this year, the residents of Bonnet Bay experienced a suburb-wide NBN outage. Yes, no internet at all throughout the entire suburb. 2,238 men, women and children called Bonnet Bay home. The NBN outage saw businesses lose thousands of dollars, HSC students miss out on study time and people otherwise unable to access the services which have become such a necessity in this modern age. My office was inundated by frustrated residents from the Bonnet Bay community. Following that, I've met with many from Bonnet Bay, including at public meetings. I've also advocated to both the Communications Minister and also to NBN. Although the immediate outage was resolved within a few weeks, the long-term network concerns raised by the Bonnet Bay community have not yet been properly addressed by either the Minister or by NBN Co. In addition, the current mobile reception coverage is unacceptable for a community that is a mere 30 kilometres from the Sydney CBD. The reception is on par, if not worse, than many parts of remote Australia. With intermittent mobile and internet coverage, what concerns me most is that Bonnet Bay has a history of being severely affected by bushfires and floods. This is obviously then creating a real emergency situation down there in the event that they need to be evacuated and need to be advised by first responders. Deputy Speaker, I call upon the Minister to fix this problem down in Bonnet Bay.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. During the last sitting week, I had the honour of hosting a delegation of workers affected by silicosis. They were joined by Mark Brook, the CEO of the Lung Foundation Australia. Shane, Kyle, Tony and Josh generously shared their stories with me about the suffering they are experiencing due to the exposure of silica dust. They were a part of a large delegation which included, among others, the Australian Council of Trades Union. The workers are exposed to silica dust through activities such as mining, tunnelling, road construction, and through the cutting and drilling of silica-infused bench tops, known as Caesar stone. The inhalation of silica dust often leads to diseases such as lung cancer, respiratory failure, and can cause immune disorders and kidney disease. I am pleased that the Minister, Tony Burke, is working with the states and territories, unions and employer groups through Safe Work Australia to implement occupational lung disease work plan and has recently approved a new silica work health and safety code of practice. However, it is clear after talking to the delegation much more needs to be done, and I look forward to furthering this cause as a unionist and a proud member of the Albanese Labor government. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Mallee. Sorry, broadcasting, could you put the mic on for Member for Mallee, please?
Can I have my time again, please?
Quickly, start.
Yep. In my role as a Member of Parliament, I'm fortunate to meet many people from all walks of life. Last Friday, I had the absolute pleasure of meeting Joan Menhennet at Oasis Aged Care in Irimple. Joan turned 100 years old that day, a wonderful milestone that many of us do not make it to. I had a wonderful chat with the young at heart Joan. I have to say that meeting people like her certainly brightens my day. Joan told me how she came to live in Mildura and Mallee. After years of living in Melbourne, Joan sought a tree change, some respite from the rat race of urban living. She wished for a quieter place to settle down as Melbourne life had become too busy and hectic. So up the Calder Highway she came, much like I'd done myself 40 years plus ago. She spoke of her love of the country air, of open countryside and more relaxed lifestyle with rural and friendly people, all things people in Mallee value, and why I believe Mallee is one of the greatest places in Australia to live. So to Joan, I once again say happy 100th birthday. I wish you ongoing health and happiness. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Lingiari.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to share a speech written for me by Taylor Mills, a young woman in Lingiari who sent this speech through the Raise Our Voice campaign. And Taylor writes, Australia, the beautiful oceans, the friendly people and the large, unique set of animals that make you stop and stare. She's beautiful, isn't she? So why, if she's so perfect, are we letting the ugly of climate change destroy her? Australia is among the top 20 emitters and one of the world's biggest per capita emitters of greenhouse gases responsible for climate crisis, the third largest exporter of fossil fuels globally. The next generation is coming into a place where bushfires are killing our people financially, mentally and in some cases literally. It's not fair. I would like the new government to help us by trying to be a minimalist with fossil fuel companies and switch to solar. I understand the difficulty of switching so fast, but it's hard to understand completely when fossil fuels are supported by a government. Taylor and all the young people out there, I hear you and this government hears you. Thanks to Taylor and to Raise Our Voice.
Thank you. Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's Youth Voice in Parliament Week, an opportunity for a next generation of leaders to have their voice heard in our parliament. Dawson's winning speech was written by a student of Cannon State School. I present you the winning submission. My name is Georgia and I'm 11 years old. My electorate is Dawson and I'm passionate about road safety. I think Australia's new parliament should definitely consider adding new lanes to make a double highway in rural and regional areas, such as the Whitsundays, to accommodate for the safety of others while overtaking slower vehicles like caravans. If you are thinking this is a major change to road rules, you are wrong, because it's just like an overtaking lane the whole way up the highway. I think this issue is important and needs to be addressed urgently, and it also will reduce travelling time for road users. I think Parliament can help achieve this goal by organising this with council or state government builders. So, in summary, I absolutely believe that this issue should be resolved to better rural and regional communities. Ends. Thank you, Georgia, for your outstanding contribution. I would also like to thank all the youth that have made fantastic submissions. I am truly inspired and encouraged by our next generation of leaders. G'day to all the great kids from Cannon State School. Study hard. All the best.
Thanks. Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of the Maritime Union of Australia members, particularly those who work for Svitzer, many of whom were about to suffer the indignity of being locked out of 17 ports throughout Australia during the holiday period, all for the offence of wanting to end a pre-pandemic wage freeze at a time of real wages going down and for expecting management to bargain in good faith. Unfortunately, Svitzer were not willing to do the latter and made every effort to drag their heels to prevent the former. Deputy Speaker, good faith isn't how one would describe Svitzer, who even started docking workers' pay before the now-doomed lockout was yet to even begin. These workers operate tugboats that help to keep this country moving, helping to bring ashore many a Christmas present through the months ahead. Svitzer is a company that has reaped in pandemic profits, while the pay of its workers remains at the pre-pandemic levels. Thankfully, the federal government intervened in the matter, and late last week the Fair Work Commission blocked the lockout from occurring, sending a clear message that the economic vandalism needs to stop. Deputy Speaker, as a former seafarer myself, I can attest that working at sea is not an easy job, especially with the conditions you often face. In a year marking the MUA's 150th anniversary, I'm glad they now have a government in their corner, one that sees their interests aligning with the national interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for
O'Connor.
O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, I travelled to Laverton, one of the most remote towns in O'Connor, to celebrate the reopening of their visitor centre. The Great Beyond Visitor Centre was established in 2006 to help inform visitors visiting the iconic gold mining town of Laverton and beyond. Thanks to a proactive Shire and the hard work of Facility Manager Lorinda Hill and her terrific team, the newly refurbished Great Beyond Visitor Centre now boasts a cafe and community event space, a gift shop featuring local Indigenous crafts, and the Explorers Hall of Fame, where technology transport visitors to a time of exploration and endeavour viewed through the eyes of those who persevered in the face of the most challenging and remote conditions. Gold was discovered in the former British flag area in 1896, with Laverton named after local Dr Charles Laver, who travelled to London many times raising capital for mining ventures. Today, Laverton's mining revenue exceeds $5.2 billion annually. Laverton also marks the start of the iconic Outback Way, a 2,700-kilometre transnational route linking WA to Western Queensland via the Red Centre. Our last coalition budget dedicated $678 million for the completion of the Outback Way. I take this opportunity to commend the Shire of Laverton, the Outback Way Development Council and the Great Beyond Visitor Centre for keeping Laverton well and truly on the map.
Thank you. Member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm thrilled to once again be participating in the Raise Our Voice campaign, which champions the voices of young Australians by giving them a voice in this parliament. MPs commit to reading a speech written by a young person from their electorate in this House or in the other place, and the speech I'm reading today was submitted by a young man from my electorate called Hugo. At just 6 years of age, Hugo cares deeply about the environment, which is clear from his speech, which reads, "Hello, I would like you to stop people from cutting down heaps of trees, because we need trees for oxygen, and some might have beehives in them, and bees are very important to us. Another thing, can you please stop all the rubbish and the people who throw rubbish out of cars, because it can hurt our wildlife. We have an echidna called George who visits our block of land, and we love him, and we don't want him to get hurt by the rubbish. Thanks, if you can, Hugo." Well, Deputy Speaker or Speaker, I commend Hugo for his passion for the environment, and before I sit down, I'd remind Hugo to join the Tasmanian Junior Beekeepers, a fantastic organisation in my electorate where young people, children, are taught the pleasures of beekeeping, a very important role, and they had a big opening on the weekend. So to Hugo and to all the kids who participated in Raise Our Voice, thank you, and we'll see you next year.
Give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The way we practice democracy matters. The power of our example is a strategic asset. This week, millions of Victorians will vote in our state election. I rise to comment on the way we get there. Last Saturday in Melbourne, 2 rallies took place. One saw a candidate stand on the steps of Flinders Street Station and make a clear reference to political violence. It was made worse by associating the offensive term with army veterans. This rhetoric is totally unacceptable, has no place in our democracy and is not who we are. The second was a gathering of thousands of Iranian Australians in Carlton who keep turning up for women, life and freedom. There were no threats of violence. Instead, we saw peaceful and passionate condemnation of real violence in their home country, where young women not only stand up to bullies, but they stand up to bullets. We can learn from them and do better. This includes toning down hyperbole. This includes resisting the urge to portray our political opponents as cartoon villains, or worse. This includes putting our case with passion and respect, and knowing that in a free and fair election, Victorians will make the right decision. Mr Speaker, the way we practice democracy matters, and we can all do better.
Give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. Last Friday, I had the privilege of co-chairing with Senator Linda White a local government aged care roundtable for Victorian local government councils. In Victoria, local government are the dominant provider of community in-home care support for our older Australians. Victorian councils are best practice. They are strong governance, good leadership, good wages, low turnover for the staff, and demonstrate the very best of what the Royal Commission is asking us to look at. This government has returned to the recommendations that the Royal Commission has made, particularly in relation to in-home aged care. This government has committed to return to the recommendation that the area be reviewed, extending the current funding arrangements for local governments for at least 12 months. These people are respected. During the times of the pandemic, these in-home aged care workers were the friendly face that older residents turned to rely upon. Still today, in many cases, they might be the only person one of our older Australians in our communities speak to each day. They service the more complex clients. They service the people who live further out of town, ensuring that everyone, regardless of postcode, is able to receive support. I want to thank the councils for their honesty and their commitment to work with us on finding a better solution for in-home aged care.
The time has expired. I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Last week, schools across the southern Gold Coast farewelled the senior class of 2022. Our Year 12 students reached their long-awaited graduation and have now entered the next phases of their lives. It was my great pleasure to attend many of the senior schools over the past weeks in my electorate, including Hillcrest Christian College, Palm Beach Currumbin State High, St Andrews Lutheran College and the Australian Industry Trade College in Robina. It's truly heartening to see the next generation of our future leaders. Their selflessness, their intelligence and their commitment gives me great hope for our future. Across our schools, I have the honour of sponsoring the Service to Others Award. This award recognises students that seek to serve their peers and the wider community with conviction and honour. I would again like to congratulate all the young men and women who have been acknowledged throughout this award, and I commend their commitment to their service.
And I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on 8 November 2022 of the Honourable Peter Reith AM, a former minister and member of this House for the division of Flinders from 1982 to 2001. Place on record its appreciation of his meritorious public service and tender its sympathy to his family in their bereavement.
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, Peter Reith played his politics hard. He was uncompromising in his approach, unshakable in his convictions, and today, as our parliament pauses to mark his passing, I think the last thing that Peter would want is for anyone from the Labor side to try and downplay the real and enduring difference between his politics and ours. Peter Reith was, above all, a political warrior for the Liberal Party and fiercely loyal to his cause. I was in my first term in Parliament when Peter Reith became the newly elected Howard Government's Minister for Workplace Relations and the Leader of the House. He had a formidable presence in this chamber, the Colosseum of our democracy. Since his passing, including at his state memorial service last week, Peter Reith has been remembered by his colleagues for his charm, his intelligence, his generosity as a friend and his loyalty to his Prime Minister, and for his capacities as a parliamentarian. There is a special meaning to that term. It's not measured by length of service, although he spent nearly 2 decades in the old Parliament House and the new. Nor is it merely a matter of affecting a bracing confidence and a breezing manner at the dispatch box or mastering the tactical ins and outs of the standing orders or House of Reps practice. True parliamentarians understand that this is no mere debating society. It's not a rhetorical exercise or a theoretical one. The contest in this building matters because it helps decide the future of our nation. Peter Reith respected that tradition. He belonged to it. Mr Speaker, our sympathies today are with all those who mourn Peter Reith's passing. After he left this place, I had lunch with him in London, and he was indeed engaging as a person, someone who we reminisced about his time as a political warrior, and out of this place we got on extremely well. I know that his family in this House, some members of them today. His colleagues, his friends, his party and his family, I pass on my condolences on behalf of the Australian Labor Party. I welcome and acknowledge Peter's children, grandchildren and family members who are with us today to hear the Parliament pay its respects to a formidable parliamentarian. Our condolences to all of you in his loss, in your loss. May he rest in peace.
Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, I join the Prime Minister in honouring the life of Peter Keyston Reith. On the 8th of November, the Liberal Party lost a stalwart and a giant. Our nation lost a gifted statesman and a great Australian, and a family lost a devoted and beloved husband, father and grandfather. Peter Reith was born in Melbourne in 1950. He was schooled at Brighton Grammar and an economics law graduate of Monash University. Peter commenced his career as a solicitor. He joined the Young Liberals in 1966, so politics would be Peter's true calling. 10 years later, aged 26, Peter would serve as a councillor and then president of the Shire of Phillip Island. There he helped to set up the independent co-ed New Haven College and establish a research facility which saved the island's penguin population, still a tourist drawcard today. From Phillip Island to the federal seat of Flinders, Peter won Liberal pre-selection, seeing off 14 fellow candidates. In 1982, he won a by-election in what Prime Minister Fraser called an outstanding campaign. Peter was applauded for his ability to sell a simple message. And yet Peter noted the irony of his victory. It was a final high for the Fraser government. What followed, of course, was the downfall of opposition leader Bill Hayden, the ascension of Bob Hawke and Labor's 1983 win in a double dissolution election. Peter lost Flinders without setting foot in Parliament, only to win the seat back 20 months later in the election of 1984. He would hold Flinders until his retirement in 2001, always making efforts to tour the electorate to engage with his constituents and to champion its tourism and rural sectors, the ultimate Mornington Peninsula representative. Peter saw the electorate of Flinders as one of the great places in Australia to live and enjoy. And just as he promised in his maiden speech, he represented his constituents to the best of his ability. Testimony to his discerning mind and his political persuasiveness, Peter was trusted with several shadow portfolios, and he was a very, very effective manager of opposition business. As Shadow Attorney-General, Peter helped deliver the knockout blow to Labor's 1988 four-question referendum. And as Deputy Leader and Shadow Treasurer for 3 years, Peter pushed John Hewson's fight-back package with passion. In defending the economic policies on four corners, Peter masterfully mounted a counter-offensive, putting the ABC, the Labor government and Treasury in his crosshairs, following the leaking of Treasury documents. For his performance, the Coalition Party Room gave him a standing ovation. Despite prophetically calling for a GST, fight back was not to be, and yet much of that economic agenda has been implemented by both sides since. Peter's hard fight in opposition saw him rewarded with the important industrial relations portfolio following the advent of the Howard government in 1996. There he was given the colossal task of long overdue waterfront reform. With Australia having only 2% of world trade but 25% of dock disputes, the problem was dire and protracted, an economic bane of Australian consumers, exporters and indeed the nation. Peter set to work to end deep-seated inefficiencies, stoppages, strikes and strangleholds, fearlessly staring down intimidation from the Maritime Union of Australia. He found his ally, of course, in Chris Corrigan, backing the head of Patrick Stevedores in his move to replace union workers with contractors in April of 1998. Ultimately, a deal was reached and the union monopoly broken. John Howard described it as the most bitterly fought domestic issue of his prime ministership, but one worth the effort, seeing ruinous behaviour replaced by world-ranking productivity. Indeed, container movements increased from 17 per hour in 1998 to 27 per hour by 2003. And Peter's pivotal workplace reforms involving deregulation, employer tax concessions and support to low-income earners, along with his stand against militant union bosses in the face of repeated threats to his physical safety, were his crowning political achievements. Despite being abused and threatened by the unions, unfairly ridiculed by some parts of the press, and given some of the toughest jobs by Liberal leaders, Peter Reith was never rattled. Even as Leader of the House for 5 years, no easy feat, his resilience was even subtly praised by Paul Keating, who compared him to the inflatable Tolstoy clown. You knock them down and they bounce back up. And not even a stroke in 2017 could keep Peter down, although it hit hard. Life after politics saw the discerning Peter remain publicly and politically engaged. He was an executive director of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development in London between 2003 and 2009. But he didn't go there to soak up glory. He described the institution as a bunch of bureaucrats looking after themselves and Australia's ongoing involvement as a nonsense. He urged the Rudd Labor government to withdraw from the bank to allow millions to be returned to the taxpayer. As was noted at his funeral last week, not the most popular stance to take with fellow board directors. From banking to the television broadcasting studio on Sky News, two Peters from opposing sides of the political aisle, Reith and Beattie, hosted a highly successful program, noted, I put that in inverted commas, noted for its insightful and humorous commentary. And as others have not acknowledged, Peter was a great warrior for the Liberal cause, a man of steel who never wavered, a magnificent and untiring soldier, a great all-rounder and a most effective politician. Dr. Hewson said there are few real friends in politics, but he lost one in Peter, a true gentleman. Peter was loyal to his colleagues and leaders, a man of charm who treated his staff well and was widely liked, an enthusiast and idealist with a vision for Australia, a politician with courage, with conviction, composure and a great sense of camaraderie who said, "Changes in political fortunes do not come by the mere passage of time, but rather are a result of the endeavours of men and women." The story of his personal life was well documented during his funeral last week. The love that he had for his children and for his grandchildren was remarked on, and the emotion was obvious with the family. I especially acknowledge his wife Kerry, their 4 sons, Paul, Simon, David and Robert, the family members who are present today. On behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to Peter's colleagues, his friends and his family. May he rest in peace.
As a mark of respect to the memory of the Honourable Peter Keaston Reith, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I ask Leave of the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for further debate.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
And call the Leader of the House.
I move that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Peter Keaston Reith be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I inform the House that the member for McMahon is absent today and questions relating to the climate change and energy portfolio will be answered by the member for Sydney. I inform the House that the member for Lilley is absent this week and questions relating to the aged care and sport portfolios will be answered by the member for Hindmarsh.
Before we move to questions, I'd like to inform the House that present in the gallery today are participants in the Australian Defence Force Parliamentary Exchange Program. On behalf of the House, I extend a very warm welcome to you and I hope you enjoy your week here learning about the nation's parliament. Questions without notice. And give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, at a time when Labor's policies are driving up cost of living pressures for families, the government has just signed up to funding a $2 trillion loss and damage climate fund, which will send money overseas and beyond our region. Prime Minister, doesn't charity begin at home? And when will you start helping Australian families instead of giving away their money?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the Leader of the Opposition for really repeating a question that he answered last week. And I'll begin the same way. I tell you what we will do, or we won't do, which is to stand at a press conference with a microphone making jokes about Pacific Islands drowning. That is what we won't do. And the misleading statement from the Leader of the Opposition aimed clearly.
Order. Members on my right, the Minister for Skills will cease interjecting and give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister's opening remarks breached several standing orders, offensive words, reflection on a member, and he should turn to the detail of the question.
The order. Members on my... The member for Cooper will cease interjecting. The Prime Minister is 40 seconds into the question. It was a very broad question, political in its nature. I'm listening carefully to the Prime Minister and giving the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'll tell you what was offensive. It was the Tactics Committee meeting that came up with that question this morning. That was what was offensive, because the idea that any foreign aid is giving Australians money to foreigners ahead of Australian interests, the Leader of the Opposition knows better than exactly what he is doing with that question. He knows exactly. And the only people who are pleased about that question are the people sitting in the corner up there, because they represent seats that have rejected that sort of dog-whistling tactic from the Liberal Party.
Order.
And the Leader of the Opposition...
Members on my left.
The Leader of the Opposition, who pretends he wants to be kinder and gentler, comes into this House...
Order.
Comes into this House and asks a question like that. Well, I'll tell you what the entry fee is. To enter into discussions around the table with our international partners, whether it's the United Kingdom, whether it's the United States, whether it's Japan, whether it's India, it is taking climate change seriously. That is the entry ticket that you need in international affairs in 2022. What you don't need is that sort of nonsense. And for a political party, who say that Australia reducing our emissions isn't good enough because we need a global reduction in emissions, but then to press that button shows the contradiction which is there. I'd say to the Leader of the Opposition, you're better than that. Or maybe you're not.
Okay. Order. Order. There is far too much noise in the chamber. Questions will be heard in silence, and I'll give the call. The member for O'Connor. I'll give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What work was undertaken at recent international summits to advance Australia's national interest?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Over an 8-day period, I attended 4 summits representing Australia, and it was a great honour to do so. I represented Australia at the ASEAN Australia Summit and then the East Asia Summit that were held in Cambodia, the G20 hosted by Indonesia and APEC hosted by Thailand. Mr Speaker, Australia is back as a partner. Australia is engaged with the world, bringing a calm, mature and collaborative approach to international relations. We have major global challenges, and global challenges require global solutions. We've seen the impact of the Russian invasion of Ukraine that's having on not just on the people of Ukraine, but it's having an impact on the global economy as well, with rising inflation having an impact on everything from fuel right through to energy, right through to supermarket prices. And of course we're seeing also the global impact of climate change. We actually see it. We see it, and it's experienced. I spoke to Andrew Gee, the member for Calare, before question time, and we know that communities in New South Wales continue to be impacted by flooding. This gave me an opportunity as well to meet with our AUKUS partners, with President Biden, and to have a good meeting as well with Rishi Sunak, the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and we discussed the importance of the AUKUS relationship, as well as being able to sit down with our traditional allies and have those discussions, including action on climate change, which both those governments prioritise. I was able to present a keynote speech to the B20 meeting, attended by business leaders from the 20 largest economies around the world. And there I thank President Widodo for that invitation. I held 14 bilateral meetings, and an important one, of course, the first meeting with China for 6 years. It was a very constructive meeting with President Xi, and I want us to move forward together with the stabilisation of the relationship. It's very clear that we have differences, but dialogue promotes understanding. My attitude towards China is that we must cooperate where we can, disagree where we must, but engage in our national interest. I also had an important meeting with Prime Minister Modi, and I'll lead a business delegation to India in the first quarter of next year. In addition to that, we're able to further develop the constructive relationship that we now have with President Macron of France and other European leaders to promote the EU-Australia Free Trade Agreement that I'm hoping to advance next year.
Give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, or cease interjecting, so I can call the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Chief Economist of Goldman Sachs has warned that the cash rate will continue to rise to 4.1% over the next year, meaning Australian mortgage holders will be paying more for longer under this government. Will the Prime Minister confirm the promise of cheaper mortgages is now just another broken promise?
Give the call to the Treasurer. Oh.
Sorry, I thought you wanted me to start.
Order. Members on my left. The member for Hume will cease interjecting. He was heard in. The member for Moreton is not helping, as always. I'll give the call to the member, the Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Given the Shadow Treasurer seems temperamentally incapable of asking me a question, I've got to take my chances when I can. I've got to take my chances when I can. Mr Speaker, since the 25th of October, there have been 2 eclipses, one solar, one lunar. And there have been 2 questions from the Shadow Treasurer to the Treasurer about the budget. Questions from the Shadow Treasurer to the Treasurer after the budget are as rare as a very rare celestial event, Mr Speaker. And so I've got to take my chances when I can and jump when I can, Mr Speaker. Now, let me get this straight. Mr Speaker. One of the worst ministers since Federation, the member for Hume, in one of the worst governments since Federation, one of the least responsible when it comes to the budget since Federation, which racked up $1 trillion in debt and had almost nothing to show for it, who sprayed billions of dollars around to their mates in the interests of their political purposes and their political objectives, now wants to get up and talk about spending in the budget. I mean, give me a break, Mr Speaker. Now, what was different about this budget in October compared to the budget handed down by those opposite in March is what we did is when we got a temporary boost to revenue from high commodity prices, we returned for 2 years 99% of that upward revision. And that meant over the forward estimates there's less debt in my budget over the forwards than there was in the budget handed down by Treasurer Frydenberg from this dispatch box. And so what that has meant is our budget was geared towards the inflation challenge because we know that high inflation is pushing up interest rates. Now, Treasury modelling released today and reported on today showed that if we had spent that $114 billion of tax upgrades like those opposite would have wanted to do and would have done in our position, then interest rates would be another 1.4% higher, percentage points higher than they are. And so that has meant that the rising interest rates that we inherited from those opposite interest rates started going up before the election, which might be news to the Shadow Treasurer as well. Had we not handed down such a responsible budget, then interest rates would be higher than otherwise, and inflation would be higher than otherwise. And that's why we did put so much effort into. At the same time as we kept faith with our election commitments on cheaper early childhood education and fee-free TAFE and all of the other priorities in the budget, we made sure that we showed spending restraint, which is completely foreign to those opposite. They used to spend 60% of revenue upgrades. The Howard government used to spend 70% of revenue upgrades. We spent 1% over the next 2 years. That's how you hand down a budget which doesn't make the inflation problem worse.
Order. The member for Mitchell. Give the call to the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What actions did the government take to secure the release of Professor Sean Turnell?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Fremantle for his question. And indeed, it was a great day last week when Professor Sean Turnell was released after 650 days in detention by the Myanmar regime. 650 days in a Myanmar prison. It was one of the great honours of my life to have the phone call with him when he landed in Bangkok at around about the same time that I did the other evening. It was fantastic that he was able to reunite with his wife, Dr Havu, an economics lecturer in Melbourne on the weekend after 22 months apart, and they were able to be flown home to Sydney. Mr Turnell is a great Australian, and he's very proud to be an Australian, and we should all be proud of him. What was extraordinary about the conversation I had with him was that he was just busy thanking people, thanking the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, thanking the Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, thanking the embassy staff in Yangon and in Bangkok, thanking the Australian people who had campaigned so strongly for his release from that hellhole in prison. When I spoke to him, he spoke about getting food in a bucket, but that the Australian Embassy would deliver food for him, food hampers, with an Australian bag with the crest of the emu and the kangaroo. The emu and the kangaroo, of course, don't go backwards, they only go forwards. And he would put the bag facing outside of the cell so that those people who had incarcerated him would see his pride in Australia. He is a great Australian. He, of course, is a highly respected academic. He developed a specialty in the Myanmar economy, and he worked as an advisor long-term to Aung San Suu Kyi, who we met in the 1990s. He continued to live in Sydney, but he travelled regularly to Myanmar to provide advice to that country on how they might develop. He was detained on the 6th of February 2021, 5 days after the military coup. I do want to thank our friends in ASEAN who made strong representation, our friends throughout, including the Cambodian Prime Minister, Hun Sen, but others as well from Vietnam, from Thailand, from Indonesia, who were solid in their support and in supporting Australia's representation. It was a great day that he was released. I pay tribute to him for his courage, his determination and his resilience, and I wish him and his family all of the best.
On indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to join with the Prime Minister and congratulate the government on this outcome. Sean Turnell, somebody who went to Myanmar to try and provide assistance and a better way of life and future for the people of Myanmar. He worked very closely there with a number of Australian colleagues who were involved in that cause, and of course we were all shocked when he was taken into custody and the operation to release him commenced on that very day. I want to acknowledge the work of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, the Department of Defence, many other departments have been involved in this operation to lead to the point of his release. I want to say thank you very much for the perseverance that the Prime Minister spoke of many of our near neighbours and friends within ASEAN with whom we'd had close conversations over a long period of time. Every angle of opportunity to bring pressure to bear to see him released has been underway for that 650-odd days, and I want to say thank you personally to the Prime Minister as well. It's right that he's been released. It was wrong that he was held for so long, and I hope that it sends a message to the rest of the world that Australia will never tolerate our people being incarcerated in circumstances like that, and we will fight every day until they're released.
I give a call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Government Services. In my electorate, the same record rainfall that's caused widespread flooding has also caused a massive landslide which has cut off access to Falls Creek for at least 5 months, decimating the summer season economy. But those affected look at the Services Australia website and only see financial assistance for people directly affected by floods. Can the Minister confirm these people are eligible for the Disaster Recovery Allowance, and are there plans for further support?
I give the call to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and Minister for Government Services.
I thank the member for her question. As all members here know, many local government areas right across Australia have been affected by incredibly damaging natural disaster events. Falls Creek in the Alpine Shire in the north-east of Victoria is one of 153 communities that are currently eligible for disaster assistance. Residents of there's been a landslide on the way to Falls Creek, and it's affected the businesses. And Falls Creek, whilst it's a year-round tourist facility, most of its season is in the winter. But there are businesses who still seek to operate all year round. Now, residents of Falls Creek, I can inform the member, are eligible to apply for disaster recovery allowance and also Victorian and Commonwealth-funded disaster recovery funding arrangements. Services Australia has investigated for me today in the course of the day about Falls Creek and whether or not there were payments which people were eligible for haven't been made. As I understand, there have been 46 claims made for disaster relief allowance. They've all been paid. There is one claim where the status is indeterminate, but 46 out of 47 have been made. In terms of the businesses affected year-round, that doesn't fall within the immediate preserve of Services Australia, and I'll certainly raise it with the Victorian government. But as far as my ministerial obligations are, everyone who has put in a claim has actually had it processed. If there are other people who you are aware, who the member is aware of, who haven't, we'll of course attend to it straight away. And I just want to thank Services Australia staff. They've been working all around Australia, right through central New South Wales to Rochester and Victoria, and they're doing a great job, and I send them our best wishes from the Parliament for helping people affected.
I'd like to inform the House that present in the gallery today is Mr Rob Mohawk, the State Member for Southport in the Queensland Parliament. A very warm welcome to you. And I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How are the ongoing flood events impacting on communities and to the economy, and how is the government responding?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Speaker, and to the outstanding member for Bendigo for her question. We were talking this morning about how at its peak every highway into Bendigo was cut. There were 250 people being housed temporarily at the showgrounds. The ADF helped with the clean-up at Heathcote. They were able to save the poultry farm there, but not, unfortunately, the wheat, canola and hay crops. And she was telling me as well how Bendigo Senior Secondary is hosting Rochester primary and secondary schools as well, and I think that is an indication of the way that Australians look out for each other and look after each other in the toughest of times, and they've got a wonderful local member in the member for Bendigo. Now, as the Prime Minister knows, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister Watt, Senator Sheldon, a whole range of colleagues on this side and on that side of the House Since this House last met, a lot of colleagues have been visiting flood-affected areas, and thousands of Australians in communities up and down the East Coast have been hit by the impacts of damaging and devastating flooding, especially New South Wales and Victoria, but Tassie, Queensland and South Australia has had some heavy weather in recent days as well, and we're now all too familiar with what this means. Homes wrecked, businesses shut, infrastructure damaged and, most tragically, lives taken, something like 10 in New South Wales and Victoria alone, including one body recovered on the weekend. And I know the thoughts of all of us in this place are with these communities right now. We are seeing people tested and pushed to the brink, but we are seeing the best of the Australian character in times like these. In every affected community, people are showing up for each other in this time of need and being there for each other, and their government is there for them as well. Our immediate support to individuals includes the one-off disaster recovery payment, $1,000 for adults and $400 for children. These are currently available to 46 local government areas. The disaster recovery allowance provides up to 13 weeks income support, has been activated for 150 local government areas. So far, more than $55 million in direct financial assistance has been provided to more than 47,000 claims across New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania. And as the House knows, we also provisioned something like $3 billion in the budget in October to help communities with the recovery. Now, this is first and foremost a human tragedy. It does have economic consequences as well. Pressure on our supply chains, pressure on the price of groceries, and it will have an impact on economic growth in the near term as well. Now, these economic and budget considerations are substantial, but they are secondary to helping people through these difficult times. And so I say to people in flood-affected communities, your government will be there for you. You are not on your own. Communities will need to rebuild. The bill will be substantial, and the federal government will play its part and pay its share.
Give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Small Business. As a result of the Prime Minister's push to ram through new laws to pay back trade unions for millions in donations, the National Retail Association has warned that retailers—
The member for Moncrief will cease interjecting. The Deputy Leader will resume his seat. I want to hear the member for Page. I want to hear from the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. It's quite specific in standing orders about applying motives such as what the Deputy Leader of the Opposition has just done there.
I'm going to give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition and ask her to rephrase that question. The member for Petrie, that part of the question to be rephrased. And I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Small Business. As a result of the Prime Minister's push to ram through extreme industrial relations laws, the National Retail Association has warned that retailers will be forced to pass on increased costs to Australians when they go shopping this Christmas, making a bad cost of living situation worse. Can the Minister for Small Business name one small business who has told her they support these radical new laws?
I give the call. Order. Order. Members on my left. The members on my left. The Deputy Leader was heard in silence. I give the call to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Small Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. As I said in this place just a week or so ago, we are meeting with small businesses all the time and discuss a range of matters right across the board, and we continue to have discussions as we work through this important piece of legislation that is actually about getting wages moving. As she would be aware, there are many low-income, particularly in feminised industries, workers who deserve a pay rise, who need a pay rise.
Has the Minister concluded her answer? I give the call. Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. Why is it important the National Anti-Corruption Commission be established as soon as possible?
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Moreton for his question. At the last election, the Australian people delivered a clear message. They want a national anti-corruption commission to be established without delay. Australians were fed up with delays and broken promises made by those on the other side, and they wanted action. Well, Mr Speaker, this fortnight we plan to deliver on our pledge to legislate a national anti-corruption commission this year. The former government said that they would establish an anti-corruption commission in December 2018, but they never did. Tomorrow this House will continue debate on the two bills that, if passed through both houses, will establish a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. The Commission will have the powers of a standing Royal Commission and will be tasked with both investigating and preventing corruption at the federal level. It will have sufficient safeguards to protect against undue reputational damage and will operate according to the principles of procedural fairness. The bills that will be debated in this House this week are the outcome of months of work and extensive consultation. The bills have been examined by 3 committee inquiries, including a joint select committee inquiry that delivered a unanimous report. This is an opportunity for this House to come together, respect the mandate given by the Australian people and support these bills. We are not afraid of constructive criticism and dialogue. In fact, we've encouraged it throughout the process that led us to this point. There will be significant debate as these bills pass through the House and the Senate, as there should be. But through that debate, we should not lose sight of the task that has been given to us by the Australian people to deliver a national anti-corruption commission with teeth and without delay. This government stands ready to deliver, and I call on all sides of the parliament to join us in that task.
The call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Minister for Small Business and again concerns the government's Radical Industrial Relations Bill. Can the Minister for Small Business, I again ask, can the Minister for Small Business identify a single small business that has told her that it supports these radical new laws?
I give the call to the Minister for Small Business, the Minister for Housing and Minister for Homelessness.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. If he met with small businesses and spoke to them on a regular basis, he would know that there are a range of issues that small businesses are raising, including, of course, staff shortages. He would also know that there are many small businesses paying above award wages to maintain their staff, given the staff
Members
shortages.
on my left.
He would also know that when low-paid workers get a pay rise, that many of these workers
Members on my
spend
left.
their money in local small businesses.
Give the call. Order. Give the call. The Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting. When the House comes to order, I'll hear from the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to get wages moving for all Australian workers, including those on middle incomes?
Give a call to the Minister for Employment, Workplace Relations and Minister for the Arts.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the member for Lawler for the question and for the determination of members on this side and from some on the crossbench as well to get wages moving. Because it's interesting, of the different questions we'll have from the other side, not one about wages moving. Not one. Not one. In fact, when you look at the name of the bill, Secure Jobs, Better Pay, that's why we support it and that's why they oppose it. Now, there's been some talk about the concept that only the low-paid stream, that only the areas of the lowest paid businesses are the ones where we should get wages moving, as though somehow people on middle incomes are rich, as though somehow those opposite believe people on middle incomes have no need for a pay rise at all. The single interest stream is there to deal with a number of challenges for people on middle incomes who are not the lowest paid but who still have a right to a system where they can get wages moving. It removes red tape, it improves industry standards and it allows workers to graduate from that lower paid bargaining stream through to the single interest. And I want to go through each of those three. In terms of the removing of red tape, there's a whole lot of businesses that already try to engage in multi-employer bargaining. But at the moment, the system is incredibly complex with extraordinary red tape going all the way through to a ministerial personal permission before they're allowed to engage. This goes to Catholic and independent schools. It goes to Victorian hospitals that have been engaging this way. But it's also about improving industry standards. The Heating, Ventilation, Air Conditioning Manufacturing Installation Association. It's the people who put together, it's the businesses that put together the air conditioning systems in construction. Now, the industry standard there is well above the award. The industry standard is in the mid-$40 an hour. The award is in the mid-20s. So what you have is businesses there striking enterprise agreements knowing that at any moment they can be undercut. Described by Mimo Scavera, the head of that association, as it's a market that is free-falling. A market that's free-falling. It's a race to the bottom if you can't have a situation where these businesses are able to negotiate together. And the member opposite, that deputy leader, with the interjection she just gave me, have a look at the Victorian childcare centres. Have a look at the individual Victorian childcare centres. And yes, they're small businesses. Oh, she thinks there's only one Victorian childcare centre. No wonder they were so hopeless on their policy on it. No wonder. Only one. Because those workers are now 16% above the award. They shouldn't have a wage freeze until they're low paid again. The single interest stream allows middle-income earners to keep their wages moving.
The minister's time has expired. The member for Wannon. the member for Wannon needs to work on his timing. I give the call to the member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, and it concerns her government's decision to abolish the Australian Building and Construction Commission. Mr. Speaker, Master Builders Australia have told a Senate inquiry that the government's decision to abolish the ABCC will exacerbate supply-side pressures in the residential construction industry. How can the minister possibly deliver her promised 1 million new affordable homes when the government has declared war on the building industry?
The order. The member for Moncrieff. There is the member for Page. I'm going to hear from the Leader of the House.
I was going to answer the question. It's directed to me. It's an IR question. It's about the abolition. Everything there turns on the abolition of the ABCC. Everything in the question turns on the abolition of the ABCC. And I've been trying to get a question from them.
The Leader of the House will.
Like, if you think Jim's having a hard time.
The Leader of the House will resume his seat. Order. The Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was a question on housing to the Minister for Housing, and if the government doesn't believe that the Minister for Housing is up to answering the question, then that raises some very serious questions.
There's no point of order. The question was in two parts about the ABCC. I give the call to the Leader of the House. Sure. The Leader of the House resume his seat. I'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to be at odds with you, but just in relation to your ruling, this question goes to, yes, the ABCC. That's a fair point. Yeah. But the substance. I'm being reasonable.
Order.
Being reasonable.
Order.
But, Mr. Speaker, the substance of the question goes.
Cease interjecting. I want to hear from the Leader of the Opposition in silence.
The substance of the question goes to how can the minister, direct reference to the Minister for Housing, possibly deliver her promised 1 million new affordable homes when this government has declared war on the building industry. Now, it is not within the remit of the Minister for Industrial Relations to have any capacity to answer that question, which has been directed deliberately to the Minister for Housing. And I don't believe that there could be a ruling to that effect. And I'd ask you to reflect on what it is you've just provided. You might ask the Minister for Housing to provide an answer, and then perhaps the Minister for Industrial Relations could mop it up, whatever it is. But it can't stand that she's not responsible for housing.
Order. Just the question is in two parts. I'll allow the minister to ask the first part and the leader, if he wishes to address the second part.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
And I thank the member opposite for their question in relation to the Housing Accord. The Housing Accord is a really important piece of policy. This is the first time we've had 3 tiers of government agree to actually head in the same direction when it comes to housing in Australia. This is about getting all 3 tiers of government on the same page. It's about the industry and the sector. The Master Builders Association were, of course, a part of the Accord and agreed to the Accord, as did other parts of the industry and the sector, including superannuation funds. This is about bringing people together. This is about seriously dealing with housing affordability and the low supply. We need more stock of housing in this country, and the Accord is a groundbreaking, once-in-a-generation piece of agreement to actually implement this and to build 1 million homes from 2024 to 2029. The Master Builders Association agreed with this, and they've signed up to it, and they're part of the Accord.
Give the call to the Minister for Employment, Services and Industrial Relations.
Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what the ABCC and for what residential housing didn't need. I've yet to see the residential house that wasn't built because there was a union sticker in the corner of a safety sign. I'm yet to see the home that couldn't be built because of the flag that was flying at a sign. I'm yet to see any relevance of the obsessions of the ABCC with whether or not a home gets built, whether or not someone's home gets built. Have a look.
Left will cease
Have a listen to what federal court judges had to say about the ABCC. They were blasted for prosecuting union officials for, quote, having a cup of tea with a mate. Apparently those opposite think that's the enemy of residential housing. Described as a minuscule, insignificant affair. Described as a battleship in full steam that treated proceedings as a blood sport. That's what the ABCC delivered. It was a rotten regulator. It was a regulator not there to deal with the issues that the Fair Work Ombudsman would deal with. And the way you can tell, whenever they ask a question about the ABCC, never once do they refer to any of the things that only the ABCC could deal with. So they want to talk about criminal matters, which the ABCC couldn't deal with, or they want to talk about bullying matters or right of entry matters, which were the province of the Fair Work Ombudsman anyway. All the examples that they give don't stack up to a regulator that was meant to be politicised from the beginning, that was there about a fight that those opposite were engaging, because they had one objective: put people in their corners. It was their method of governing, not only in industrial relations. That's what the ABCC did, and I'll be pleased to see it gone.
Order. The member for Page will cease interjecting, and I give the call to the member for Parramatta.
My question is to the Minister for Communications. How will the Albanese Labor government fix the state of the NBN in order to deliver faster and more reliable broadband speeds for Australian families and businesses?
Order. Members on my left. I'll give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question, and I note the great expertise he brings to this parliament in the broadband policy space. And as he well knows, Mr. Speaker, reliable, quality, accessible, high-speed internet is essential 21st century infrastructure. And since it was initiated by Labor, the NBN has been a key investment in our nation's future. It's helped Australians stay connected during the pandemic. It's supported telehealth and remote education, and it's boosted economic productivity by expanding access to customers for small business. Mr. Speaker, Labor took a policy to the last election to expand the NBN fibre network because we believe that all Australians should be able to access the connectivity and reliability benefits that full fibre broadband will deliver. And what this will do is further boost the productivity of regional businesses, support the increased number of Australians continuing to work, study and transact remotely. And central to this commitment, Mr Speaker, is to ensure that families, businesses and communities in our outer suburbs and our regions aren't left behind. And that is why the Albanese government is investing $2.4 billion to build a better NBN, giving an additional 1.5 million premises full fibre access, including 660,000 in our regions. And the fulfilment of this investment was reflected in our budget. And what it means is that 90% of homes and businesses in the NBN fixed-line footprint will have access to gigabit speeds by late 2025. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about how our NBN upgrade will deliver better broadband, and I've outlined that in respect of speed, quality, accessibility, all improvements in how we conduct our lives, the small business benefits, all of them positive. But, Mr Speaker, I respectfully note that there is a different opinion out there in the context of this question, a different opinion, an opinion that describes this policy as wasteful spending. Wasteful spending. And you may ask, Mr Speaker, who would describe this as wasteful spending? The answer is those opposite. Those opposite think that investing in full fibre broadband for the regions is wasteful spending. What an insult to regional Australia. I'll tell you what the waste was. The waste was 10 years of a failed multi-technology mix, investing in a copper network that was completely unsuitable.
The minister's order. There is far too much noise on my right. The Minister for Resources, the Minister for Industry will cease interjecting. Members on my right will cease interjecting. When members rise, they'll be heard in silence. I'll give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, on completeness and accuracy, only 51,000 premises completed after—
Resume your seat. Order. Members on my right. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
I'm surprised he wants to stand up at the moment at all, but I reckon that was an abuse of standing orders. And
I think everyone in this parliament knows that was abuse of the standing orders. And I just remind all members, you will get the call out of respect for the office you hold. I ask you to respect the standing orders as well. And I give the call. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition is warned. And I give the call to the Minister for Communications.
As I was saying, Mr Speaker, the masterclass in economic and technological incompetence by those opposite who promised to build an NBN for $29 billion. It became $41 billion, then $49 billion.
Members on my
and
left.
wait for it, Mr Speaker, it ended up costing $58 billion, double the cost. That's the waste, Mr Speaker. That's the waste.
Order. Give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The climate summit in Egypt reinforced the urgency of phasing out fossil fuels to prevent catastrophic climate breakdown. And Vanuatu's climate minister says their support for Australia hosting a future summit relies on no new coal and gas handouts. Why then does the government's first budget continue to subsidise fossil fuels, including $1.9 billion to open up a new LNG terminal and petrochemical hub in Darwin Harbour, and support for a new gas project in Victoria?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. He should visit Darwin and actually have a look at what it is. He should actually go and have a look at what it is and look at the facts rather than just the rhetoric. And the fact is that this parliament has adopted a position of 43% reduction in emissions by 2030. We have now legislated for net zero by 2050. And when I met with leaders at the APEC meeting, the G20 and the East Asia Summit, I did speak to them about Australia hosting a conference of the parties, and let me tell you, there's enormous support for it. There's enormous support for it because Australia is back in the game of dealing with the challenge of climate change, including in our region with our Pacific neighbours. Our Pacific neighbours have met with the Minister for Climate Change and Energy at the COP in Sharm el-Sheikh, and there was enormous support there from them, as there was from our European colleagues who I discussed it with in the European Union, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the President of the United States and other leaders in our region, in ASEAN as well. The fact is that we are dealing with a situation where for 9 years we had no energy policy in this country, no climate policy in this country. Indeed, you don't have to rely upon just us. Peter Tomsett had some interesting comments last week, the chairman of Newcrest. This is what he said. If you don't have a policy for long enough, which has been our situation, you wind up with a situation where intervention is required. This need not have happened had the right energy policy been put in place. What we're seeing is a symptom. We have every form of energy known to humankind in spades, and we haven't been able to harness that into a coherent policy that encourages the right investments to also meet our greenhouse gas commitments as a country. And what we are doing is putting in place policies that encourage investment in new energy, and the cheapest form of new energy is, of course, renewables. But we saw under the previous government 4 gigawatts leave the system and only 1 gigawatt enter the system. No wonder there is a problem. As Richard Court described it, the former WA Liberal Premier, the past decade of energy policy has been a slow-moving train wreck. Well, this government is getting on with the policy that's required. I believe very clearly we have an opportunity to be a renewable energy superpower for the world, to create jobs, to create economic growth and to make an enormous difference to drive down emissions while growing our economy.
Order. Give a call to the member for Swan.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to Australian families to make high-quality early childhood education and care more affordable?
The call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and Minister for Youth.
Standing member for Swan for her question. Indeed, it was wonderful to visit Carlisle Good Start last week with the member for Swan and the Deputy Prime Minister. And the member for Swan, as a mother of young children, knows full well just how important it is to have access to good quality early childhood education and care. I'd like to acknowledge the Director Carmen and her staff at Good Start Carlisle and just congratulate them for winning a 2022 Goodie Award for the services that they provide through Good Start Carlisle to families. Indeed, Speaker, from our first day in government, 6 months ago exactly today, this Albanese Labor government has not wasted a single day in delivering on our commitments for working families. For Australian families, 1.2 million Australian families right across the nation. We committed to making early childhood education and care more affordable, and we are delivering just that. Easing the cost of living pressures on families who have borne an incredible 41% increase in the cost of early childhood education and care under those opposite. And that cost has been a major barrier to primary caregivers, who are predominantly mothers, returning to work, taking on more work, progressing their careers or taking on further study. And as such, the bill that was passed in this House recently is an important economic reform, as well as a reform to give access to more children for those foundational years of early childhood education and care. And it's an important economic reform because it will help to boost productivity as well as increasing household incomes. But that's not all we're doing, Speaker. That's not all we're doing in this space at all. We have also got a review by the Productivity Commission, and we've tasked the ACCC to investigate the drivers of costs in the sector. We know on this side of the House that making early learning accessible for Australian families is about more than just making it affordable. It's also about ensuring that we have the workforce to deliver on our promises. We recognise how critical it is for a sustainable workforce in the sector, and I've been meeting with service providers, engaging with them and unions and educators to discuss solutions for this. And we're moving on that. We're moving on that, Speaker. We know that early childhood educators make an important contribution to the lives of children and families. We recognise that they're educators and they're not childminders. But we also recognise that this needs a comprehensive approach, a comprehensive plan and a comprehensive approach to ensure that every Australian child has the absolute best start in life.
The call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. How many rural towns have now lost a local GP following the government's changes to distribution priority areas?
I give the call to the order. Give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well,
Order.
Mr Speaker, I'm very pleased to have another opportunity to talk about what this government is doing to address the crisis in general practice. This morning, a number of members across the parliament met with the College of General Practice, some of whom join us here in the chamber today, to address what I think is the worst crisis in general practice in the almost 40-year history of Medicare. And it's not just a crisis in rural and regional Australia, although the crisis there is certainly more extreme than in the cities. It is a crisis in the cities as well. And for members of the former government, albeit not with the Leader of the Opposition here, given what he did to the Medicare system in his short time as a health minister, but for members of the former government to get up here and in a holier-than-thou way seek to lecture others about what is happening in general practice stretches irony to its limit. I'll tell you what happened, Mr. Speaker, in the area of
the member for Page, I can hear very well. Can I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals on a point of order?
Relevance, Mr Speaker. It was a very tight question about the number of rural towns that have lost a GP because of the change in policy around the distribution priorities. Very specific. Very specific.
I'm listening carefully to the minister. He is answering the question, and he is 1 minute into his answer, so he has 3 minutes to answer the question. So I give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged.
I'll tell you what the College of General Practice and other groups in the health sector tell all of us, including over on that side of the parliament I know, and that is that 6 years of a freeze to the Medicare rebate, ripping away the ability to recruit overseas-trained doctors from 140 different general practice regions in 2018, which is what this question is about, has created a crisis in access to general practice, not just in rural towns, but in metropolitan communities across Australia. He knows that. The Deputy Leader, the Leader of the National Party, knows quite clearly that the crisis in general practice that they created has made it harder for Australian patients across the country to see a doctor than it ever has been. Not only harder, more expensive than it ever has been. And I tell you what, it sits very, very badly in the mouth of those opposite to get up here and seek to lecture us about a crisis that was of their creation. I tell you, Mr Speaker, there is no higher priority for this government than to rebuild general practice after the vandalism of the last 10 years. We put strengthening Medicare right at the centre of our election platform. We are sitting down with them every month, the College of Rural Medicine among them, the Rural Health Commissioner among them, to talk about ways in which we can improve access to general practice across the community, in the cities, in rural towns, in remote communities. We also, in the October budget, put in place a rural general practice package to make sure that there are innovative models of care being trialled across rural general practice, that there are more training placements under the John Flynn program. We have a priority on rebuilding general practice. All the others have is cheap politics.
Order. Give a call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training.
How is the Albanese Labor government working with states and territories, particularly South Australia, to ensure that we are addressing the skills shortage the government inherited?
The call to the Minister for Skills.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Boothby for her question. In fact, I'd like to thank her for accompanying me and the Skills and Education Minister of South Australia to announce an agreement last Friday to dedicate vet places to the South Australian economy. These are places that are needed to fill the skills gaps across the country. We've just listened to the Health Minister explain what we inherited under those opposite. We didn't just inherit a $1 trillion debt, we inherited a massive skills deficit. And that's why we need to make sure we strike agreements with all governments in order to deliver those places, those fee-free TAFE and vet places, to ensure that we have skills for our economy. Now, can I say those 12,500 additional vet places for South Australia for 2023 will provide a supply of labour and skills into that economy. And it's fair to say that the extra $65 million was welcomed by the South Australian government. It will ensure 4,000 additional fee-free places in the aged care and care sector, 3,000 places in hospitality and tourism, 2,500 places for the construction sector. We have places going into technology, digital, agriculture. We have 500 additional places for sovereign capability, other places like education, foundation skills, the creative industries. We are ensuring we supply those workers that have the skills that are in demand in this labour market. And what we do understand is this: whilst the nation have skill shortages, each state and territory have particular demands. Some have shortages in some areas and not so much in others. And that's why a partnership between state and territory governments is so important. That's why we're striking agreements in each state and territory to deliver on those skills that are required. It's why, and this actually 12,500 places are of course part of the announcement that we made at the Jobs and Skills Summit to have 180,000 vet and TAFE fee-free places for 2023. It's that investment that will provide the skills that our economy needs, that our employers are crying out for, that workers need to make sure that they are in demand, that they can have secure work. And that's why it's so important. I was really happy the fact that it happened at Tonsley TAFE too. I mean, think of the history at that precinct. It was a place that only 15 years ago lost many workers when the car maker left our shores and disappeared. But what we're seeing now is revival and renovation and complete investment in areas of demand. I pay tribute to the South Australian government for its efforts and its partnership, and I look forward to engaging with more governments before the end of this year to ensure that we deliver these places that are in need.
Give a call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Mr Speaker, my question is for the Minister for Immigration. Minister, 31,000 people sought asylum in this country by sea between August 2012 and January 2014. Prior to the recent election, the ALP promised to provide permanent protection for those people who have been stranded on temporary visas for up to 10 years. It's 6 months today since the Albanese government was elected. When will we see an end to these punitive TPVs and Chevs?
Give the call to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Thanks very much, Speaker, and I thank you, Member for Kooyong, for this question. I acknowledge your deep interest in this issue, and indeed it's one of the reasons why you are the Member for Kooyong in this place. I was asked a very similar question by the Member for Clark in the last sitting week. I think it was the last sitting week, but fairly recently. I want to say that the issues that she raises are very important to this government in and of themselves. They are important in and of themselves, but they are also important because they go to this government's character. We are a government that keeps our promises in every respect. And members opposite.
Order. Members on my left.
Members.
Member for Groom. Order. Minister will resume his seat.
Members opposite. Thank you.
Minister will resume his seat. There is far too much noise in the House. Members will be heard in silence when they're asking questions, and ministers will also be heard in silence. So give the call to the Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. And look, members opposite seem to find this something that's worthy of shouting. I think they should listen carefully They should recognise. Yeah,
Member
keeping
for Deakin.
promises. We saw 9 years of broken promises,
Member for Fairfax
cuts,
will cease
cruelty
interjecting.
and neglect in this space. 9 long years.
Member for
This
Mitchell.
government is determined to keep our promises, and this is an important promise. It's to a group of people who arrived here before Operation Sovereign Borders, a group of people who've been in the community for a decade, paying taxes, making a contribution. We recognise this, and we're working through this issue, which has many complexities. I've been meeting with lawyers. I've met with the member for Kooyong. I believe we're meeting again on Wednesday, I think, this week with other members of the crossbench to work through all of these issues, to make sure that we meet this commitment in a way that is consistent across the cohort, that is effective and is enduring, which recognises everything that they have been through as people who have been trapped in limbo and denied so many opportunities through that time. We are doing so also in a manner that recognises the wider circumstances, that recognises that the Prime Minister has said so often, correctly, that what Australians want, and indeed what Australia needs in this place, are policies which secure our border but do not abandon our humanity. That is the watchword with which this government approaches these issues, in a consistent and considered and consultative manner. And in that regard, I was pleased to announce only a few days ago that the government has made changes to the travel arrangements affecting people on TPVs and chefs. That reflects also that these people have been separated from families in third countries, again for more than a decade. We will be compassionate without abandoning our resolve to maintain the security of our borders. We've also flagged important changes that have been made to family reunion, again an issue affecting people who've been here for a long time, which goes directly to those two principles, securing our borders, including by securing safer passage to people who need our protection. That is the way that we are approaching these issues, not treating vulnerable human beings as political footballs, as those opposite did for too long.
Order. Give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. How is the Albanese Labor government making life-changing treatments more affordable for Australians living with type 1 diabetes?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Macquarie for her question, because I know how hard she campaigned at the last election on Labor's platform of strengthening Medicare and cheaper medicines. And, Mr Speaker, we are delivering on the promises that she made to her communities across the Blue Mountains and through the Hawkesbury. In July, the maximum yearly medicine bills for millions of pensioners and concession card holders was slashed by 25%. In September, we slashed the price of more than 2,000 brands of medicines, delivering about $130 million back into the pockets of hard-working Australians. And, Mr Speaker, on January 1st, we will deliver the biggest cut to the price of medicines in the 75-year history of the PBS. And, Mr Speaker, we're also delivering cheaper prices for the 130,000 Australians living with type 1 diabetes. In July, we delivered on our promise to slash the price of constant glucose monitoring devices to just $32 per month for adults. Until we acted, young Australians with type 1 diabetes were effectively handed a bill on their 21st birthday of thousands and thousands of dollars to continue using these life-changing devices in adulthood. And last weekend, Mr Speaker, the members for Spence, Adelaide, Boothby and I joined the type 1 diabetes community in Adelaide to announce that the Albanese government will, from next week, slash the price of the next generation of insulin pumps, the Omnipod. Mr Speaker, this cordless technology allows kids in particular to play sport, to go swimming, to muck around in the playground with freedom and security. But the price tag of more than $400 per month for this technology has put it out of reach for most families. Well, from next week, the device will be available free of charge under insurance for the first time, and pods will cost less than $30 per box. 4-year-old Georgie from the member for Spencer's electorate joined us in Adelaide last weekend, and her parents told us, and I quote, "The Omnipod has made a world of difference for her, with the comfort of her insulin device not moving around and no cords, no cannula cords to contend with." One mother at the event told me, she said, her daughter's trial period on the Omnipod was life-changing, but they couldn't afford it after the trial ended. Another mum said that the huge cost of the pods meant they had to put them aside just for special occasions like sports days and swimming carnivals. Mr Speaker, support for this life-changing next-generation technology at an affordable price has been in the too hard basket for far too long, and next week that will change.
Call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask further questions to be placed on the notice paper.
There's a question to me from the manager before I call the Leader of the House with papers.
Mr Speaker, a question to you earlier in question time. A question was directed to the Minister for Housing concerning her portfolio responsibilities, and the Leader of the House jumped up to answer it instead. Practice is pretty comprehensive on page 541 about how these matters are to be dealt with. So I would ask if you could explain to the House the basis on which your ruling was made.
On the point of order, I'll call the manager, the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, just practice is also fairly specific for questions to the Speaker to be on matters of House administration. And while I respect that there may be a particular way of dealing with this now, it's certainly not traditionally in order to be relitigating rulings that were made at an earlier time through questions to the Speaker. It's meant to be matters of House administration only.
I thank the Leader of the House, and that is the normal practice if there is an issue at the time for the point of order to be made. But for the abundance of clarity, practice does state on page 549, where a question may involve the responsibility of more than one minister, it should be directed to the minister most responsible. That is not necessarily the first part of the question or the second part. It's where the majority of the question will be done. So my advice would be, if you're asking a complicated question, make sure there's a majority to that minister, because in that case it was, in my opinion, right down the middle. And I call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
And I call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I declare that Federation Chamber orders of the day numbers 1 to 3 government business relating to the appropriation bills are returned to the House for further consideration.
The bills will be set down for consideration at a later hour this day, and I call the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. On the same theme, I declare that unless otherwise ordered, at the adjournment of the House for this sitting, the following bills stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration: Appropriation Bill No. 1, 2022-2023, Appropriation Bill No. 2, 2022-2023, and Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 1, 2022-2023.
We'll move to reports from committee, and I give the call to the member for Fremantle.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the following reports. Report 201, Free Trade Agreement between Australia and the United Kingdom of Britain and Northern Ireland, and Report 202, the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement incorporating a dissenting report. I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the reports.
I call the... Is leave granted? I call the member for Herbert.
Leave's granted.
I call the member for Fremantle.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to make a statement on the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties reports into 2 trade agreements: the Free Trade Agreement between Australia and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement. The agreement with the UK is a modern and comprehensive trade agreement that reflects the long-standing quality and depth of the political, cultural and economic relationship between Australia and the United Kingdom. The agreement's 32 chapters cover the full scope of trade and regulatory matters. It ventures into new areas but preserves at the same time policy and regulatory space for the parties in future, particularly in rapidly evolving sectors such as digital trade and financial services. It is the case that there remain some barriers to trade in goods, particularly quotas on red meat, but the fact is that upon entry into force, 99% of Australian goods exports by value would enter the UK without tariffs. The liberalisation of the rules for services and investment also have the potential to open new markets for Australian service suppliers. Speaker, as with other trade agreements considered by the committee in recent years, There was significant interest by stakeholders in the question of temporary foreign labour access arrangements, particularly provisions in the agreement relating to contractual service suppliers and the recognition of professional qualifications in sensitive areas like education. The committee believes there is value in tracking and assessing the outcomes with respect to temporary foreign labour access that have occurred under trade agreements settled in recent years. The committee will seek an opportunity to consider those data in 2023. Speaker, in comparison to the free trade agreement with the UK, the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement is less comprehensive in scope, reflecting the fact that it's an early harvest agreement made in advance of negotiations for a comprehensive economic cooperation agreement. It nevertheless establishes a framework for future liberalisation, market access and investment opportunities, as the member for Bruce is both aware of and welcomes, and it's the first such agreement that India has settled with a developed nation in 10 years, and that's quite a remarkable achievement. Upon entry into force, the agreement with India would mean that approximately 90% of Australia's current exports to India would be either tariff-free or have access to tariff rate quotas, and this means there are some beneficial outcomes for tariff reductions on some key Australian exports, while high tariffs on agricultural goods like vegetables and wheat sadly remain mostly unchanged. And the Australian Wine Industry Deputy Speaker has some justifiable disappointment with respect to the outcomes for their sector. That is disappointing. Hopefully that can be corrected in the future agreement. In general, outcomes in services liberalisation, according to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, are equivalent to the best commitments India has offered other trade partners, and the terms of the agreement protect what Australia has achieved in the sense that any further agreements India enters into, the terms of such agreements will need to be offered to Australia where they are better than what we have currently secured. As an interim agreement, the AI-ECTA, as it is being called, is absent provisions dealing with a number of substantive trade policy areas like intellectual property, digital trade, government procurement, competition policy and the facilitated involvement of small and medium-sized enterprises, but it does deal with other barriers. It doesn't deal with other barriers to trade, such as the individual tax and regulatory regimes at the state and union territory level in India, that anyone who is engaged in exporting to that nation would know add a level of complexity for Australian exporters. Needless to say, the value of trade investment agreements do not stand entirely on market access and investment rules. Such agreements do operate as broader instruments of engagement, and we recognise on the committee that India is a like-minded partner of great significance and even greater potential in our region, in the Indo-Pacific region. It's committed, as Australia is, to the rule of law, open markets and stability, and on that basis this agreement, which for which the negotiations began in 2011, is a hard-won and long-sought achievement. Deputy Speaker, while the committee determined on a strong multi-partisan basis that both agreements should be ratified, it also made recommendations in relation to longer-held concerns around the independent economic assessment of the impact of such agreements and a system that enables higher quality engagement with stakeholders in the negotiating process, which we do not currently have. Trade agreements are the products of negotiations and trade-offs. Some sectors benefit, others don't, and there are unwanted in some cases, or at the very least extraneous economic and social impacts. So, in addition to assisting the proper understanding and assessment of a negotiated trade agreement, independent modelling and analysis would allow us to have proper regard to the quality of public policy decisions and make sure that agreements represent the optimal achievement and the optimal protection of Australia's interests. The substance and quality of the consultation process around trade agreements has been a consistent theme of the committee's interest in recent years, mainly because stakeholders, whether they're from business or industry or civil society, have noted and argued in favour the benefits of consultation, which is timely, meaningful and responsive. Presently, unfortunately, what occurs by way of engagement is often best described as information briefings rather than genuine consultation. So it's the committee's view the Australian government should consider how it can put in place improved consultation processes with all stakeholders as negotiations are undertaken, and that is indeed a platform commitment of the Australian Labor Party. Deputy Speaker, finally, in both reports, the committee recommended the Australian government implement the recommendations of the J. Scott's Report 193, titled Strengthening the Trade Agreement and Treaty-Making Process in Australia, as I said, in relation to greater consultation, transparency, and on the question of independent modelling and analysis of trade agreements. But having said that, Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I commend the reports to the House.
Thank you. I'll just get you moving. Sorry, Member for Fremantle. If you're going to seek the call, Member for Herbert.
I seek leave of the House to make a short statement regarding to.
Okay, is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Consider this your time, Member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity to make a short statement regarding to two committee reports. The first is the free trade agreement between Australia and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is a result of many years of hard work and negotiation by the former coalition government. This is an incredibly important initiative which will have a positive impact on local jobs in Australia by opening up more opportunities for exporters and more and cheaper options for Australian consumers purchasing goods from the UK. As the former Trade Minister said in the last Parliament, it is the most liberalising agreement signed by Australia with a major trading partner outside our agreement with New Zealand. It will liberalise trade between our two countries, creating jobs and opportunities for both our citizens. As the committee's report highlights, the Australia-UK trade relationship is dominated by investment. Last year, the UK was Australia's second largest source of foreign direct investment of 17.4% after the United States. The UK was also the second largest recipient of Australian foreign investment, 16.2% after the US. The report also highlights the free trade agreement will contribute to diversifying Australia's trade and guarding against the risk of discriminatory trade blocs, put pressure on multilateral system to further liberalise and broaden the range of issues that multilateral system engages with, and remove barriers impending trade in goods. The outcome of the agreement, wide-ranging for both Australia and the UK. The key one is the reduction in tariffs. Currently, 89% of Australian goods are exported to the UK duty-free. On entry into force, this will rise to over 99%, making this free trade agreement worthy of its name. The Australian households and businesses will save around $200 million per year. Beef and sheep tariffs will be eliminated after 10 years. Tariffs on sugar will be completely eliminated over 8 years. This is a really good free trade agreement, and I want to thank the committee through their hard work and the recommendations that we've been working with together, and thank the Secretariat who has put the report together. They've done a fantastic job. I'd also like to make note of the Australian-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement signed on behalf of Australians by the former coalition government will strengthen our relationship while making Australian exports to India cheaper and creating new opportunities for workers and businesses. Tariffs will be eliminated on more than 85% of Australian goods exports to India, rising to almost 91%, valued at $13.4 billion over 10 years. Australian households and businesses will benefit from 96% of Indian goods exports entering Australia duty-free. India is the world's fastest-growing major economy with 1.4 billion consumers, and this agreement opens up more opportunities for local businesses in the Indian market. Overall, this is a good deal for Australia, and that's why the committee has recommended, with the support of opposition members, that a binding treaty take action. There are many winners from this agreement, including agriculture, high-value wine producers, horticulture, resources and pharmaceuticals. Of course, with any agreement, there are some sectors that are still subject to higher tariffs than others. The committee noted in the report that while there are beneficial outcomes for some key Australian exports, such as coal and liquefied natural gas, the high tariffs on vegetables and wheat remain mostly unchanged. It was made clear to the committee that the Australian wine industry was somewhat disappointed in the tariff outcomes for their sector. Australian Grape and Wine told the committee that several central and state taxes make the market unattractive and unprofitable for most. They said that while the Australian-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement provides some gains for high-value producers in the Australian wine industry, these taxes and charges discriminate against foreign-produced alcoholic beverages in an effort to support local producers. It is pleasing to note that the Australian-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement was described to the committee as an early harvest agreement in advance of a comprehensive economic cooperation agreement. As such, the opposition put forward an additional recommendation that the committee recommends that the Australian government strongly pursue greater market access for the Australian wine industry in future comprehensive economic cooperation agreement negotiations. I thank the committee members for agreeing to this additional proposal, and I encourage the government to move quickly to ensure the agreements can enter into force by the end of 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to member for Fremantle.
I move that the House take note of each report.
Thank you. The debates are adjourned, and the resumption of each debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Member for Fremantle.
Also move that the orders of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I will put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And there is no division required. I don't need interjections helpfully from the member for Fisher on that. I'll call the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Customs Amendment, Australia-United Kingdom Free Trade Agreement, Implementation Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the consideration in detail and the amendment moved by the member for Kennedy.
Thank you. So the question is that the amendment be disagreed to. Nobody is seeking the call. You had 10. You have a few seconds to go. Member for Kennedy.
The famous 15 of us crossbench to an entirely different drum. We've already moved successfully to get an integrity commissioner. The cronyism democracy that's developed in Australia is now put in jeopardy. Crossbenches, whatever our shortcomings and differences, we've moved sovereign fuel security bill so that instead of sending $40 billion overseas to buy fuel every year, $40 billion will now go into the pockets of Australians, enabling us with a gas tax and a 5% primage to give every single kid in this country $7,000 a year.
Thank you, member for Kennedy. So the question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question now is that this bill be agreed to, and that's the question I now put. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. The bill has been agreed to. Minister?
Excuse me, Speaker. I seek leave to move the third reading.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Thank you. And Minister?
I move that the bill be now read a third time.
And that is the question I put, that this bill be now read a third time. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. And call on the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
Sorry, call on the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 5, Customs Tariff Amendment, Australia-United Kingdom Free Trade Agreement, Implementation Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time. Are there any speakers? No? Then I'm putting the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And call on the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Thank you. Is leave granted for a third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Okay. Then, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
And I will put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call on the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Thank you. And clerk, next item of business.
Government business, order of the day, Appropriation Bill number 1, 2022 to 2023, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. And before the debate, thank you. Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the two related appropriation bills. And give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I held a Fisher budget forum a couple of months ago now, or a month ago, 6 weeks ago. It was obviously the second one that I'd held this year, and we, in my electorate, discussed the good, the bad and the ugly in Labor's 22-23 budget. Now, I think it's important to recognise where we've come from, and that is a position of strength that the coalition has set up the economy and handed the economy to the Labor government, which is an economy that was the envy of the world. Although the Labor government seem to be doing their best to trash that as we speak. Now, less than 6 months on, things are very, very different to where they were in May of this year. The Treasurer, Madam Deputy Speaker, promised a bread-and-butter budget, but now we know it was more like a charter boat budget. And any Queenslander that's listening to this would know what I mean by that, because the Treasurer is now wandering around saying, budget? What budget? I've never seen a Treasurer or a government walk away from a much heralded budget as those opposite have done recently. But it's not all bad, and I do want to talk about some of the good things, because, as the Leader of the Opposition said, where we in opposition are not going to oppose for opposition's sake. Where there are good things in the budget, we'll identify that, we'll recognise that, and where there's bad things, bad policy that the government undertake, well, we'll call that out as well. I was pleased to see the childcare subsidy extended to even more Australians, and I had the shadow Minister for Early Childhood Education for an industry roundtable, and it was great to see and learn the perspectives of many industry players from the early childhood sector. And whilst I recognise and I acknowledge and it's a good thing that the childcare subsidy is being extended, what was made very clear to me both in that meeting and since has been that there are many childcare or early childhood centres operating around the country that, and in fact there are many places in the country that simply don't have access to those early childhood centres. So the government can throw all the money that it likes at this issue, but I know particularly in rural, remote and regional, some parts of regional Australia, there are young people who just simply cannot get those services.
families can't get those services. And what that means is that at least one parent will have to stay at home and look after those children. And obviously that has a significant impact on the productivity of this nation. I was also glad to see the government recommit to reducing the cost of medicines through the PBS co-payment, something which both parties took to the last election. I was especially pleased to see support for veterans' housing with the $46.7 million investment into the Defence Home Ownership Assistance Scheme. Veterans' wellbeing has been one of my personal priorities over the last 6 years. There is so much more work to be done from this place for the care of our veterans. And last but not least, I want to once again put on the record the thanks of the people of the Sunshine Coast for the Labor government's intention to keep what we promised in the March budget, what the Coalition promised in the March budget of that $1.6 billion to invest in the Sunshine Coast Rail project. Now, I do want to say, whilst I'm very pleased to see that money, I'm very pleased to see the recognition from the minister that the money is in the budget, although it took a couple of days to get that announcement because there was nothing physically in the budget papers, which caused me some degree of consternation, as you'd probably imagine, Deputy Speaker. But the Infrastructure Minister, on about day 3 or 4 after the budget came out, and said that the Labor Party would be honouring the Coalition's commitment of $1.6 billion. So that's a great thing for the Sunshine Coast. We now have a bilateral or a bipartisan support for the Sunshine Coast Rail at a federal level. What we don't have on a $3.2 billion, estimated $3.2 billion project is the state's $1.6 billion. Now, this is another example of an infrastructure project which we led from the front when we were in government. We led investing, or at least offering to invest, in a state project. When you've got a train, when you see a train in Queensland, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's operating on the North-South Railway line, you'll see it emblazoned with QR. You don't see CR, you don't see CTHR, you don't see Federal Rail. It says QR, Queensland Rail. And the Queensland State Government are responsible for its own rail line. But the federal member for Fairfax and I worked assiduously for 6 years with our own party, our own government, to get a commitment of $1.6 billion, and we secured that in the March budget. As I said, I'm very pleased to see that the Labor Party, the federal Labor Party, have come on board. It's a great project. It's a nation-building project. It's good for the economy. It's good for the local economy, and it's good for the environment. We need to get more cars off the road and more people into rail. But as I said, what we don't have is Queensland State Labor stumping up with their $1.6 billion. And it reminds me of the situation when, once again, we led the path. We trailblazed, the member for Fairfax and I, our funding commitment for the duplication of the North Coast Railway line. Now, that was not on the cards with the state government. Once again, QR project, Queensland Rail, but we offered to pay 50% of that project. We didn't have to put a cent towards it, just like we didn't need to put a cent towards the Sunshine Coast Rail. But the only way that we seem to be able to get the Queensland Labor state government off their backsides and funding infrastructure in Queensland, particularly in areas like the Sunshine Coast, is if the federal government takes a leading role. Now, this is the member for Monash is looking at me, and I know exactly what he's thinking. He's thinking this is rewarding bad behaviour member for Fisher, because that's exactly what we're doing. We are rewarding bad behaviour from a recalcitrant state government. The more money that we put in to Queensland on Queensland state government projects, the less money that they do. It's like rewarding a naughty child. What do? They keep doing it, they keep getting a reward. But if we didn't do that, the Queensland government would continue to not fund vital infrastructure projects. So it is a good thing that this Labor government stumped up and matched our funding, and I am, as is just about every person on the Sunshine Coast, very, very appreciative of it. Because not only will it provide a link between the Sunshine Coast coastal strip and Brisbane, it'll provide a vital link between the hinterland and the Sunshine Coast. It'll provide 9,550 jobs over the next 8 or so years. 9,550 jobs. It'll be the largest infrastructure project that the Sunshine Coast has ever seen. But what we don't have is the state government matching the federal government's commitment of their own $1.6 billion, to their eternal shame. We cannot host the Olympics in 2032, partly on the Sunshine Coast, if we do not have this rail done. And if the Queensland government wants to look a gift horse in the mouth, whether it's a coalition gift horse or a Labor government gift horse, well, this rail line will go the way of the Redcliffe rail line, and it'll probably take another 100 years to be built. If we're going to build this rail line, it needs to be done before 2032. My best advice is it's going to take about 8 years to build it, coming from the Department of Transport in Queensland. So we have no time to spare. So get on with it, Mark Bailey, Transport Minister in Queensland. Stump up, come out, publicly say you're going to fund this $1.6 billion, and let's get on with it. The Caloundra Labor state member should also be voicing his support for this project, as should the Nicklin state Labor member. These two Labor state members have said nothing on this project whatsoever, and it's about time that, that they came out and publicly declared whether they are supportive of this project. If they're supportive, come out and support your communities. That's what your communities expect of an elected representative. Don't hide and wait until your government comes out and says what it's going to do. Be a leader. Push for change. Push the envelope, because that is what you are elected to do, whether it's in this place, whether it's in a state legislature or a council legislature. Push the envelope and stick up for your people. Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to cost of living, which we heard so much about in the lead-up to this budget, I did my tour to Fisher, where I ride around my electorate, and I did 23 listening posts on my push bike, not my motorbike. I know you're thinking, did you do it on his motorbike or did you do it on his push bike? I did it on my push bike. I spoke to over 150 constituents in a week, and I was asked by a radio station whilst I was doing Tour de Fisher, what was the #1 burning issue from locals in Fisher? I'll tell you what the #1 burning issue was. Cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. It's all anybody wanted to talk about. And what we saw in the budget was discussion about reducing power prices. When they went to the election, of course, the Labor Party promised a $275 reduction in power prices. But when you dig into the budget papers, what we see is an acknowledgement from this Labor government that power prices are due to go up by 56% over the next 2 years, and gas prices are due to go up 44% over the next 2 years. Now, nowhere since the election has the Prime Minister repeated his commitment for a reduction in electricity prices. He talked about this on 97 occasions prior to the election, not once since. And his own budget papers, the government's own budget papers, demonstrate that power and gas are going to go up by, in power's sake, more than 50%, 66%, gas price 44%. We estimate that people in my electorate will be paying more than $2,000 by the end of Christmas, more than in their cost of living than what they would have been paying at the beginning of this year. This government needs to work with industry to reduce power prices. It's not just a matter of pushing more renewables into the market. It's a matter of sensibly balancing renewables and other forms of energy. By all means, look at nuclear energy, like the coalition government is doing. We're looking at nuclear energy. We're not demonising any form of energy because we need to be able to keep the lights on. And that is going to be— people are going to judge this government by how they manage their energy policy. And at the moment, as all our respective bills are showing, they are left wanting. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's some good things. There are certainly some bad things in this budget, and I'll continue to talk about them in this
Member
place.
for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on the appropriation bill's cognate debate today. And it is my absolute pleasure to speak about the appropriations bill that deliver Labor's first budget, the Albanese government's budget from October. Deputy Speaker, the budget delivered by the Treasurer in October sets out the priorities for this government, and those priorities match what we took to the election. The budget delivers responsible cost of living relief that doesn't put pressure on inflation. It makes targeted investments to build a stronger and more resilient economy, and begins the hard yards of budget repair so we can pay for what's important. The most important thing, I think, for members of my community when I talk to them is Labor's commitment to action on global warming and climate change, and passing the legislation, of course, that legislated that target, and the commitments that were made in the budget to make Australia a renewable powerhouse, the Powering Australia plan. The budget outlined, Deputy Speaker, obviously to establish a $1.9 billion Powering the Regions Fund to support innovation in existing industries and the creation of new industries in regional areas. And this is really important, obviously, because as we transition, it's often the regions where the attention to job security and ensuring that when we're moving into this renewable space, that workers in the regions are looked after in that sense and ensured that we create jobs in those regions. There's an $8.1 million fund over 3 years in this budget to progress research and support the commercialisation of seaweed as an emissions-reducing livestock feed supplement. Again, important for the regions. There's a $95.6 million over 9 years funding to support 10,000 people to complete a new energy apprenticeship, and a $9.6 million new energy skills program. This budget steps out how we will respond over time. It sets us up to make that transition to cleaner, cheaper energy, which of course in the longer term will impact on your power prices. It has a $15 billion commitment to establish the National Reconstruction Fund, including up to $3 billion for the Powering Australia plan. This will introduce a $345 million electric car discount, which exempts eligible electric cars from fringe benefits tax and the 5% import tariff. So the budget is thoughtful. It's thoughtful about how we're going to make this transition. It's thoughtful about incentivising the move to renewables so that we can have a speedy impact on that target for renewable energy and therefore a speedy impact on the target for global warming emissions reduction. There's a $14 million commitment over 4 years to conduct on-road emissions and fuel consumption testing of light vehicles sold in Australia, and an introduction of the Commonwealth fleet target to ensure its fleet purchases and leases will be 75% electricity by 2025. So it's a thoughtful budget in this space. It makes sure that we're moving in the right direction. In terms of electricity, it's establishing the Rewiring the Nation with a $20 billion budget in low-cost finance to expand and modernise Australia's electricity grids at the lowest cost. It's also an announcement of the first Rewiring the Nation electricity transmission investments to provide concessional financing for the Marinus link between Tasmania and Victoria, offshore wind projects and renewable energy zones in Victoria, and the Victoria-New South Wales interconnector, the Kerang link. So, Deputy Speaker, it's structured. It responds to the lack of action from those opposite for over 10 years to ensure that Australia meets its commitments, but also ensures that in doing so we set ourselves up for that renewable future, that we become part of the solution and in doing so take us forward. The budget also strengthens Medicare, another election commitment. The Australian government's budget begins the task of strengthening Medicare after a decade of cuts and neglect, and I know this on the ground in my community, Deputy Speaker. Under those opposite, the changes they made to the distribution priority areas saw 30% of GPs leave my community. Across the city of Wyndham, that's 300,000 people, and 30% of our GPs putting extraordinary pressure on the health system, extraordinary pressure on families, extraordinary pressure on individuals to try and get to see a doctor. Well, this budget has some of those answers. This budget establishes 50 Medicare urgent care clinics, one of which will be in my community, taking pressure off our already overwhelmed emergency department at the Mercy Hospital. Happily, we also have a state Labor commitment to an extra $100 million into that emergency department to double its size. So this is really going to start to work on the ground in my community. We've also got in this budget the Making Medicines Cheaper. And for the first time in 75 years' history, the maximum cost of general scripts under the PBS will fall. The maximum co-payment of $42.50 will drop to $30 from the 1st of January. This will be pleasing in a community like mine, where families may have more than one script that they're paying for a month, and it'll stop that pressure of them having to determine or make a decision about which script to fill and which script not to fill. Important, obviously, in health. Deputy Speaker, the budget delivers in education. It delivers 480,000 fee-free TAFE places and 20,000 university places that will be targeted to communities like mine, to First in Family, to young people from low SES communities to pursue a higher education. These are important things in this budget to get this country back on track, to make sure that your postcode doesn't determine your life's outcomes or, in fact, your income. It also includes our plan for cheaper childcare, which in my community, which has the highest number of 0 to 5-year-olds in early education in the country, this will have a positive impact for over 10,000 families. 10,000 families in my community will have a savings here. It will also free up what is calculated to be 37,000 effective full-time workers by allowing women to access that 4th and 5th day of work without having a financial penalty attached. It's an extraordinary piece that will help 1.26 million Australian families. It will have positive impacts in terms of gender equity. It will see women engage in the workforce more readily, and that will see in communities like mine families increasing their potential income. Deputy Speaker, it also works in terms of infrastructure. This budget makes a commitment of $2.57 billion to Victoria, a state that has been starved of infrastructure funds for nearly a decade by those opposite. This includes, most important in my local community, $57 million contribution to the Ison Road Bridge, which will be matched by the state government to build the Ison Road Bridge. This will take off thousands of cars that currently go into Werribee to leave Werribee, to go out to the M1. This means that in areas like Jubilee, Wyndham Vale, Manor Lakes, people will be able to go straight over the Ison Road Bridge and drop in down to the M1. So it will make commutes shorter, it will save people time, it will also bust congestion through the centre of the city of Wyndham. It also commits $2.2 billion over 5 years to the Victorian government for the construction of the Suburban Rail Loop East project, which I know other members from from Victoria here will be very happy to see the impacts of those. Deputy Speaker, it's a budget locally that works for my community. As well as that, we have the Wyndham being put back into that distribution priority area. Now, we heard a question today from Question Time, the implications of which was that somehow the metropolitan area are robbing regions to do this. The fact of the matter is that this government's also put in place steps to ensure that we can attract and retain doctors from overseas, not just into regional Australia, but into areas like the area I represent, where we have high growth, high numbers of young families with high impacts when they can't see a GP. So I thank Minister Butler for his commitment to a community like ours to ensure that those things are happening. And in terms of local commitments to my community, I also welcome a small but significant contribution to our Wyndham Interfaith Network, a $20,000 commitment to support our interfaith network to put back into place post-COVID their annual dinner, where representatives from across our faith communities come together to share, to build understanding and to build cohesion. And then they take that back into those individual communities. They work together on projects to ensure that all our communities of faith are respected and engaged in ongoing conversations in communities like mine. It's a really important initiative, and I absolutely welcome that that is listed in this budget. We also have in this budget for my community, a commitment to a toy library. 300,000 in Wyndham, the highest number 0 to 5-year-olds in the country, and a little pocket that I represent called Wyndham Vale that has incredibly intense numbers of 0 to 5-year-olds in our early learning centres and our preschools. And there's a $20,000 commitment here to assist Wyndham City Council in establishing a second toy library, one specifically for Wyndham Vale, where those children will have access to quality toys, and their parents, in joining the toy library, will also have access to conversation, to sharing, an opportunity potentially to join other clubs and to connect into our community. It's a small commitment, but it means an enormous amount in communities like mine, where we are building communities every day, where people move into our new suburbs, into our new housing developments, and their first point of connection might be that early learning centre, it might be the library, it might be the toy library, where those families start to connect. Deputy Speaker, another local commitment is a commitment of $500,000 to the Werribee Central Sports Club to assist in their redevelopment of Galvin Park, to ensure that the 800 families that engage in the Werribee Central Sports Club through football or netball or cricket, and come together all weekend, summer or winter, that will make an enormous difference to that club, to the 800 families that are involved there, and is just one indicator of the way this government cares about grassroots as much as it does the highlight figures. And, Deputy Speaker, there is also money in this budget for a commitment to assist in our local waterways. In new housing estates, we are often now using new housing estates. We are using the stormwater in creation of wetlands or putting water back into wetlands or back into natural creeks. This happens all over my electorate, in every new housing development, and the commitment that's made by this government in this budget to support that waterway development, to ensure that we keep litter out of those waterways and to ensure that we're creating family-friendly spaces in all of our housing estates. So I'm really pleased about that commitment as well. Deputy Speaker, it's an important budget. It's a budget that puts down the indicators, if you like, sets out the priorities of the Albanese Labor government. It's about bringing people together. It's about people coming together to look forward. It's a budget with a vision for the future. It's a budget that serves communities like mine as much as it serves communities across this country. It's a budget with attention to the regions as well as attention to the metropolitan areas. It's a budget that understands the way Australians live their lives. It's a budget that understands aspiration and doesn't punish it. It's a budget that understands that workers need a pay rise. It's a budget that delivers for all Australians. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And the question is that these bills be now read a second time. I'll give the call to the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make a contribution to the Appropriations Bill 2022-2023. When the Treasurer presented his speech at the end of October, he did very little to address the serious issues in my electorate of Flynn. One of the main things I hear when travelling around the electorate is how much families are suffering from the cost of living crisis. Unfortunately, this budget does nothing to address it. The average family is set to be worse off by at least $2,000 by Christmas. Groceries are 8% higher, not just because of natural disasters, but also by Labor-made disaster scrapping, for an example, ag visas. Supply has been slashed because farmers and processors are only working at around 60% of workforce capacity, which has put upward pressure at the checkout for families. Retail electricity prices are predicted to increase by 50%, while the $275 promised by the Labor government to reduce electricity bills has now been scrapped. It's gone. Interest rates have already gone up and are predicted to go up further, which is ripping hundreds of dollars out of household budgets each month. Labor's own budget forecasts skyrocketing gas prices, 40% in the next 2 years, and yet they have provided no serious policy or investment to alleviate this price surge. The surest way to secure affordable, reliable gas is through increasing supply. Funding for gas exploration has been cut. Labor has gutted $31 million out of the exploration in the Cooper-Ada Vale Basin plan and $23 million from the Beetaloo by discounting the Beetaloo cooperative drilling program. At the same time, in a blatant attempt to buy green votes, Labor has showered the Environmental Defender's Office with an extra $9.6 million, opening the door for more vexatious court actions and lawfare to delay and stop new resource projects. Madam Speaker, the only new change to the tax system announced in this budget is a new tax on investments. Labor's sneaky new tax will slug people who invest in their own savings and superannuation. Despite ruling out these changes before the election, Labor will hit retirees and investors with a new $555 million tax depriving investors of franking credits, which they have previously relied on. Madam Speaker, Labor's budget has turned its back on families desperate to find childcare places in regional and rural areas. $4.7 billion has been announced in childcare measures, but it doesn't help regional and rural families because it doesn't deliver any additional childcare places. In my electorate of Flynn, many families cannot find a childcare place for their child. This is preventing parents from returning to work sooner. Our communities need availability and they need accessibility, not just affordability.
There's been confirmation of cuts, programs scrapped, energy security and regional development plans, regional accelerator program, community development grants program and Building Better Regions Fund, the BBRF. 815 projects have been scrapped around Australia that were part of the BBRF. In October, I visited the construction site of the Ivy Anderson Aged Care project in Springshaw, which received $4.1 million from the Building Better Regions Fund. This site is ready for a foundation laying and construction. Weather dependent, the project will be completed in the first quarter of 2023. These 9 one-bedroom residential units have a long-time vision for the hard-working Ivy Anderson Committee. The Labor needs to tell our hard-working regional and rural communities why it's putting their city mates before regional and rural Australia, and why it's turning its back on future projects just like the Ivy Anderson Aged Care project. We need rural and regional infrastructure to get produce from the paddock to port, to pay the bills for this nation and improve our communities. Madam Speaker, I have previously used my time as the federal member for Flynn to speak out about serious logistical issues that are preventing the use of the Port of Gladstone. The former member for Flynn, Mr Ken O'Dowd, secured $100 million for the access to the Port of Gladstone project back on the 3rd of April 2019 to provide an alternative route for heavy transport vehicles accessing the Port of Gladstone. This $100 million is once again in this year's budget. However, the Port of Gladstone project has not progressed, with it being in planning stages since 2020. There are 4 bridges in the Gladstone area that have oversize, overweight and load restrictions put upon them. These bridges need to be repaired or replaced and present huge logistical problems for the Queensland Labor Government's proposed multi-billion-dollar alternative renewable energy projects in central Queensland. A few weeks ago, we saw a 250-tonne energy generator on its way to the Callide Power Station stranded at the Port of Gladstone due to the bridges in the region having these oversize and weight restrictions upon them. This generator has now to be loaded onto a barge and taken further up the port to Fisherman's Landing. This is an absolute waste of time and resources, and even more disappointing, it could have been prevented. Madam Speaker, Labor is taking the fun out of regional Queensland and Australia as well. The budget will not proceed with round 2 of the Agricultural Show Development Grant program. This is a great disappointment, considering 30 regional shows are in the Flynn electorate. These shows are the very fabric of many of our regional communities. The October budget is scrapping $14 million over 2 years from 2022-23 for the partial reversal of the 2022-23 March budget measures titled Regional Accelerator Program Establishment. The budget also mentions $2.8 million in savings for the partial reversal of agricultural shows and field days. The budget says the funding will be redirected to fund other government priorities. The government does not prioritise regional and rural shows. It is stripping money out of regional Australia wherever it can. Labor's budget has committed to increasing heavy vehicle road user charge rate from 26.4 cents a litre to 27.2 cents a litre. This means truck drivers will be slugged an extra 0.8% in tax for every litre of diesel fuel that they buy. Labor's agenda to treat regional Australia like a cash cow is a disgrace. However, the budget does include $80.7 million to support voluntary action by farmers to lower methane emissions. This includes $50 million for a National Soil Carbon Innovation Challenge to lower emissions through better soil management, $5.7 million National Soil Carbon Data Program to support partnerships to improve data at low-cost alternatives for measuring soil carbon, and $20 million in a methane emulsions reduction in livestock program for the research into abatement and the productivity benefits of livestock feed technologies and the development of technologies to deliver low-emissions feed supplements to grazing animals. This plan does not stack up. This plan will force farmers to buy more expensive feed for their cattle, making farming more expensive. The result will be an increase in meat prices. Everyone's food bill will only grow under Labor. This is the start of another attack on farmers. The Coalition didn't sign up to a methane pledge, which called for a 30% global reduction in methane emissions on 2020 levels by 2030. Signing the pledge goes against the agricultural sector to grow to $100 billion by 2030. At a time when families are struggling with the cost of energy and mortgage repayments, this tax on the grazing industry will only push up food prices further. What activists want is an end to the beef industry and the grazing industry as a whole. Madam Speaker, the budget also scraps $4.6 billion out of water projects by not proceeding with Hells Gate Dam project in Queensland, deferring funding of $899.5 million over 4 years from Dungowan Dam and Pipeline, Emu Swamp Dam and Pipeline, Hughenden Irrigation Scheme and the Wailanga Dam wall raising projects. The budget also did not match the Coalition's commitment of $25 million towards the water supply for the critical development of new industrial precinct 20 kilometres from Emerald at the Yamla Enterprise area. The funding was to support the proposed Yamla Enterprise area, an intermodal and industrial precinct to turbocharge central Queensland economy, creating more jobs and industries. Cuts to water programs are devastating and will impact on regional areas. The development of water assets is crucial to the future of agriculture and industry in Australia, but this budget does not address this. Madam Speaker, the Rockhampton Ring Road is a key piece of infrastructure. It is a project that will support the region's economy by improving freight efficiency, flood resilience and the capacity of the Bruce Highway, as well as improving road safety. Labor's budget confirmed that they will delay the $1.1 billion Rockhampton Ring Road project, where tendering was almost complete and the work was due to begin in January 2023. Central Queensland is the economic engine room of Australia, and it needs to be supported with essential infrastructure to support the growth and development of this region. In the region, there's over $1 billion Shoalwater Bay training area and the Clark Creek Wind Farm, solar and battery farm at Rookwood Weir. With major projects like this, it is not acceptable for military tanks with over 100 wind turbines and oversized equipment to be travelling through the Rockhampton CBD. For the Clark Creek Wind Farm, each tower is 11 truckloads. This includes 3 blades, 7 tower components and 1 Goldwing generator that weighs 108 tonnes. The biggest component is the synchronised condenser unit, which is a 220-tonne piece of equipment. There are 16 traffic lights through the central Rockhampton CBD, which must have risers put under them, as load clearances have to be 6.2 metres. 100 wind turbines at 11 loads, that's 1,100 truck movements of oversized, overweight and over-length equipment. 3 police will be assigned to each movement, and it appears that the federal Labor government are happy to strip critical funding from regional projects and pump the money into metropolitan areas, and this is simply unacceptable. Enough delays. The federal government needs to cough up the funding for the Rockhampton Ring Road and get on with building it as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, after the Coalition delivered an $811.8 million Connecting Regional Australia initiative in March 2022, Labor's so-called Better Connectivity Plan for Regional and Rural Australia both accesses and redirects funding from a number of important Coalition programs. This Labor budget cut to regional communications at least $101 million over 4 years. The budget papers show that a $106 million program to boost the resilience of telecommunications infrastructure for natural disasters in vulnerable locations has been axed, with a much smaller allocation of $30.4 million made to the Department of Home Affairs for resilience initiatives, including for telecommunications infrastructure. $30 million for various internet affordability measures for regional and rural communities has been cut to just $4.7 million. $5 million for emerging technology trials has been axed. $418 million from open access or multi-carrier mobile expansion has been cut to $400 million. Mobile Black Spots program has been cut by $37.5 million, and the lowest level of investment in the MBSP since 2015. Whilst adopting the Coalition's plan to extend the peri-urban mobile program to regional cities as the opposition called for, Labor is providing only half of the $78.5 million committed by the Coalition. Madam Speaker, it has been reported that the Boyne Tenham Sharks in my electorate of Flynn will receive only half of what Labor promised the club at the last election cycle, even though Labor did ordinarily match the Coalition's fully budgeted amount of $2.5 million to build the new clubhouse and facilities. They have decided not to honour this funding and reduced it to $1.3 million. Once again, Labor says one thing before the election and another thing after. In conclusion, it's clear the Labor budget is one to appease metropolitan Australia and is not one for regional and rural Australia, and particularly my electorate of Flynn.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak to the government's Appropriation Bill Cognate debate. Budgets are about decisions, and unsurprisingly, this government is making different decisions to the last one. And I'm delighted to speak on these bills because it's been 9 long years where Australians, and I know the people of Boothby feel this, have had to sit through the missed opportunities and short-sighted politicking of the previous government's lacklustre budgets. And this budget continues what is the mission and guiding principle of this government, to deliver on the commitments we made to the Australian people. Now, I and the government readily accept that there is a lot of work to do to build stronger communities. People are really doing it tough. During our campaign for Boothby, and indeed in my first speech to the House, I spoke of coming across residents living in makeshift accommodation. And this was even before some of the cost of living challenges we know people are facing really took off, driven by our inflation challenge. And so, Deputy Speaker, as the Treasurer said on budget night when delivering his budget statement, we face a significant challenge in finding ways to ease the very real cost of living pressures facing Australians while not making the challenge of inflation worse. This is not something that those opposite had to deal with in 9 years, and it just shows how wasteful so much of their spending was. And so this budget delivers on productivity-boosting reforms, economic reform with a productivity dividend, as the Treasury is fond of saying. And so, beyond bringing a sense of integrity, propriety and sense to the budget process, allow me to talk a little bit about what this budget delivers for Boothby. When running for the seat of Boothby, it soon became clear to me that a top priority for many voters was access to good quality, affordable and timely health care. We saw the importance of the issue in March this year at the South Australian election, where my friend, South Australian Premier Peter Malinauskas and his team ousted a one-term government, the first opposition to form government since the pandemic, which demonstrated just how stretched so many of our health aspects of our health system are. And so I'm absolutely thrilled that included in this budget is funding towards a commitment that we announced during the campaign, the $400 million upgrade and expansion of the Flinders Medical Centre. Flinders, as it's known in Adelaide, is the major health precinct servicing Adelaide's southern suburbs and the Adelaide Hills, and our joint commitment with the South Australian State Government will see 160 extra beds, including 136 at Flinders Medical Centre and 24 to the nearby Repatriation Hospital. Because while ambulance ramping gets the front pages, we know that it's a symptom of bed block, not the issue in and of itself. Most of the beds will be single room because we learned very clearly during the pandemic that single rooms help with infection control. We will also be rebuilding the Margaret Tobin mental health facility, increasing the capacity of the intensive care unit, building additional operating theatres to increase capacity for emergency and elective surgery, and providing a new eye surgery clinic. We'll be upgrading and expanding medical imaging services and establishing the new 24-bed older persons unit as a hub for older persons' health and wellbeing at repatriation. In addition to this, we will be establishing an urgent care clinic, one of 50 across the country, and this one will be near the Flinders Medical Centre Emergency Department to take pressure off the ED. We want people who need after-hours care, who can't get into their GP, to have somewhere to go, to get the help that they or their family or loved one need, but we also want to make sure emergency departments can focus on emergencies. Deputy Speaker, Flinders Medical Centre is the major tertiary medical institution for Boothby, Kingston and Mayo, and with the growth in the Adelaide southern suburbs, this commitment is very welcome. We've also partnered with the South Australian Government on a couple of major infrastructure projects that will change the daily experiences for some of our local residents. Whenever I speak to residents along the coast, I hear complaints about the traffic on Brighton Road. Brighton Road is an important local road for seaside suburbs, but increasingly has become a commuter route for people in the growing southern suburbs, represented by my friend, the member for Kingston, making their way into the city. The announcement of an on-off ramp at Majors Road in the electorate of Kingston, which will enable commuter traffic to get off Brighton Road and onto the Southern Expressway, is a real win-win. Commuters will have a faster, more direct route into the city and back home again, and Brighton Road will be returned to more local traffic. Credit to the South Australian Labor Government. The designs are out for consultation already, right now, and the designs are sensitive to a number of local concerns, minimising the impact on the nearby Glenthorne National Park, adjacent bike and walking trails and other sporting facilities by having the ramp works almost entirely within road reserve. And I know there's been some mischievous misinformation about the designs leafleted in the local suburbs, so I would encourage Boothby and Kingston residents to have a look at the designs currently on the Department of Infrastructure website. Let us know what you think. Our other major infrastructure announcement is the often promised and never delivered Marion Road tram crossing grade separation. First announced by the former government in 2016, and then again in 2019, we're now working with the South Australian Government to deliver it in this term. In rush hour traffic with high demand on trams, the boom gates are down about 1/3 of the time. This means the traffic flow on this major arterial road is blocked 20 minutes out of every hour. This means between traffic lights and boom gates, sometimes only 3 to 5 cars can get through at a time. Really frustrating. The South Australian Department of Infrastructure and Transport is currently undertaking site and ground investigations, and a design will be released for consultation. Deputy Speaker, environmental issues were raised with me by a large number of groups and individuals during the campaign and continue to be very high priorities that I hear about in my electorate. As we're situated between the hills and the sea, Boothby has a number of creeks running through it, and many of these creeks, waterways and wetlands have been degraded over the decades and are clogged with woody weeds and other pests. A total of around $2 million across a number of sites, primarily along the Sturt River and the Brown Hill Keswick Creek, will enable important habitats to be restored and re-established, including the Oxbow Bend at Warraparinga wetlands, an important Kaurna cultural site featuring scar trees and ancient earth oven remnants. And it's great to see the Friends of Warraparinga, the Living Kaurna Cultural Centre and City of Marion working together on restoring this site. Last week I had the honour of showing the Minister for Emergency Services around Blackwood and Belair to inspect the storm damage. Most of Adelaide, and indeed a fair section of South Australia and as far up as Alice Springs in the Northern Territory, were hit by cyclonic winds and thunderstorms. Many roads across Adelaide, but particularly those in these hill suburbs, were impassable. Cars were crushed, houses had trees through them, and of course power lines and power poles were down. Some of these properties ended up being without power between 3 and 6 days. The clean-up will take much longer. Of course, front and centre in the storm recovery were the local Country Fire Service and the State Emergency Service volunteers, working alongside Mitcham Council, SA Police and, of course, SA Power Networks. These volunteers are such an important part of life in the hill suburbs. They respond to storm damage, to bushfires, to car crashes, to all sorts of emergencies. They train weekly to make sure that they're able to serve their community, and they drop everything and come running when the call goes out, day or night. In small communities, you often know the person whose house is on fire or whose car crash you're responding to, and that's an additional emotional strain. And while they're out responding to such a call, as they did last week for the storm, their own properties or families may also be at risk, but they are ever professional and committed. So I'm particularly pleased about the commitment for 2 additional quick response vehicles for the Sturt group of the Country Fire Service, as well as additional funding for fuel load reduction to prepare for the coming fire season and additional fire risk signage. And I thank them for their service. One of the hidden gems of Boothby is the Tonsley Innovation Precinct. This former Mitsubishi car manufacturing site is now reinvented as a high-tech advanced manufacturing hub, home to Flinders University and Tonsley TAFE, as well as a myriad of other exciting high-tech businesses such as Microx, Tesla, Sage Automotive and Red Arc. I was on site at Tonsley with the Minister for Skills and Training last week to announce 12,500 new TAFE places across South Australia, a fantastic step forward in addressing the skills shortage I hear about from every business I talk to, no matter what the sector, large or small. These new places start next year and will be in a range of industries that we are experiencing shortages in. Similar announcements across Australia show that the Albanese Labor government knows that we need a skilled workforce if we are going to meet the challenges of the future, take advantage of the opportunities that present themselves and give Australians the best careers, the best industries and the best lives they can have. And of course, part of building back for the future we want, a future of advanced manufacturing, of industries born out of renewable energy and renewable industries, is looking to our universities. The Albanese Labor government has committed $10 million to the Factory of the Future, part of the Flinders University campus at Tonsley and a partnership with BAE Systems. This initiative will unlock 4,000 jobs over 5 years, supporting South Australian small and medium business to ready themselves for the defence supply chain through the use of automation, robotics and the expansion and modernisation of the supply chain. This exciting initiative will bring together education, industry and government, bridging the gap between research and development and commercialisation to boost the national economy. Deputy Speaker, Boothby is home to Adelaide's #1 tourist attraction, Glenelg. Glenelg is a beachfront suburb easily accessible from the city, with fantastic restaurants, a picturesque jetty, a Ferris wheel and the site of many local cultural events, including the Remembrance Day and Anzac Day services, New Year's Eve fireworks, beach volleyball tournaments and the like. I should also give a shout-out to the Glenelg Surf Lifesaving Club. They seem to have forgotten me for their annual cold plunge fundraiser in the middle of winter, and I confess I am somewhat grateful not to have experienced it again this year, but I'll be up for it next year. Anyone who grew up in Adelaide probably has memories of the Glenelg beachfront and the Jetty Road shops and restaurants. But Jetty Road is looking very tired. It hasn't been upgraded in many a year, and the pedestrian crossing at the bottom of Jetty Road is the busiest in Adelaide. And so a $10 million upgrade to Jetty Road, and specifically the area around the crossing, is very welcome. This will not only serve the people of Boothby, but also of wider Adelaide and our tourist trade. And I look forward to working with Holdfast Bay Council and seeing their fantastic designs. Deputy Speaker, there's a number of other projects that I'm particularly excited to see come to fruition, those that meet specific needs for our local communities in Boothby, sporting clubs, community groups, and also those national initiatives that will benefit all Australians, including the Cheaper Childcare Initiative, that will not only directly benefit families with young children, but also benefit us as a society through addressing women's economic equality and addressing a skilled workforce shortage. And of course, most importantly, our plans to address climate change, rewiring the nation, the Marinus Link, offshore wind projects. In Boothby, we will be the site of one of the community batteries in Edwardstown. Being able to give access to cheaper renewable power to those who would otherwise not be able to access it, renters, those in multi-storey units without rooftop access, and those who simply can't afford the upfront financial commitment, is an exciting step forward. I'd also like to comment on the South Basketball Stadium. South is a growing club that serves a large swathe of the Adelaide southern suburbs, and they have played for several decades in what is colloquially called the shed. And it is a shed, and it lets the wind in, and it's really not fit for purpose for a growing club. They are having to turn away young children at the moment because they don't have capacity, they don't have enough stadium space for them to both train and play. We did open 2 new basketball courts in Mitchell Park in the last year, but they still have a shortage, and finally they are getting the money they need to actually redevelop the shed and expand it. Now, this is a really significant project for the City of Marion. It is in part of their sports precinct, so we have a big oval next door, we have lacrosse and tennis, and there will be an ice skating rink going in there as well. So this is bringing everything together to help those in Central Boothby have a full range of access to sporting and recreation facilities. And I'm really pleased to be able to deliver for the South Basketball Club, and I look forward to a ribbon cutting in future years. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Boothby for her contribution, and I give the call to the honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the appropriation bills of 2022 to 2023. Deputy Speaker, these bills reflect all of the missed opportunities of the government's recent budget. Missed opportunities for Australian families, missed opportunities for Australian businesses, and missed opportunities for many of those who live within my electorate of Hughes. What does this budget mean for real Australians? Just before the election, the Prime Minister told Australians that they will be better off under a Labor government. Today, on the 6-month anniversary of the recent federal election, this statement by the Prime Minister is proving to be just plain wrong. Fundamentally, this bill does not address the integral issue which is facing our nation, the rapidly accelerating cost of living. This is now out of control, Deputy Speaker. It does not even attempt to address Labor's own assumptions in its budget around rising inflation, rising interest rates and higher energy prices. I've been inundated by concerned Australians within my electorate of Hughes around these issues and other cost of living pressures. The opposition, Deputy Speaker, has taken a responsible approach to this budget. It has not, and we have not, simply opposed every budget measure for the sake of it. There were some good measures in the budget for which the government can be commended. That includes the extension of the childcare subsidy to more Australian families, the commitment to reduce the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme co-payment to lower the cost of medicines for many Australians, the support for housing of our veterans, the initiatives to combat family violence, and the funding to help Australians recovering from devastating floods. However, the budget and this bill fail to address the underlying economic issues which are plaguing our country at the moment. If we return briefly to the Coalition's economic record, in May of this year, the Labor government inherited an economy that was the envy of most nations throughout the world. We emerged from the pandemic with debt lower than any other major advanced economy. This was as a result of the economic management over the previous 7 years prior to the pandemic of 2020. Policies were implemented by the coalition government that kept our nation afloat. JobKeeper assisted 1 million businesses and kept 4 million Australians in jobs. The cash flow boost helped 620,000 businesses. On almost every economic and health measure, Australia was either world-leading or performed better than most other countries. Former Prime Minister Morrison and Treasurer Joss Frydenberg adopted a suite of measures that saved Australian businesses, saved Australian jobs and, in many cases, probably saved Australian lives. There are now 596,000 more Australians in jobs than prior to the pandemic. Other economies fared much worse than ours. This Labor government, Deputy Speaker, talks down our economy but could not name a single country whose position they would rather be in. I take the opportunity to share some of the issues that have come out of a recent tour that I have done of a suburb within my electorate, the suburb of Engadine. There were recurring themes that came out of talking to these small businesses. Not only are small businesses facing issues with the cost of living, they are facing other issues such as staff shortages, supply chain problems and other rising business costs. Again, measures that simply were not addressed in the budget. The successive interest rate rises that Australia has had since May of this year are impacting when, where and how Australians will spend their money. Deputy Speaker, the reality of these increases is that they often take several months to flow through. They have now started to really flow through within the business community of Engadine. For example, Matt from Cootabattling Meats noted that interest rates have meant less people are coming in to buy premium meat. Australians are now buying more sausages rather than beef or lamb, Deputy Speaker. Michael from Go Vita, Jeff from Engadine News Agency all said that business is much quieter than it was a year ago. Streets are quieter, probably due to the rising interest rates. Leo from Michelle's Patisserie and Andy from Sydney Electric Bikes made comment on how the interest rate rises have immediately lowered the number of customers that are coming through their doors. For many of these small businesses in Engadine, staffing and staff shortages are also a problem. Specialised staff are only one category that these small businesses are struggling with. For example, at Cafe Pancetta and Mai Tai, two local businesses in Engadine, are both struggling to find qualified chefs to hire. Brush Hair Co-manager Julia stated to me that there is a hairdresser shortage, so they are also turning away customers. None of these measures to address these issues that were raised by Engadine Small Business with me have been addressed within this bill. Deputy Speaker, interest rates. The current cash flow rate is now 2.85%, the highest official interest rate since 2014, with the rate of increase the highest since 1994. For the 3.5 million Australians with a mortgage, successive interest rate rises and uncontrolled inflation are crushing the quality of life for these Australians. In my electorate of Hughes, the median house price sits at around $1.5 million. In 2021, the average monthly mortgage repayment in the Hughes electorate was $2,600 per month. However, this was when the RBA cash rate was very low at only 0.1%. As it stands today, mortgage holders in my electorate, families with a mortgage of $700,000, of which there are many, must now find an additional $1,000 per month for their repayments compared to earlier this year. As stated, Deputy Speaker, when Australians need to spend more on their mortgages, they spend less at their local shops, their local businesses, contributing to the economic woes of our nation. And as just indicated, I have given many examples of where I have seen this directly within my electorate. Deputy Speaker, another missed opportunity was with energy costs and security. The government needed to address energy costs within this budget, but has done so by simply saying that renewables are the answer. Deputy Speaker, there is no evidence that renewable energy is the answer to all of our energy problems and the crisis that we currently face. During the election campaign, Australians were promised by this government cheaper energy under an Albanese government. Every household would be $275 better off, we were told. Instead, Labor's own budget numbers confirm that electricity prices are about to increase by more than 50% and gas prices more than 40%. Deputy Speaker, another missed opportunity of the Appropriations Bill was for tax reform. The Coalition believes in a core principle that hard-working Australians should be rewarded by keeping more of what they earn. They can then choose how they spend the extra money. The Coalition's Stage 3 tax reforms would lower tax for more than 10 million Australians. The 37% tax rate was to be abolished. the 32.5% tax rate reduced to only 30%. Under Labor, under this bill, under its recent budget, Australians will instead pay $142 billion more in taxes over the next 4 years. The Coalition's legislated tax plan future-proofed the incomes of Australians. Labor took the Coalition's tax plan to the election with an unequivocal promise to not reverse it. Now, Deputy Speaker, the groundwork is well and truly being laid within this bill to break that promise. The 10 million Australians expecting tax relief next year to address the cost of living deserve far better than this. The only new change to the tax system announced in this budget is a new tax on investments. Despite ruling out these changes before the election, Labor will hit retirees and investors with a new $555 million tax, depriving investors of franking credits, which they had previously relied upon. This will particularly hurt our self-funded retirees, who, in responsibly saving for their own retirement, deserve better from the federal government. Deputy Speaker, housing and housing affordability. Another missed opportunity in this bill and within the budget was with respect to a major crisis, which is the affordability of housing within this country. Australia has long been a place where land and country have been deeply personal and an underpinning tenet of our identity. On the housing continuum, private home ownership is vital. When more Australians own their own homes, government is better able to assist with crisis and emergency accommodation, with housing our youth homeless, with victims of family violence. Today it has become harder than ever for Australians to purchase their own home. Of particular concern to me, Deputy Speaker, is Australian women who separate later in life, usually with little superannuation. They are left with fewer housing options and are now increasingly being left homeless. In the late 60s, Deputy Speaker, 72% of Australians owned their own homes. In 2019, that was down to just below 62%. Housing is important. It's crucial to meeting our basic needs. It should provide safety, privacy, security, a place to sleep, a place to eat, a place to raise a family, and a place sometimes to simply hide from the world. In terms of the cost in real terms now, in 1984 the average Australian could buy a home at 3.3 times the annual income. Now it is 10 times what the average Australian earns in a year. The two main issues that affect housing affordability in this country are the difficulty saving for a deposit and the lack of supply. It used to take months to save for a deposit. It now takes an average of 11.5 years. To address this, the Coalition took to the last election a policy where Australians could access their superannuation, their own money, to assist to buy their first home. This budget and this bill shows that the Labor government proposes that homeowners have shared equity in their home with the government. Instead of Australians being able to use their own superannuation, their own savings, to invest in their own home, superannuation funds will now be used to invest in someone else's home. With super funds far less transparent than they used to be, we will never know exactly how it is that the super companies are investing in other people's homes. Instead of tinkering around with superannuation, the Labor government could and should have adopted some measures to incentivise state and local governments to jointly address the real issues with housing through planning and density controls, taxation changes, stamp duty. This Labor government, in this bill and in the budget, has promised 1 million additional homes in 5 years. Deputy Speaker, I've worked in and around and advised the housing and construction industry as well as local government for most of my career. This promise is simply not realistic. It cannot be delivered. It won't be delivered. Where are these houses going to be located? And with the current skills shortage in the construction industry, how are 200,000 additional homes going to be built each year? These 1 million homes will never be delivered, Deputy Speaker. This was yet another missed opportunity to address a national crisis. Deputy Speaker, Lastly, I wish to highlight two important projects for my electorate that are missing from this budget. At the recent election, I'm proud to have campaigned for upgrades to Heathcote Road in my electorate. Heathcote Road serves as a major arterial road connecting Heathcote in the east, Wattle Grove and Moorebank in the west. It can be a death trap with single lanes for most of its 18 kilometres. I helped during the campaign to deliver a Commonwealth contribution of $94 million to the duplication of Heathcote Road. However, money that was pledged for additional future infrastructure funding is missing from this budget. Additionally, during the campaign, I campaigned for $1.5 million to improve the female amenities within the Harry Denning Football Centre within the Sutherland Shire. $1.5 million for women's sport. This money is also missing from the federal budget. Mr Deputy Speaker. To conclude, the Labor government has missed a vital opportunity in this bill and this budget to address serious economic issues.
Member for her contribution, and give the call to the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'm very proud today to rise to speak on the appropriation bills and on the Labor government's budget and the many things that it invests in for our nation and for the Australian people. Deputy Speaker, in the early 2000s, American singer-songwriter Steve Earle said that he wouldn't write another love song as long as George W. Bush was in the White House. Now, I must admit, I often thought about that last term in opposition when I came in here to give speeches, and they were always usually pretty negative. I would be coming in here giving speeches crying out for action on climate change, on the aged care crisis, on the economy, calling on the then government to deliver on its promise of a national anti-corruption commission and many other issues. And it did often feel that I would never get to give a positive speech until there was a change of government. So it is very good in the last 6 months, and this week marks 6 months since our government was elected, that we've been able to come in and talk about the promises on which we are delivering for the Australian people. Because I think it's fair to say that under the previous government, the government had ceased to deliver for Australians, that were not at the heart of their decision-making. They were not taking responsibility for the issues that the Australian people are facing, for the fact that they hadn't had a wage rise in over 10 years, for the cost of living crisis that they were facing, for the climate crisis that our world is facing and Australia's failure to be part of that solution, for the people in aged care who a Royal Commission had laid bare the neglect that they were facing and that a government in a decade had failed to address. So I'm very proud of the work that we have done in the last 6 months and in the budget that we handed down recently to deliver on those things. We are not wasting a minute in government. Our ministers and our Prime Minister have been working day and night with the support of the public service to get things underway to address some of these issues. One of our first actions in government was to legislate our climate targets to reduce Australia's carbon emissions by 43% by 2030, and our plans to do that are underway. And very quickly we were signing to the international agreements around those, and we've obviously been doing a lot of work to reset important international relationships, including with our Prime Minister being in part of several successful summits in the last week. The first bill that passed the Parliament was urgent reforms to aged care, delivering more care minutes for people in aged care, delivering the requirement that we have 24-hour registered nurses in aged care and other reforms. And we're also very pleased that following a submission from our government, the Fair Work Commission has delivered an increase of 15% to aged care workers who have for so long been underpaid. Another thing we did very early on was introducing 10 days of paid domestic violence leave for all Australian workers. something that people in unions and workers had fought for many, many years, and a long overdue reform, because no one should have to choose between being safe and getting paid to pay their rent or to put food on the table. Our government has also been progressing the conversation about the Uluru Statement from the Heart, and I am incredibly proud that our government is serious about seeing that delivered, including a voice to Parliament enshrined in the Constitution, and that we are doing that work. But to be part of a progressive government, to be part of a Labor government, is that there is always more to do, because we really are the party of reform and the party that, when in government, have delivered the reforms that have brought our nation into the future and delivered the things that give Australians the best shot at their own futures, giving them opportunities and making sure that no one is left behind. So the work that we lay down in this budget is a very important part of that. It is a budget that builds a stronger and more resilient modern economy, and it invests in the capabilities of Australians. It invests in 180,000 new fee-free TAFE and vocational education places. It invests in 20,000 new university places over the next 2 years. It includes a comprehensive strategy to address the gender pay gap, which includes the important industrial relations reforms that we are working on in this final sitting fortnight to get through this parliament, because they are about getting wages moving again, and Australians have been waiting too long for a wage increase, particularly women. And our gender pay gap of around 14% is too high. We have slipped in international rankings on gender equality in this country, and that is shameful. And I'm very proud that our government is getting on with addressing that and has a plan to get there. This is a budget that invests in unprecedented levels in renewable energy, rewiring the nation, the Marinus Link. There are many things that I will not go into listing here, but many things where our government is putting in place what we need to make that shift, to become a renewable energy superpower, to use that term. And this will also bring electricity prices down. This is what needs to happen. And the ACT, where my electorate is a great example of this, where the ACT government have transitioned to our energy market to 100% renewable energy, and we actually enjoy lower electricity prices than neighbouring New South Wales because of that. This is the long-term work that our energy market needs to have stability and to bring those prices down, and that is a very high priority of our government. This is a budget that invests in a future made in Australia, including $15 billion for the National Reconstruction Fund, an investment pipeline of $120 billion in transport infrastructure, expanding access to the NBN and improving mobile coverage. It's a budget that supports small business, and it allows older Australians to keep more of their pension when they work. It is provided more funding and more staff to slash the visa backlog. And this is another shameful area of neglect under the previous government, that this backlog was allowed to just balloon to the level it is, that people have been just waiting completely unacceptable amounts of times to get visas approved. And this is something that my constituents raise with me very frequently. So I was very pleased to hear that we are investing that extra money to get extra staff onto that important work. It's a budget that improves our disaster resilience and preparedness. Very important, as yet again at the moment with floods we see many Australians battling natural disasters, which is just terrible. And investments, of course, to protect our precious environment. Our budget delivers meaningful cost of living relief through a 5-point cost of living plan. A major part of that is cheaper childcare, and this was a huge part of our election platform and something I know that that families all around Australia, including in my community of Canberra, have been desperately waiting for, because the costs of childcare have been rising and rising, and here in Canberra we have some of the highest average childcare fees in the country. So this policy, which will be debated in the Senate in this final fortnight, will deliver more affordable childcare to 1.26 million Australian families. It will benefit, I think, around 97% of Australian families, and no one will be worse off. It's a really important investment, and again is good for gender equality, because it is usually the woman who is deciding that she can't increase how much she works because she simply can't afford it, which in the long term means that she will earn less, potentially leading to lower incomes in her retirement, which is so this is an important part of that as well. Our budget expands paid parental leave to 6 months. Another thing that I know many parents will welcome, to have some extra time with their new baby at that very important time for families. This is another great Labor reform, who proudly introduced our first paid parental leave scheme when Jenny Macklin, who I had the honour of working for previously, was the Minister for Social Services and led that reform, which was for many women the first time that they had access to any paid leave when they had a child. And to anyone who is a parent, you know just how important that time is for the health of the baby and the mother, and for that really important bonding time. And this leave can also be shared by both parents, which is very important. And the Women's Economic Equality Task Force are continuing to look at how we can ensure that parents can really be encouraged to share that. And I think this is an incredibly important thing, that this will look at how this policy can encourage more dads to take more time out when they welcome a new baby into their family. And I think ultimately we really do need taking time out of the workforce to be supported and be seen as normal for both parents if we were ever going to really genuinely achieve gender equality in the workplace. Another incredibly important thing that we are using this final fortnight to do is around the industrial relations reforms I mentioned earlier. And this is about getting wages moving for Australians who have been waiting too long for a much-needed pay rise. I mentioned earlier that we've managed to secure an increase for aged care workers, but we need it to go beyond sector-by-sector increases. We need to bring our industrial relations, our workplace relations system into a more modern era. And we need to ensure that people have secure work. We saw through the pandemic just how damaging it can be when people don't have security in their jobs. And increasingly Australians do not have the secure jobs that they had in the past. So this is about ensuring that people have a job that they know is going to be there for them and their family to support themselves. Housing is an incredibly important part of our budget as well, which included $10 billion to build 40,000 homes through the Housing Australia Future Fund. We've also committed to doing a long-term plan around a housing and homelessness national strategy, which is so important because really these are issues facing our whole nation. I think particularly in Canberra we see more and more people facing issues of homelessness and housing insecurity, and we see rising costs of both renting and buying. And it is something that really needs the work to go in it and into it to get it right, and I'm really proud that our government is doing that. I'm proud to say too that this is an excellent budget for Canberra. Many of the things I've mentioned, of course, are the things that Canberrans know are important for our nation. Investment in renewable energy, cheaper childcare so that more young Australians can access great early childhood education, but also so more parents can be involved in the workforce if they want to. But there are a lot of local commitments that we are delivering for Canberra as well. The budget includes $15 million to upgrade the Australian Institute of Sport Arena, which I know Canberrans will be thrilled to see operating again with the sorts of sporting and entertainment events that we have missed while that has been closed. It delivers $85.9 million to assist in the funding of Stage 2A of our Canberra Light Rail. We invest $5 million to upgrade the Gorman House Arts Centre, again a much-loved precinct in the ACT, and providing an opportunity for community and arts events, which is really important to get that up to scratch. $5 million for the Garden City cycle route, which will enable more Canberrans to cycle safely to work. We're also investing to restore Canberra's urban waterways, and I was really pleased to work on the proposal for that with our local landcare groups, volunteers who are out there every weekend looking after our natural spaces and to support the incredible work that they do. We're investing $10 million to build a youth foyer at the Woden CIT campus, which will support young Canberrans to combine study and
I thank the honourable member for her call. To the honourable member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, I cannot stand today without, and you know what I mean, without identifying very closely with those who are suffering down the east coast of Australia through the enormous floods that they are facing in their communities, the damage that's being done not only to their homes and businesses but to their farms, properties, roads, infrastructure. And I want them to know, because I'm speaking to them now, I want you to know that your local members are drawing to the attention of this parliament your plight and your needs. I see it in their faces, I see it, the worry in their faces, and I know that they're working on your behalf today. So I identify with you. I know you've got some struggles ahead of you in the clean-up that you will face once this flood threat has ended, and I know we're looking to quite a way to the future before you will be out of trouble. But the sun will shine again, the sun will rise again, and you will prosper again into the future. So having said that, Deputy Speaker, I also want to identify with this place can be a cruel, harsh place. I've said many times it's hard to get into, it's hard to stay here, and it's easy to be thrown out. So I want to mention, of course, the members for Kooyong that was defeated, member for McKellar, member for Goldstein, member for Higgins, member for Hasluck, member for Curtin, member for Wentworth, member for Higgins and member for Tagney. All of them good people, good friends of mine, and the toing and froing, the ups and downs of politics in Australia throws up some unexpected events, and that's what's happened in this case. So I wish every one of those members, I thank them for their service. It can be difficult. I hope they do what I've done in the past, Deputy Speaker, and come back again, because I've listed the elections. I was in here 84, 87, 90, 93, 96, 98, 2004, 2007, 2010, 2013, 2016, 19 and 22. And the last one was probably equally one of the hardest election campaigns I've ever been through. But I do thank sincerely through all those years, from 84 to here, I've had people that helped me get through. And they were representative of my staff and my family, but particularly in this last election, Carly, Elise, Stephanie, Alex, Ash, Vanessa and Tanya. My grateful thanks to all of you for carrying me through the last election campaign when the Rust bus was on the road again. And I didn't want to put the Rust bus on the road again, but that was the expectation of the electorate, that the Rust bus would be on the road, and it was. And we were successful. So thank you. You've only known success. Others that have gone before you have known defeat on many occasions, too many occasions. And adding to that, of course, was Gary Blackwood, Matt, Kay and Millie McLean, to all of you, thank you for your support during that election campaign. And my family, of course, Brian, Emily, Paul and Evan, who have been there through the 84, 87, every election campaign since. I think the last one exhausted them greatly. But so through those times, Deputy Speaker, we've had not only the floods that we're experiencing now, we've had fires, drought and we've had COVID. And they've all had huge impacts on my electorate. Probably drought is some of the hardest we've had. Fires, of course, that tore my electorate to pieces over those years. And we haven't had one drought. We've had a number of drought times. We've had a number of serious fires in that time. And of course, we've had our own floods at different times in our area. And of course, the last one being COVID, which was a total, an absolute destroyer and destructor of businesses. Because of the way it was handled by our state government, we had the longest amount of lockdowns of any state in the world, I think, and that destroyed and damaged a lot of businesses, people, their operation, and all of those that refused to be vaccinated, of course, lost their jobs. And that was a tragedy for a lot of people, such discrimination. In that process, the political parties play a very important role, and that is my team that carries me through. Again, I say carries me through because I mean it. These are the people that do the work in the background for you, the Mary Aldreds, the Wayne Farnhams and the Andrew Ronalds who chaired my electorate committee through all those times. These are the people that raise the money while we're doing our political jobs. They're the people that pull the volunteers together. They're the people that man the booths. They're the people that get out and talk on your behalf. And without them, I wouldn't be here. So I thank them all. I'm sure I've missed people that I should have mentioned in that process, but I thank every one of them. But I particularly thank Gary Blackwood, MLA, member for Narrabeen. Now, I should mention at this point, Deputy Speaker, that there's been a tragedy in the electorate of Narrabeen where one of the candidates has sadly died. So I just want to tell the people of Narrabeen that you will still, my understanding is, you will be still going to vote on Saturday, but it will be for the upper house only, not the lower house, and a new writ will be issued for an election campaign to be held at a date to be announced. So these are the twists and turns of politics. When I come to Gary Blackwood, MLA for Narrabeen, has just resigned after his tenure as the member for Narrabeen. Gary has been a very strong and consistent advocate for the industry that he grew up in, which is the logging industry. He's a fourth-generation logger that went into the parliament to support native logging in our area. It was such an important engine room of economic activity and so important to Victoria. And I go back all the way to our regional forest agreements, which we came to those agreements, but there are those these days that want to ignore those agreements that took an enormous amount of courage and effort by the Howard government at the time, working with the unions, to come to a place where we could all accept a reasonable logging of our native forests, which are a great resource for us. You get some criticism of that today, but I think I'll stand for the criticism, knowing how important it is that we do have our own forest products resources, and we're not relying on those resources coming from countries that do not have the oversight and environmental conditions that we have in this country. Through that time, Deputy Speaker, I've seen lots of members come and go in this House, some long-serving members, some very short-serving members. I mean, I was a once-er twice in this place. It's very hard to do. The other thing I've found very hard to do in my time in the place is I've been offside with every leader that I've had except this last one. So we're going quite well at the moment. We haven't spoken yet. I expect to be very supportive of Mr Dutton in his role and of the members of the opposition. The opposition have a very important role to play, is to call governments to account. And I hope we will be a diligent opposition in calling government to account on every occasion. Like these new IR laws, I'm sorry, they're going to damage small businesses. I live small business. I'm out of small business. I'm micro business. I mean, I think at my peak I had 23, 27 employees. Could have been a few more, part-timers. But, you know, we didn't have a big HR department. We just had to work through it ourselves and work with our employees, because employees in your business are the gold of your business. You can have the right product, you can have the right display, you can have the best Windows display I've ever done, you can be an artiste, but unless you've got the staff that can carry you, and I say carry you again, because I couldn't be in every shop that I owned, so I had to rely on good people to communicate with their customers to increase the volume of our sales. And that's how we did it, with really good people working their flexible hours. They were mostly, nearly all women except for a few over the years, but we were entirely flexible. We always paid over the award, and if someone wanted to work after their children went to school and leave the workplace before they went home, we accommodated that because they were employees that were worth having. And that was when you've got employees that are worth having, you cherish those employees. And I think that's what's missing in this whole debate of how actually important the employees are. And, you know, to pay good wages, you've got to have a good business. You've got to have a good turnover. You've got to make things happen. You've got to grow all the time. And to increase your number of employees, you've got to grow your business. That's the only way it works. And, you know, small business in this country, small and medium-sized businesses, they are the driver of the economy. Everybody else can talk about what they do. But in this country, small businesses are crucial to our health and well-being as a nation. Having said that, today is an important time in the parliament, because this is the last 2 weeks of the parliament that is sitting. There are a number of issues across the nation that people are considering. I've always said to my own party, and I'll say it again, no matter what the political pressure that is placed on you, if it's bad legislation, you don't vote for it. If you're going to suffer the political consequences of the 2-second grab that's going to attack you, if you think about the long-term consequence for legislation in this place, and you see that it's bad legislation, you should walk away from that bad legislation, or at least voice your opinion so the public knows where you stand on any given legislation. Even integrity legislation. You can't criticise it, you can't touch it, because it's integrity. Well, this place and the things that we do in everyday life are far more complicated. You know, getting gender equality in the payment in the workplace. It's not just saying, well, we'll just make it happen, because you can't make it happen because every family, every woman, every operation is different. And people make choices. Women make choices. And one of our members mentioned in the other chamber today that she decided to give up her legal practice to look after her twin boys and raise them. And that's what she did. And that was her choice. But it does have an effect, a rather large effect, on women as they go through the years. And Australia, I'm saying to you today, one of the largest cohorts of disadvantage is now with women over 55 becoming homeless. It's growing. In a nation as wealthy as we are, we have a responsibility as parliamentarians to change that around and have the graph going the other way. So we've got to find a way to make sure that cohort, because of what's happened in their life, because of their access to superannuation, because there may have been changes in their life, because they don't have the access to work, and especially there is age discrimination in this country. You try and get a job when you're over 55, when you're 60, when you're 65. You don't even get on the list. And people say, oh, no, we don't discriminate on age. Of course they do. I've been there. You know, it's hard to get a job when you're in that age bracket and you're not up to pension age. So we have to find new, innovative ways to make sure that that cohort that is dear to us, women over 55 who have, you know, they're part of the generation that's grown this country. They've had the children. They've made things happen. They've volunteered. They've taken their kids to sport. They've done all of those things. Their children are up and running, but then they find themselves, through no fault of their own quite often, in difficult circumstances. So we've got to find new and innovative ways to address that issue. That's one of my passions. It has been all the way through. I'd love to talk about disability and the NDIS. I'm not going to have time today. But this nation, through its parliamentary representatives, has to grapple with the issues that are important to everyday Australians that are out there in families today, because they're important to us. There's nothing wrong with talking about a nuclear family. There's nothing wrong with talking about mum and dad and the kids. And if I'm out of order, I take the stand. I'm out of order because I don't care how you describe your family, whether you're a single mum bringing up a child, whether you're a large family with 14 children. I want you to be, we need to be the focus on those family groups because they are the basis of our economy that holds it together. And these are some of the cohesive parts of the nation that I've seen since 1984, which I mentioned before, that have not had the prominence, I believe, since the early Howard years that they should have. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and particularly the part of the contribution where you spoke of your years of contribution to this place. The place is a better place when you're in it, the honourable member for Monash. And I give the call to another wonderful member, the honourable member for Furner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise to speak on the Appropriations Bill, a bill which reflects on the contributions of the Albanese government in taking action on climate change and beginning to make some of the much-needed investments into housing, into recognising the importance of fixing up parts of our education system that aren't working as well as they can be, and tackles the issue of climate change. A budget which deals with some of the rorts and mismanagement that have been locked in under 9 lost years of coalition government. A budget which makes an investment in Australians' future. So I want to talk about much of that, but I want to anchor it in the aspirations, interests and commitments of some young Canberrans. And I want to do so through an interesting initiative, the Raise Our Voice Australia initiative. Raise Our Voice is a volunteer-run organisation that seeks to amplify diverse, young, female, trans and non-binary voices to actively lead conversations in politics, domestic and foreign policy. They've asked me to amplify the voices of young people from Fenner by reading their words in this parliament. So I'm going to begin my speech today with speeches from 4 young Australians, beginning with Emily Toogood, 9 years old. Emily says as follows, quote, "I'm Emily Toogood, aged 9, from the electorate of Fenner in the ACT. I would like the new Parliament of Australia to pay more notice to leptospirosis, a deadly disease that makes many dogs sick every year. Dogs catch leptospirosis by playing in and drinking infected water. It is currently prevalent in the ACT as well as in New South Wales and Queensland. As of the 30th of June this year, 38 dogs are known to have contracted leptospirosis in Canberra, with 27 of them, 71%, having died or had to be euthanised." Emily goes on, "I moved to Canberra in January this year, and last month my dog moved from Cairns to Canberra to live with me. Since my dog Jasmine moved to Canberra, I've been very worried about her. I'm worried because of all of the rain increasing the chance of her catching leptospirosis. Leptospirosis is found throughout Australia, but was only recently prevalent in Canberra. As leptospirosis is only new in Canberra, many people don't know about it, don't know the symptoms and don't know how to keep dogs safe. I call upon the new Parliament of Australia to provide greater information to the people of this great nation about and to fund more research into leptospirosis. This information and research will help protect the approximately 5.5 million pet dogs that are loved by families across this country." The second speech comes from Elsie Toogood, age 11. She begins, "I'm Elsie Toogood, age 11, and I live in the electorate of Fenner in the ACT. I want the new Parliament to have courage not unlike activists. Women's rights activists such as Malala Yousafzai, who fought for girls' rights to go to school in Pakistan, and Annie Rofi, the first-generation feminist and author of Up the Sandbox. Education activists such as Julia Gillard, Australia's first female Prime Minister, who has devoted herself to educational equality. She is now chair of the board of the Global Partnership for Education. Racial equality activists are also an important factor in the world of activists. One of the first black activists was Philip Randolph, who was a Labor leader and civil rights activist who founded the BSCP, the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, the US nation's first major labour union. Elsie goes on, these people were brave and stood up for what they thought was right. Though they all fought for different things, they all had one thing in common: courage. They would bounce back from challenges and defend their thoughts and beliefs. They all inspire me very much, though all in different ways, and I would love to meet any one of them. In summary, I think activists are some of the most brave and courageous people I can think of, and I want to be just like them one day. I want to have the courage to do what is right in the world, and I hope that the new parliament has the courage to use their power for gender equality, racial equality and equal educational outcomes for all children in Australia. The third speech comes from Isabella Gooding, aged 15. She says, quote, "A successful future for Australia is one that improves on the advocacy for human rights. My name is Isabella Gooding. I am 15 years old and I live in Canberra. When I became an Australian citizen in 2020, I was taught about the values of mateship and egalitarianism. When applied, these principles build a fair and cohesive society. We must recognise the fact that these principles are not sufficiently afforded to marginalised groups in our nation. There is significant underrepresentation of refugees, First Nations people and other minorities. Integration of diversity should be a natural part of Australian culture." Isabella goes on, quote, "To bridge the indisputable gap, I propose that an opportunity is presented for marginalised groups to have their voices heard through the Australian Parliament. The Raise Our Voices program provides an opportunity to bring representation of young, diverse perspectives. I believe that Parliament should consider engaging in similar processes to hear from other sectors of society that lack substantial representation in the seat of power. The purpose of democracy is to give everyone an equal voice. This can only be achieved through greater acknowledgement of minorities. In hearing diverse voices, we open a pathway to empathy. At the end of the day, parliamentarian or socially disadvantaged person, we're all human. I aspire to see an Australia where mateship and egalitarianism are extended to all." And the fourth speech comes from Isabel Calder, aged 17. Isabel writes, quote, "The government has pledged to create more respectful workplaces, although when watching parliamentary meetings there's some great disrespect among politicians. My name is Isabel Calder and I am 17 years old, living in the Fenner electorate. I believe that in order to successfully achieve respectful workplaces in Australia, we need to focus on the role models everyone watches. MPs and senators are leaders, leaders for children, leaders for adults and workplaces, and leaders who drive the country we wish to become." Isabel continues, "At my workplace we're expected to abide by a formal code of conduct, something Parliament is yet to implement. Respect everyone, do not talk over others, do not yell at others, be tolerant and inclusive, listen to other people's opinions, and if you feel the need, respectfully disagree and politely bring up your own point. These are common and, quite frankly, bare minimum expectations in the workplace. However, time after time I have watched politicians yell at each other, talk over each other and disrespect each other. The leaders' behaviour in our country ultimately sets a precedent, not only for how Australians can treat each other, but also how other countries can treat us. It is time for leaders to have consequences for their poor behaviour, as no one is above respect, especially those whose voices are already amplified." I want to thank Emily, Elsie, Isabella and Isabel for these extraordinary words, which confirm my optimistic view of the future of the country, especially for the role of young women in shaping a better Australia. We do need to shape a better tone for politics in this country. I pay tribute to the work that the member for Newcastle and her committee are doing in order to shape a code of conduct for this place, change the tone of politics and to ensure a more diverse parliament. It is one of the strengths of this government that, for the first time, a major party has a majority of women in our party room. In the Labor Party room there are 103 members, of whom 54 out of 103 are women. That makes a substantial difference to the role that women play in the debates in the Labor Party room. And I also, Deputy Speaker, want to encourage one other extraordinary woman in our community. 38-year-old Susan Marshall, who works at the My Rainbow Dreams Cafe in Dixon, recently became the first woman to cross the line in the Sri Chinmoy 3,100-mile self-transcendence race. That's 3,100 miles, which is a little short of 5,000 kilometres. Susan finished in 50 days and 16 hours, which means that over that period she ran just a shade under 100 kilometres a day. The Sri Chinmoy 3,100-mile race has been held for 26 years, and in that time only 9 women have finished. Indeed, considerably fewer women and considerably fewer men have ever finished the world's longest foot race than have summited Mount Everest, which is why it's known as the Everest of ultra running. Susan is from New Zealand, but like Russell Crowe, will happily claim her. And I want to acknowledge her and her support crew, and particularly Prachar Stegeman, for the work that they did in getting Susan across the line and for inspiring the rest of us runners. I once ran a 100k race in Canberra with Susan, but now I realise that was literally just a day's work for her. Susan said, quote, "When people accomplish anything, we also have a recognition that we also have the potential." She hopes that it inspires others to see that their potential has greater capacity than they might have envisaged. The Appropriations Bill deals with investments in Australia, and that included investments in the national capital. After the previous budget, which saw the ACT get just 1/5 of our fair share of infrastructure spending, this budget ensured that the ACT received our decent share of infrastructure funding. The flagship infrastructure project was an investment of $86 million to fund Canberra Light Rail Stage 2A in partnership with the ACT government. But we also invested in $10 million for the Youth Foyer and the Woden CIT campus, $5 million towards the Garden City cycle route, $5 million for the Gorman House Arts Centre upgrade, and $15 million to reopen and improve the AIS arena. There is a new National Security Office precinct in Barton, which will accommodate some 5,000 staff, new retail and hospitality amenities, and new structured car parking around the Parliamentary Triangle, creating thousands of construction jobs during the period 2023 to 2028. This you can think of as business infill in the National Triangle, and will be important in terms of creating more opportunities for people who work in the Parliamentary Triangle to shop and eat close to their place of work. And the Albanese government has an entirely different approach to the public service than the former government. The former government literally decimated the Australian public service, with more than 1 in 10 public servants losing their job. Our approach is quite different. It's to invest in the public service, to scale back in the unnecessary consultants and contractors that had proliferated under the former government. Yes, there will be a place for consultants and contractors, but we need to develop core APS capacity. And the work being done by Minister Gallagher as Public Service Minister is critical in investing in a strong and effective public service. We see this in a whole host of agencies, with the removal of the arbitrary staffing cap and the recognition of the necessity of building up professional streams across the public service. In the area of visa processing, we're putting more staff into frontline visa processing. We came to office with a million visa backlog. We've processed 3 million visas and now got that visa backlog down below 800,000. But it is a big issue for business. It's one of the top issues that arises in the many business forums that I speak at. And we've provided additional funding of $42 million to accelerate visa processing, reduce the visa backlog and raise awareness of opportunities for high-skilled migrants in Australia's permanent migration program. Migration is something which can boost employment opportunities for Australian residents where key workers are coming in, can boost the economic capacity of businesses. It's absolutely critical to Australia because, after all except Indigenous Australians are migrants or the descendants of migrants, and our migrant legacy is an important part of our national identity. The budget announced a national housing accord, which will go a long way to addressing the supply and affordability of housing in the ACT. Delivers $350 million for additional federal funding to deliver 10,000 affordable homes over 5 years from 2024, on top of our election commitments. And a key issue for my constituents in Fenner is climate change. After 9 years of inaction, we've enshrined an emissions reduction target of 43% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. The budget, the Restoring the Climate Change Authority budget measure, provides that authority with an additional $42.6 million over 4 years from 2022-23. We're announcing an annual climate change statement to Parliament and increasing transparency around climate-related spending in the budget. We're investing $105 million to support First Nations people responding to climate change in their communities, $1.8 billion in strong action to manage the natural environment, including over $1 billion for the Great Barrier Reef. A Driving the Nation fund, which will invest in electric vehicle charging stations and hydrogen highways for key freight routes. Minister Bowen and Prime Minister Albanese on international forums has been sending a clear message to the world. When it comes to taking serious action on climate change, Australia is back in the game.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time. The member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We're talking about the Appropriations Bill, which of course is about the budget, Deputy Speaker. So let's start at the budget. If we look at this year's budget from the Labor Party, what does it say? It says $182 billion of deficits, Deputy Speaker, over the next 4 years. And you know, the government's sort of argument, Deputy Speaker, is basically, well, look, a lot of this is beyond our control, there's things happening internationally, basically it's not our fault. But the problem with that is that the budget actually specifically spells out the impact of decisions made by this government to increase those deficits. So it's quite inconvenient for the government because basically say, well, it's not our fault, nothing we could do about it, except the budget actually says, well, this is specifically what they did, and it's only measures that are very clearly identified as new government initiatives. So it's quite narrow, but it's still $28 billion. It's on page 176 of Budget Paper 1, Deputy Speaker. So the government's own initiatives are adding an additional $28 billion onto budget deficits. And this is a very concerning thing, but it's not surprising because you'll recall, Deputy Speaker, that during COVID, when absolutely unusual and exceptional measures had to be put in place to save the Australian economy, none more so than JobKeeper, that the position of the then opposition then on effectively every spending measure was spend more. Spend more, Deputy Speaker. That was what the opposition said, and it was about $80 billion worth of additional spending that the opposition wanted the previous government to pursue. And you'll remember most famously, Deputy Speaker, that included things like paying people to get the vaccine. You recall that, Deputy Speaker? There's billions of dollars just in that one thought bubble there. And then, of course, it also included keeping JobKeeper going and going and going beyond the point where the situation with COVID required that to occur. So $80 billion in opposition, and already in just really a few weeks of preparation of this budget, another $28 billion, Deputy Speaker, of additional spending. And that's really symptomatic of what this government is about. It wants to spend and it wants to tax, and there is no question in my mind, Deputy Speaker, that when we come back here in May, the national conversation, the punchline in the national conversation the Treasurer is so keen to pursue will be, here are your new taxes. That's where the national conversation is going. But it's quite instructive to have a look back at 2018-19, which is the last budget before COVID hit. And what actually happened with the budget outcome for 2018-19 was that it was in balance. there was effectively no deficit, and the accrual accounting for that year actually shows a surplus of about $9 billion. That was the actual outcome in 2018-19. So that's where the previous government actually got the budget to prior to the extraordinary and unprecedented situation of COVID-19. So we got the budget to surplus, and actually a bit better than surplus on an accrual basis. So what's happened since then, Deputy Speaker? What's happened since then? What's happened is that this government, Deputy Speaker, has very substantially increased spending. So if you go back to the 2018-19 budget outcome and compare that to what this government is forecasting for 2025-26, so what they've got, Deputy Speaker, is an increase in income tax of $99 billion across those 7 years. Now, last I heard, $99 billion is quite a big increase, Deputy Speaker. So the notion that tax isn't enough and we need more tax and all of that sort of stuff, $99 billion just in income tax alone. But there's a problem, Deputy Speaker, and that problem is that there is one line item in the entire budget, just one, where the increase exceeds $99 billion, which is social security and welfare. So if you compare 2018-19 to 2025-26, the increase in social security and welfare spending is $101 billion, more than the entire increase in income tax of $99 billion across that period. And so, facts matter and numbers matter. And, the Treasurer is very big on the vibe, Deputy Speaker, and the national conversation. But the numbers matter. And the numbers show that this government is increasing social security and welfare spending by more than $100 billion over that period, which is more than the entire increase in income tax of $99 billion. And so we're seeing, in quite a short period of time, from the budget back in April to this budget in October, we're seeing an increase in spending in that 25-26 year, 3 years from now, of $44 billion. So just in a few months, the expenditure plan for that year, which is only 3 years away now, is $44 billion under this government, Deputy Speaker. And so we know where this is headed, really. There's this sort of interesting thing that happens in politics, Deputy Speaker, and you've been involved in it for a little while now, but that the Treasurer clearly enjoys this notion of a big conversation, and no doubt there'll be lots of round tables and there'll be lots of stakeholders, and there'll be lots of sort of, grave summits, what else, round tables, summits, working groups maybe. I think with all of those, Deputy Speaker, we're going to see a number of those over the next 6 months, and we'll see some very, those very sort of serious and grave press conferences about the grave international circumstances and how difficult it all is for Australia. But it's all a ruse, Deputy Speaker. It's all a ruse, because it's just about more tax. Because the government fundamentally believes that it is better placed than the people of Australia to decide how to spend their money. That's the guts of this. So you can have as many national conversations as you want, as many appearances on ABC 7:30 or wherever they might go, but that's what this is about. And so that's what we know is happening. It's already happened quite a bit, already $555 million in this budget for self-funded retirees who were told before the election no tax increase, after the election $555 million. So you can't say, Deputy Speaker, that we haven't been warned, and self-funded retirees, many of whom live in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, are very much aware that that's already happened. And the numbers of the federal government are so huge that $555 million, one can say it quite quickly, sounds like it's not a lot of money. Well, it actually is to those people who have saved incredibly hard and to provide for their retirement. So we've already seen that happening. And so we know that the new taxes are coming, but they're coming in an environment where people are really struggling, Deputy Speaker. And that's why the Stage 3 tax cuts are so important, because they will mean that the vast majority of Australians, more than 90% of taxpayers, only pay 30 cents in the dollar as their top marginal rate. And that's great. That's a really good thing, Deputy Speaker. It should be celebrated, because why should the average Australian taxpayer be paying more than 30% of their taxes to this building? They shouldn't. And that's why the Stage 3 tax cuts are so important, and everyone supported them, Deputy Speaker. I mean, I recall before the election the then opposition fully supporting those tax cuts. But now it's a little bit wobbly, Deputy Speaker. Quite a lot wobbly, actually. Very wobbly, yeah. And so I think, sadly, 4 or 5 months of softening up, budget, goodbye, stage 3 tax cuts. And there's other things we're likely to see, Deputy Speaker. I wouldn't have been at all surprised to see a proposed increase in the Medicare levy at the next budget, and the argument will be to cover all of this additional spending that the government is pursuing, particularly in the area of social security and welfare. But it's really hard for people when interest rates are up, and we know that electricity and gas prices are going up dramatically. 56%, this is the budget appropriations bill in the budget, 56% for electricity, 44% gas. And of course, you know, this was new information in the budget, because pre-election it was the $275 thing. That was a big thing, Deputy Speaker. And you'll recall the Prime Minister used to talk about it a lot. National Press Club, 3 days before the election, strong reference to $275, and it happened 97 times. But after the election, didn't mention it at all. It's really weird. And in July, the Prime Minister gave a 2,400-word speech to the Australian Financial Review Energy Forum where he didn't mention the $275 figure one time. It's really strange, isn't it? And I think there's a legal expression that my friend, the member for Menzies, would be familiar with, which I think is a consciousness of guilt, Deputy Speaker. And I think that's what we're seeing in the $275 disappearance. You don't talk about something if you don't want to focus on it and if you know you're in the wrong, and that is why that has dropped off the agenda completely. And the Treasurer talked about the $275 too. Another thing in the budget that sort of concerns me, Deputy Speaker, there's 24 pages that basically say nothing. And this is a new section, it's called the Wellbeing Budget, Deputy Speaker. And it really doesn't say a lot, Deputy Speaker. And in reading it, it sounds to me a bit like Treasury itself is reluctant to actually do this. It's very hedged, the way it's written. But it's basically some sort of concept of we're going to measure some other stuff apart from the actual budget, and somehow that will be good. To which I would say, well, we don't need a wellbeing budget. We need a budget, an actual budget, a budget with substance, a budget that's robust, a budget with granular detail that the Australian people can be confident in. And you know, this wellbeing budget, I mean, it sort of goes through the 24 pages and it sort of culminates in this sentence. And it's a difficult sentence to read, but I'm going to do it. It says, the 2023 Measuring What Matters statement, this is foreshadowed, will be an important next step in facilitating a more informed and inclusive policy dialogue on how to improve the quality of life of all Australians. But we've got to wait till 2023 just merely to get that, Deputy Speaker. That's not what budgets are about. And of course, the other thing in the budget that was sort of a bit of a story for a day or two was this 1 million homes. And I think it has a grand title. It's like, I think it's the Housing Accord. So sort of, you know, kind of trying to conjure up images of the Accord of the 1980s and 90s. But basically all the so-called Housing Accord says is we've got some specific initiatives to help build 40,000 homes, and they effectively involve more government spending to build 40,000 homes. And then it basically says, and we have an aspiration of 1 million homes over the next 5 years. So there's no detail at all on how those 1 million homes will be produced. There is some detail, in fairness, for the 40,000 and come at a very significant cost. But then when you actually look at approximately how many homes are built in Australia, Deputy Speaker, per year, and this is over 5 years, it turns out that there's been a number of years where more than 200,000 homes have actually been built in Australia anyway. So the 1 million homes is broadly a reflection of kind of what happens in the housing market anyway. So I think what the sort of game here, Deputy Speaker, is that it'll probably be somewhere, in the high hundreds of thousands for sure, because it always is over a 5-year period. And then it'll be, look, we've built our, 920,000 homes or whatever, but just the intellectual bankruptcy of it, Deputy Speaker, it's very disappointing, very disappointing. And the actual measures themselves are very modest, and it's just misleading, Deputy Speaker. And then we get the industrial relations piece, which is referred to in the budget, wasn't referred to before the election. And the bottom line here is, why should a business in Bundaberg get roped into something that's happening in Bruni? They're separate businesses. They have their own issues, their own markets, their own problems, their own employees. Why should they be roped into that and effectively and potentially affected by industrial action? They shouldn't. And today they're not, tomorrow they will be, and that's bad. But that's what this legislation does. It takes us back to the 1970s and not in a good way, Deputy Speaker. And it is a very disappointing piece of legislation. Well, indeed, and the Shadow Minister says it's the bosses, and this is about the union movement. Because the problem the union movement has is that the private sector has moved away in dramatic numbers from the union movement. Not so bad for the unions in the public sector. Private sector is down to less than 10%. So there are more left-handers in the private sector today, Deputy Speaker, than there are union members. And I can say I'm a left-hander. I can say that with lived experience as a left-hander. So there's more of us left-handers than there are union members. If you're the union members, and if you're in the union movement, that's a big problem. That's an existential threat. And you need to address that by roping more and more businesses in the private sector into the union movement. And the statement that this is about wages is, it's not about wages, Deputy Speaker. It is about bolstering the position of the union movement. Now, I have just 50 seconds to go, but I do want to talk about quickly one local issue. Oatley FC and Renown United, Deputy Speaker, played a park called Renown Park. It is the absolute bedrock of our community. More than 1,000 kids play there every Saturday. There's $550,000 in the budget to fix that park because its condition is appalling. This government still has not provided clarity to those 1,000 players at Renown and at Oatley FC. It is shameful. It needs to be resolved. They are great people at Oatley and Renown United, and this government must release that funding to allow that project to happen. And that's just one example, Deputy Speaker, of the many, many problematic aspects of this budget. It's not a good budget for Australia. It means greater debt, it'll lead to more taxes, and it's the wrong budget for this country.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time. The member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government's budget is sensible and it is right for the times. Our budget has three main tasks: providing responsible cost of living relief to Australians, helping people without adding to inflation, investing in a stronger, more resilient, more modern economy, and beginning the important job of repairing the budget. Childcare costs have increased by 41% over the past 8 years, and many people are deciding not to work due to the cost. In 2021, 73,000 people who wanted to work did not look for work due to childcare costs. Australians are also having to choose between vital medicines and feeding themselves and their families. In 2019-2020, more than 900,000 Australian families delayed or did not get a script filled due to the cost. These are people in our communities who are not getting the medicine they need because they need the money to eat or pay their rent or mortgage. For too many Australians, it is increasingly hard just to put or keep a roof over their heads. Australians are spending more on housing than they used to, and this is particularly true for people on low incomes. And working Australians, the backbone of our great country, driving our economy, serving our communities and caring for our loved ones, are struggling with stagnant wages as inflation continues to rise. A decade of neglect by the previous government has got us into this mess, and with this budget, the Albanese government is beginning the hard work of cleaning it up. Our five-point cost of living plan will bring relief to Australian families in a responsible and productive way. We are making childcare cheaper for Australian families. We are making medicine cheaper. We are expanding paid parental leave to 6 months. We are creating more affordable housing, and we are getting wages moving. Labor's cheaper childcare policy will make childcare more affordable for around 1.26 million Australians here in Australia, and around 5,700 families in Cunningham. We are doing this by lifting the maximum childcare subsidy rate from 85% to 90% for families with a combined income of under $80,000. Subsidy rates for families earning less than $530,000 will also be increased. This change will improve workforce participation and productivity. It will help improve gender equality and give Australian families some much-needed cost of living relief. By reducing the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme general co-payment from $42.50 to $30, we are making medicines cheaper for Australians. This change reflects Labor's deep commitment to universal health care for Australians. Medical conditions are difficult enough as it is. We do not need the added stress of having to make tough decisions between putting food on the table and buying medicine. We are increasing Australia's paid parental leave scheme, adding an additional 6 weeks of leave for families, taking the total to 26 weeks by 2026, a full 6 months. This will give families greater flexibility, with extended leave able to be taken in blocks. It is great for women's economic equality and for the Australian economy. The opposition wants Australians to raid their superannuation to buy a home, sinking their retirement savings. Well, Labor's policies will increase housing affordability and supply, enabling more Australians to buy a home and protect their super at the same time. Our ambitious housing reform includes $10 billion for the Housing Australia Future Fund, which will build 30,000 new social and affordable housing properties in its first 5 years. The Regional First Home Buyer Guarantee, which guarantees up to 15% for eligible first home buyers, allowing them to avoid lenders' mortgage insurance with a deposit as low as 5%. The Help to Buy program, which will reduce the cost of buying a home. On top of our election commitments, the budget introduces the National Housing Accord. The Accord seeks to build 1 million new homes over 5 years from 2024, a huge boost to housing supply. And we are building a stronger, more resilient economy with investments in 180,000 fee-free TAFE and vocational education places in 2023, 20,000 new university places over the next 2 years, including 936 at the University of Wollongong, leading a national push to close the gender pay gap. $15 billion for the National Reconstruction Fund for a future made in Australia, and the $20 billion Rewiring the Nation plan to upgrade and expand the grid, unlock renewables and drive down power prices. With this budget, we are investing in Australians. We are taking responsible action to ease cost of living pressures, build the economy and repair the budget over the long term. Because it is only through responsible budget management that we can pay for the things Australians care about and build a better future. The Illawarra has a strong history of manufacturing and heavy industry, and our region is renowned for its beauty, nestled between the escarpment and the ocean. The combination of a strong working-class history and stunning natural environment is reflected in the views of our community. We are a region that cares deeply about jobs. We are grounded in the reality that there are bills that need to be paid and families that we need to provide for. We also care deeply about the environment. It's almost impossible not to with our beautiful beaches and rainforests. Our government's budget is great for the region and aligns with these community values. There were many issues that community members raised with me throughout the campaign that our budget is now addressing. Action on climate change was right up there. I commend the work of Minister Bowen, who has set a cracking pace in implementing real action on climate change. Already we have legislated a 43% minimum emissions reduction target by 2030, and we are beginning the work to establish an offshore renewable energy industry in this country, which is estimated to create between 3,000 and 8,000 jobs annually. One of the 6 potential offshore renewable energy zones announced is in our region. This is an industry that would fit the Illawarra perfectly, but we need skilled workers to fill these jobs. I often hear people speak of the need to create renewable jobs, but very little thought has been given to the training that is needed for these jobs. And that is why the Labor Party is the true progressive party in this country. We understand how to make progressive change a reality. We know that it is not just enough to create renewable jobs. We need to train our people to do them. Not just renewable jobs, but other vital jobs too, like in the health and care and education sectors. That's why this budget creates 20,000 additional university places for students starting in 2023 and 2024. 936 of these places have been allocated to the University of Wollongong. These places will train more teachers, nurses, engineers, and it will build our workforce in the areas we desperately need. Our community has welcomed this investment in our local university. An editorial in the Illawarra Mercury praised the $29 million investment. The editorial outlined the need to prepare Australia for a future where engineering and innovation are needed for economic survival and welcomed the $29 million announcement. The editorial also rightly noted the benefits these investments give to the broader economy, particularly by training more early childhood educators to free Australian mums and dads to return to the workforce. Other community members identified the importance of our housing reform in meeting the increasing demands of our region. Through the National Housing Accord, we are encouraging the investment needed to create housing supply. Michelle Adair, CEO of the Housing Trust, spoke positively of the National Housing Accord to the Illawarra Mercury, stating that they hadn't ever seen this from the previous government. I look forward to working with Michelle and the Housing Trust as the policy is rolled out. Adam Zarth, the Executive Director of Business Illawarra, also identified our community's critical need for housing, particularly for key workers, when speaking to ABC Illawarra. He noted that our reforms are a big first step to meeting this need. Adam also praised our commitments to renewable energy, pointing out that Illawarra businesses have been battling rising energy prices for too long, and that local businesses are also pleased to see our government working to lower the deficit and repair the budget. Business confidence has dipped, but as Adam pointed out, our budget charters a course through these difficult times. This is an honest budget that doesn't sugarcoat the harsh realities. Community leaders in the Illawarra have spoken in support of our sensible and necessary reforms. Reforms that will help our region and Australia to better weather the hard times we are facing. Our budget delivers for Australians, and it delivers for communities in Cunningham. I made a promise to the people of Cunningham that I would hit the ground running, and I would never let the Illawarra be ignored. When I make a commitment, I work hard to make sure that it is delivered. In this budget, I have secured nearly $14 million for local sporting groups, multicultural and community services, disability services, Wollongong TAFE and the University of Wollongong. Sport plays such an important role in bringing our communities together and keeping us healthy. Local sporting groups are usually run by a dedicated group of volunteers, giving their time to organise events and maintain their clubs. This budget delivers nearly $500,000 for sporting clubs in my area. $150,000 will be provided to Football South Coast for drainage works at Coaldale, Wollongong Olympic and Russellvale clubs, as well as for new fencing at Helensburgh Football Club. Anne-Marie Baliana, the CEO of Football South Coast, and Daniel Hunter, President of Russellvale Junior Football Club, welcomed the announcement and said that the upgrades will enable local volunteers to work with their communities in their own backyard, where previously they were having to use other fields. I know it means a lot to them, and I'm thrilled to be delivering the funding that they need. $120,000 has also been allocated to Cricket New South Wales for new cricket nets at Hollymount Park, Woonona. $100,000 for Corrimal Rugby League Football Club to accommodate the growing number of female players. $75,000 to Helensburgh Netball Club for new fencing, and $40,000 for Thurrool Rugby League Football Club for shelters at Gibson Park. The University of Wollongong and our local TAFEs are a great source of pride for our region, and thanks to our government's investments, they will play a vital role in training our renewable energy workforce. $10 million will go to the University of Wollongong for the creation of an Energy Futures Skills Centre, and $2.5 million will go to Wollongong TAFE for a renewable energy training facility. This will help to put our region on the map as a serious player in the renewable sector. Climate change is such an important issue in our community, and this investment has been well received. We are also delivering a community battery for Warrawong and another one in Dapto in the electorate of Whitlam, secured by my good friend the member for Whitlam. Our battery in Warrawong will allow around 500,000 households with solar panels to feed into battery during the day and draw from it at night, cutting electricity bills and emissions. The community and multicultural organisations in Cunningham are an inspiration, and the funding I have secured for them will help them to continue their important work. $1 million will help the Illawarra Legal Centre continue to help vulnerable people in our community. $120,000 has also been granted to the South Coast Portuguese Association for refurbishment of their centre in Lake Heights. $100,000 for Bulli PCYC for accessible toilets. I used to attend the Bulli PCYC blue light discos when I was at school, and the toilets haven't been updated since then. A great improvement for our community. $100,000 for the Bellambi Neighbourhood Centre to refurbish their cafe and outdoor area. $100,000 for the Coomadici United Aboriginal Corporation for facility and sporting upgrades. $100,000 for the Wollongong PCYC for refurbishments, and $90,000 to Narelle Clay and her team at Southern Youth and Family Services to retrofit homeless and at-risk youth housing services with solar panels and water tanks, and $50,000 for the Aman Foundation for a new van for community food distribution programs. Some of our local disability organisations are also getting much-deserved funding. $100,000 for Interchange Illawarra for new toilets and disability access, $83,000 for the Cram Foundation for a client transport bus, and $70,000 for Greenacres Disability Services for refurbishments. In addition to this direct funding, we will be delivering a Wollongong urgent care clinic to help take the pressure off our local hospitals. I care about people, I care about their jobs, and I care about the environment. And when I commit to something, I follow through. This budget delivers on my commitments to the people of Cunningham. It helps the people in our community, and it helps the organisations that serve our community. This is a true Labor budget, responsible and compassionate, a budget crafted for all Australians, and a budget to take us forward as a nation. Thank you.
The question now is that these bills be read a second time. The member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition was spot on when he began his reply with the following. We live in the best country in the world, but for millions of Australians, things aren't easy right now. Cost of living is more than a slogan. It is about the gap between income and prices, and that gap is growing. Labor's recent budget is good at detailing problems, but devoid of real solutions. Families across my electorate of Menzies are struggling to make ends meet. Everything is more expensive, whether paying your power bill, filling up the car or saving for your first home. The average price of fuel in Melbourne today is about $2.10, depending on where you buy it from. Electricity prices are forecast to rise by up to 56% over 2 years. This is despite Labor promising a $275 cut in power prices, 97 times before the election. It is no wonder why families think twice more than they used to. We know that inflation must be brought under control, but we should not forget that this comes at a massive cost to millions of families, many on fixed rates that will expire in the coming months and year. If you look at a heat map of mortgage stress, the western portion of my electorate in Menzies is one of the highest in the country. Given record house prices, it is not surprising that families have stretched themselves to live in our part of the world. It's a lovely place to live. This means that each increase in mortgage, rent, power, fuel and food forces families to make tough choices between the things they need and the things that make them happy. For many, this trade-off is paid in lost time with loved ones, as they are forced to work extra shifts or even a second job. Many think twice about school excursions. I noticed not many from my electorate have come on the school tours here. There may be many reasons for that, but for a lot of families it's an extra cost they can't afford. For many, it's a choice about whether their children remain in a sporting team. The World Cup is on a Wednesday morning Most Australians will turn on the TV at 6 a.m. and watch Australia, the Socceroos, take on France. But actually playing soccer is a very expensive sport. It doesn't have all of the subsidies that AFL and cricket have. So for families in my electorate who love soccer, and they call it football, those fees are very high, in the hundreds of dollars. So again, as rates rise and inflation goes up, there's some of the things that have to be cut. Going to the movies. I hear many families say that they go less than they used to, and they don't know whether this will be a summer, whether they will. We often see the great big blockbusters come out on New Year's Day. Again, there'll be less families going to the movies than last year. Christmas and birthday presents will be sacrificed. Families will think twice about holidays. And for many, the cost of food is going up and up and up, and what type of food people eat is a real choice that families are making on a daily basis right now, and they will be making those decisions even harder next year. The Albanese government needs to recognise they are not in opposition anymore, and they were a very effective opposition. That's why they get to sit over there. But they're not there anymore. And they need to take responsibility for balancing sustained growth with ever-increasing inflation. I am disappointed to see that there is no immediate relief in sight for families. Between a combination of surge in inflation and rise in interest rates, average wage earners will be $5,000 a year worse off. Even worse, mortgage holders will on average be up to $13,000 a year out of pocket. This budget not only fails to deliver on a macro level, but on a micro level within particular seats. I've listened to many of my colleagues speak about projects they were expecting to see in this budget, projects they fought hard for, and then when they open the budget papers, whoosh, gone, not there. So let me talk about one in my electorate. My electorate is mostly metropolitan, but on the eastern side is Warrandyte, Wonga Park, and it feeds into the suburban areas of Warranwood and Croydon North. And there's an intersection called Five Ways. It's called Five Ways because 5 actual roads intersect in the one spot. And it is packed full of families going to and from school every day. It's full of families. Yet it is one of the most dangerous roads in Victoria. And in 2021, a young girl in her 20s was in an accident and died later in hospital afterwards. Totally unnecessary because it's a road we know that needs to be fixed. I fought hard for election commitments and I never took my seat for granted, but maybe some people thought it was. So I didn't get as many as other seats might have got, but this was one that I got and I was really proud of it. We got a commitment to fix Five Ways. And I actually prefer the project to be built over any political gain you get. So when I hear that my Labor opponent matches it, I think that's a great thing, because then whoever wins, the community gets what they need. And I thought this was one of those projects. Residents have been calling for urgent upgrades to this intersection for years. 1,000 locals signed a petition. And so when my Labor opponent was quoted in the local Warrandyte Diary as saying that this would be matched, I was delighted, because I thought no matter what happens, this project's getting filled. However, after the budget, I went flicking through the budget looking for a commitment to this project, and it wasn't there. And I asked for a meeting with the Transport Minister. And to her credit, she sat down and we had a chat about it and told me something quite alarming, that the candidate, even though quoting in the Warrandyte Diary that this would be matched, never passed that up through the chain in the Labor Party. Never happened. Now, let's pretend that that's a good enough excuse, that you require some form to fill in that goes through the party. Well, that's just not acceptable, that a road where a young girl died on and families face that risk every morning and every evening, to have the Labor Party say, you didn't fill in a form, so that community is going to suffer. Well, I do notice that that same candidate is now a state candidate in the same area in Warrandyte, and I hope the locals, whenever anything is promised by that candidate, they ask, are you going to fill in that form? Will the Labor Party be trusted on you actually fulfilling your promises? Because this side talks a lot about integrity, but integrity is what you do, not what you say, and when we look at what they do, it is a trail of destruction. On one example in my area that was about saving lives. So Labor has said one thing in my seat and then has done another in practice. And there's serious questions for that candidate to answer. Young people. Despite viewing young Australians as reliable supporters, Labor has abandoned younger Australians. There is no immediate plan found in this budget to assist with home ownership. For example, a young person that has recently found their way into an administrative role out of university and is renting is far worse off under Labor. It is hard to define a typical young person, but take, for example, a young individual that has recently found their way into such a job, straight out of university. The median weekly advertised rents for that person have increased by a historic 4.3% over the September quarter alone, bringing the year-on-year rise to 10.3%. In dollar terms, Australia's median weekly rent now sits at $520 for houses and $460 for units. While juggling growing HECS repayments and rental costs, this young person must juggle other immediate expenses. One survey of private sector office administrative workers found 30% have dropped private health insurance to save money. Again, it's another choice that people are making because of rising costs and rising inflation. And this side bank their support because they think they'll always have it. Well, be very careful what you take for granted. So Labor's lack of support will see long-term consequences. In this example, in their health, where people are going without. And that places further burden on our public health system, again, which has a financial cost. We have to do more as a parliament to help young people own their own piece of Australia. We all have to do more to get young people into their own home. We know it is a source of economic security. I said in my first speech, standing here, that I want to look young people in the eye and say to them that home ownership is core business for our party. But we have urgent work to do, and urgent work that shouldn't just wait for the next time that we have the privilege of sitting on those benches, but urgent work right now. And it was Robert Menzies who spoke in the darkest days of World War II, when you had a myriad of other things to be worried about, including the very existence of this nation. He spoke then, not just of the forgotten people, but their desire for a home into which they can withdraw, into which they can be among their friends. And that is a universal aspiration for every generation of Australians. So even though we are in opposition, we're offering constructive solutions. We have recommitted to the super home buyer scheme. We will extend the same opportunity to women who separate later in life, women with few housing opportunities than those who are increasingly left homeless. And I see this in my electorate. I have been to, like many others, food banks in my electorate run by churches and other community groups. And I was at one from the Vantage Church to the east of my electorate, and they were running a food bank. And as I left, there was 50 cars queued up to get some basic supplies. And just about every car was full of a woman who has been separated from their partner. Her partner had died, and they're doing their best to pay for the mortgage, for the food, with one income. And I'm proud that our party has got a policy for people in that position, because, again, the security of your own home is a way for them and their family to escape poverty. So we don't want to go down the path of the United States, where giant ETFs snap up vast quantities of residential properties, becoming super landlords. And on my declaration of interests, I own Vanguard shares, but I'm shocked to think that that ETF in the United States owns so much residential property. We don't want that here. We don't want it by a Vanguard or a super fund. We want families owning houses. That's who should be owning houses in this country. And we hear a lot of talk about old class divisions. But if you really want to create class divisions in this society, you'll have less people owning homes and you'll have more super funds owning them. That is a recipe for class division in this society. And if the Labor Party are serious about it, they will not walk down that path, and they will join with us in getting more young families into their own home. The other part that our leader spoke about on this side was tax relief. And as he said, your cost of living is interconnected with tax relief. And to help you and your families to plan ahead, the Coalition believes in a core principle, and it's this, that you should keep more of what you earn. Hard-working Australians should be rewarded, and the best reward for that is lower taxes. So, due to tax relief legislated by the last government, a person earning $90,000 paid $3,000 less tax than they did under Labor, each and every year. And that compounds over time. Stage 3 of the tax cuts will lower tax for more than 10 million Australians. It will simplify our tax system. We know it will abolish the 37% tax rate entirely. And it means those earning between $45,000 and $200,000 will pay no more than 30 cents in the dollar. For someone earning $60,000 a year, it means $400 more in your pocket, $900 more for those earning $80,000 and $1,370 for those earning $100,000. So for 95% of workers, 95%, it means a top rate of no more than 30 cents in the dollar. And the Coalition plan means that the top 5% of income earners will pay 33% of all income tax. So the legislated tax plan future-proofs people's income that they have worked hard for. And we're hearing the whispers again about how this particular tax cut won't survive going forward. And again, don't walk down that path. Stagflation is a concept I hope we don't experience, but it's one we should keep one eye out for. So if I conclude in my last 30 seconds with this, what was the point of it all? We all came back here for a special budget. So why? Why did we come back? Why did we sit through that? To those who tuned in to watch, they saw a set-piece event designed to exploit publicity. They saw a new treasurer enjoy the limelight, stand up and get lots of hugs from his colleagues. But Australians are asked to ask, what was the point of it all? Was it just an expensive press release?
The question is that these bills be now read a second time. The Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will begin by addressing the elephant or the bow tie in the room, which is that the penguin in the room. I am not dressed for you, Deputy Speaker, as much as I admire you. Tonight is the night of the Prime Minister's Science Awards, a night where we recognise outstanding scientists, research innovators and science teachers across Australia, people who do so much to secure the economic future of this country. And I, as I know everyone in this place who believes in policy-based in fact, policy-based in evidence, policy-based in science, would join me in commending the scientists of Australia, 500 of whom will join myself, the Prime Minister and Minister Husic, just a couple of metres that way. And I'm so proud to be supporting Australia's scientists, because scientists and all those who help us address the great challenges which we face in this parliament year on year do so much. And if we think as this parliament we are faced with huge challenges, climate change, the ongoing pressures in healthcare, in aged care, in childcare, across the care economy, tensions in various regions of the world, dealing with Russia's unjustified war in Europe. These challenges are challenges which we seek to bring Australians together, to come up with Australia's together, to come up with Australia's solutions, to come up with our response to these challenges and so many more. And if you look at the way in which this government has sought to address those challenges, we did not waste a day. If you look back, if we think back to the first sitting of the 47th Parliament, in the first week alone you had 30 bills introduced to act on the pressures that Australians are facing. We worked to tackle the pressing challenges in sectors of need, including in making sure that we act on climate change. And again, I reflect on the comments that the Prime Minister made when he addressed the National Press Club, where he said very clearly
and this is at the core of this budget and the appropriation bills with which we debate now. Our plan is a growth agenda. It is unashamedly pro-business, but also unashamedly pro-workers. We want an economy that works for people, not the other way around. We saw that agenda expanded again at the Jobs and Skills Summit held in September, bringing people together, trying to find those common solutions, trying to look for the common ground which can actually move Australia forward. And it's been a long time since a government has hosted such a summit, and I think we can all reflect that it was indeed a success in terms of building dialogue, strengthening dialogue and strengthening policy outcomes. Because bringing people together is at the absolute core of the Albanese government. And this budget, again, shows that. If you look at the careful balance that the Treasurer struck in forming this budget, along with his ministerial colleagues, it is achieving that targeted cost of living relief while also trying to do that delicate balance of trying to avoid further inflationary pressure in the economy. And the results we see, giving cheaper childcare to 1.2 million Australians, including 6,800 in the Perth electorate, progressively expanding paid parental leave to 6 months by 2026, again giving families more time at home and more support in those challenging months with a newborn, making sure that where we can, reduce the cost of medicines, making sure that those who rely on the wonderful pharmaceutical benefits scheme that's existed in some form or another for 75 years, that we get the cost of those medicines down now to a co-payment of just $30 per script. Comprehensive investments in more affordable housing and new creative policy solutions to make sure that more people can have a secure place to call home. Our commitment, as we will debate, I'm sure, more in this chamber and across the other side, on getting wages moving again, recognising that people deserve fair reward for the work that they do towards our economic growth, and also ensuring that there's growth in the wages of working Australians. We also invest significantly in a more resilient economy. If you look at the 180,000 fee-free TAFE places to make sure that more people can access that wonderful training in our TAFE sector and, where necessary, shift their career from one part of our economy to another with world-class training. 20,000 new university places, ensuring that more Australians can have the benefit of, again, a world-class university education. Advances on gender equality, steps towards closing the 14% gender pay gap. Investments in cheaper, cleaner, renewable energy and renewable energy transmission. Investments in ensuring that we can, in fact, have more domestic manufacturing capability through the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund. A huge investment in ongoing transport infrastructure, including the transformative project in Western Australia of Metronet, one component of which being the very exciting airport line, on which I was excited and privileged to ride with the Prime Minister and the Premier of Western Australia when that opened just last month. We've got commitments to expanding the national broadband network, to making sure that we do more to help Australians who are on a pension be able to keep more of what they earn if they choose to go back into work, more funding for staff to slash the visa backlog. This is a good budget. And if I look at what it means for my community locally, it means we have secured finally the investment in the Aboriginal Cultural Centre, something that will be the West Coast's answer to the Sydney Opera House. We've got a Medicare urgent care clinic that we based near Royal Perth Hospital, ensuring that we take pressure off the hospital's Deputy Speaker that mine and your constituents rely upon in Western Australia in the Perth metropolitan area. Commitments for the City of Perth to invest more in their Light Up Perth program. Investments in the City of Stirling to invest more in lighting up the Beaufort Strip. Investments to help the City of Bayswater reduce their energy bills, reduce their emissions by investing in LED lighting across the city. investments for the town of Bassendean to make sure that Swan District's football club can operate under the appropriate lights for their men's and women's teams, and investments for the City of Vincent to upgrade lighting at Axford Park. There's so much more of which I am proud, including our commitment towards the Bayswater Urban Forest, commitment towards new playgrounds for the children of Bassendean and further afield. Many have FIFA World Cup fever at the moment, but those of us in Perth will be waiting until we have that, do our bit for the training facilities for the FIFA Women's World Cup next year, which will include the Perth Soccer Club, a wonderful club that stood for decades in the Perth electorate and will get some much-needed upgrades. And partnering with one of the official local heroes of Western Australia to deliver funding for short-back and sidewalks to expand their operations in delivering services to people who are homeless in Western Australia and indeed across Australia. When it comes to other investments, one of the things we know we need to do more on is invest in our river health. And for our urban rivers, and indeed the Swan and Canning rivers, this budget delivers on a major package of investment in the health of those waterways. Restoration for the Tranby House foreshore, revegetation of the Maylands Lakes, commitment for the Friends of Barden Park and the City of Bayswater to make sure that we continue the great revegetation work and weed eradication which has been choking up parts of the Swan River. And then we get to one of my loves, which is play-based learning. It's not just about the big visionary reforms when it comes to childcare investment and investing in early childhood education and care for 1.2 million Australians. It's also about the little things, like making sure that we can support the Bayswater Toy Library, the Yokine Toy Library, the Bayswater Playgroup and the Yokine Playgroup for new equipment and toys, supporting our youngest Australians to get the play-based skills and learning that they need, and investing as well in the future of renewable energy through our commitment to community batteries for Dianella and Bayswater as part of a package of 400 across Australia. I'm particularly proud, and I would like to also note that this is a commitment that's in this Treasurer's budget, but pay tribute to former Treasurer Josh Frydenberg for the work that he did on the Jewish Community Centre and Holocaust Education Centre that will be in Yokine in my electorate. This is something which has bipartisan support, and I've always recognised the strong bipartisanship that applies to building that centre, something that is much needed in Western Australia, and I'm pleased that that funding is secured and that construction will soon commence on that really important project. The other thing which, in terms of communities which have long-standing proud traditions in the Perth electorate is, of course, our Italian community, where I'm pleased that we'll be supporting the Italian Club of Western Australia. Myself and yourself, Deputy Speaker, can attend the Italian Club for a range of community functions. It's a great host of many community functions for many years to come, and also to support the Australian Asian Association with a new vehicle to transport their members to ensure that they can continue to provide such valuable community support. I might start to conclude my remarks, Deputy Speaker, by noting that I am able to support this budget, and all of us are able to come and put our views on these appropriation bills and indeed every piece of legislation that is put before us because of the support of so many. No one makes it to this place on their own. I want to say thank you to my campaign team. I can vote for this Labor budget because of them. And I also recognise that they are people who tend to be pretty honest with you. They tell you when you're doing well, they tell you when you can do better, and for that I'm grateful as well. So I can thank my campaign team who supported me all the way up to the 21st of May, 6 months ago today. And I want to say a huge thank you to Dylan, Marissa, Kiani, Aoife, Beth, Daniel, Mike, Ebony, Callum, Megan and Naomi, who formed the core of that team. They sent me out door knocking when I didn't want to. They sent me out phone banking when I didn't want to. They also sent me out door knocking when I did want to. They are all passionate people who believe in the cause of Labor, They recognise that the mission of Labor in government is not to hold anyone back, but also not to leave anyone behind. I want to say thank you to the team at Party Office in Western Australia, led by Ellie Whittaker, someone who I have praised in this place before and still has a long and exciting career ahead of her, and at the time was led by Tim Picton, who was chosen to do what many do after a brutal run, leading any organisational wing of a political party, and take some respite in the private sector. I want to thank Mark McGowan and his entire ministerial team, including my state parliamentary colleagues. And in an earlier time, I would have named every single one of my federal parliamentary colleagues. There was once upon a time where there was just a couple, just 6 of them. It's a slightly longer list now, so I'll use the last 2 minutes I've got to instead thank some of those people who genuinely gave up their time to volunteer for the Perth campaign. Thank you to the following: Nadia Turner, Marlene Poole-Deves, Callum Baxter, Stephen Graves, Namila Kurofsky, Ryan Stewart, Jared Duckett, Matteo Rosario, Gary Giles, Trudy Angwin, Robert Taylor, Lee McGrath, Sophie Stiles, Maya Montgomery, a wonderful member of the Perth community, Pam Day, Jamie Moore, Steve Carter, Harry Brooking, Linda Pickering, Superb Bat, Jack Matthews, Andrew May, Mark Devlin, Dan Bull, Luke and Nicole Archer, Cam O'Donnell, Veronica Gobber, Kath Allgrove, Joanne Fatakis, Cody Steele, Andrew St John, Adrienne Silsbury, Anne Mills, Carol Seidel, Carol's a gem, got to say that, Martina Nuklova, Luke Hutchison, Danny Montague, Carrie Lawrence, Kay Croswell, Agnes O'Kane, Ivy Chen, Julianne Bull, Gillian Inns, Glenys Addy, Anthea Matthews, Michael Thorne, Joy Nichols, Marisol Nelson, Brenda Hickman, Barnaby Sullivan, Peter Moody, Jeff Parkinson, Brendan Jackson, Tatiana Ignonia, Karen Hughes, Hayden Miles, Melinda Perks, Tim Diamond, David Gupta, Bobby Oliver, Sophie Farrell, Niet Mulugata, Judd White, Andrew Lee, Naomi Schneider, Kira Wee, Tommy Meager, Evia Aringo, Roman Booth, just a fraction of the many people who, like anyone in this place, whatever your politics, you know you don't get here alone. And once again, I say thank you to all those who supported me and allow me to vote for this first Labor budget. Thank you.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to give my analysis of the critical parts of this first Labor government budget. All around, there are so many programs that are cut and paste copies of initiatives that the former coalition government brought through in our former budget, particularly in the aged care space and in the health portfolio. And I guess I could just reiterate that well-known phrase that the best form of flattery is when people copy you. So there are actually some pleasing things that during the campaign we announced some initiatives in the rural and regional health care space which were critical for the growth of the rural healthcare workforce. That is the most outstanding issue in rural healthcare. There is not enough nurses and doctors in rural areas of Australia. There is a huge vortex of activity that drags a lot of health professionals and other professionals, I might add. It's also engineers and in lawyers and in pharmacists, even physiotherapists, speech therapists, and all those other health professionals, because it takes a village of professionals to get a good health system. But the most glaring thing is the lack of medical practitioners who are, first of all, going into general practice and, secondly, into rural general practice. And that's why we focused on the rural general practice initiatives. We had announced a $143 million package coming into the last election following our budget. But there is tiered financial incentive payments delivered in this budget, like the then opposition in the campaign said they would deliver. So But just so people know, these were policies that we had worked up and funded in our last budget and advocated for in the election. $74.1 million going into workforce incentive payments in a tiered fashion so that the doctors and the practices that are more rural and remote get more. And for those of you that don't know what workforce incentive payments are, they are payments paid in arrear for services that medical practices deliver. So it encourages better behaviour. We'd already announced the bulk billing incentive that was more tiered towards the more rural and remote. But this is a way of getting better payments for doctors working in rural and remote areas. There was $29.4 million allocated to this out of the tiered incentive payments. We have 3 extra rounds of the innovative models of care which allow incentives to be paid to sign on young GPs into rural practices, as well as other initiatives to network them and get hub and spoke and innovative models that we'd identified in other innovative models of care in rural New South Wales. Rural generalist training is advanced general practice training, and we know that rural generalist training that is delivered by the 2 colleges, there is a particular model that I know the RACGP is now copying from the faculty, from the other August College of Rural and Remote Medicine, has a very specific rural generalist program, and those 2 curricula will now mimic, not as a result of this budget, but because they've decided that's a good system. But this budget, like in our announcements, was to deliver another set of funding for extra places in the rural generalist program, which requires GPs being employed in hospitals so they can learn their anaesthesia, they can learn obstetrics, but GP trainees have to compete with the big specialist hospitals that get a lot of those spots. So the only way we can get them a look in, is to actually fund those positions that are dedicated to rural generalist training. We started in the last government the concept of having a single employer during general practice training, and we plan to expand that because many people in salary jobs in hospitals are very loath to leave the security of a salary with all the added benefits like maternity leave, like holiday pay, like superannuation payments, all those other leaves that you get with salaried employment conditions in public health. But when you become a general practice registrar, you lose those and you take a pay cut, and they wonder why only 15% of med students plan to go into general practice. That's why it was so important to increase the payments for rural GPs. And I'm glad that the incoming minister or assistant minister responsible honoured their commitment to bring in these programs, but I would have liked more volume of those assistants. Now, you could also realise that there is a general shortage of general practitioners. Now, the distribution priority area we set up to favour areas outside the major metropolitan centres, because whilst there's a shortage of doctors everywhere, the worst shortages are in rural and remote and regional towns, where it's not a question of you have to wait a long time to get into a general practice. There are plenty of towns that don't have a general practice, or they're down to their last GP, which also affects the hospital. So that's why we wanted this innovative model of care where the hospital employs the GP and they work in the hospital, but they also work in a general practice. That way they get all the certainty of a salary, but what they bill in the medical centre, half of it goes back to their single employer, which is the state government public hospital. And that way they don't think, wow, if I go into general practice I lose maternity leave, holiday pay, superannuation, all those things, which when you go into general practice you've got to organise that for yourself. So no wonder people are voting with their feet and choosing a specialty, because they see it as a higher status higher payment part of the profession. But if you do specialty training, you're staying in hospitals with all those benefits. So there's a lot more work to be done in that. Now, I was pleased to see that there were new places allocated to James Cook University for a rural clinical school and end-to-end training based in Townsville. Well, they're going to expand into Cairns. Now, that was part of our policy too. So again, they've copied good policy, and I give them credit for it. But it wasn't just for 20 more places. We were going to allocate 80 across other rural portfolios. And I'll put Mark Butler, the Minister for Health, and the Assistant Minister on notice that I expect them in their next budget to deliver the other 60 places that aren't mentioned anywhere here to the other rural clinical schools that we've set up, so that they can have more of this end-to-end in the country training, because we know if they train in the country, they're more likely to stay there. And if they're there for 4 or 5 years, rather than just a 3-month or a 6-month rotation, that becomes the focus of their life. And you get actually better training when you're training in these big country hospitals. One thing I wasn't happy about was they're changing to the distribution priority area. And they've made it open slather so that the doctors that had it on their criteria to come in and work in Australia, that they were going to work in distribution priority areas in the country. So now there will be some people that have come from overseas to work, and they will hightail it into the cities. And there'll just be another number in the cities. Outer metro is a very difficult area to staff as well, but I don't think cannibalising country towns of GPs is a good solution. The trick is to get more into general practice as a whole. Now, there were other initiatives in this budget, namely more university places. And hello, we announced that in our last budget. They've made out that this is a big new initiative, but we were already doing that, also focused on rural places. And we knew that there is a skills shortage. We had over 150,000 extra low-fee or no-fee TAFE places over 3 years. And they've just added another year and put the same amount in and made it look like they're giving a whole lot more. So there's a few smoke and mirrors happening here. We all know we need more tradesmen. In fact, trade skills is a really important thing that the states need to support and we need to support. And we had all those incentive programs in place to subsidise the cost of first-year and second-year and third-year apprentices so that more employers would take them on. Because anyone who's run a trade-related business knows that your first-year apprentice doesn't really deliver a net positive cash flow because you've got to supervise them, they're slow. But once they're getting into the second and third and fourth years, then they're not a burden on you and you're growing your own replacement for your business. So we need more apprentices. Now, in aged care, the former Minister for Health did an amazing increase in cash into the aged care system. We had allocated $17 billion, and we have set up a new funding model called the Australian National Aged Care, the ANAC system, as opposed to the aged care funding instrument, which was being gamed and wasn't reflecting the extra costs of remote care, complex care and high needs care in aged care. And there are many institutions since October 1 this year that will be benefiting from that. And that accounts for a lot of this so-called extra funding that the new government has put in. It was decided in previous budgets, it's just that it's only now maturing. A lot of these things, as I said, are actually good because they're exact copies plus a few changes of title and names, and they're claiming the credit for it. You know, no more comments on that. Now, look, the other thing that is really disappointing in this budget is in the National Party we had secured $20 billion of extra funds into regional development. We argued and won the case, huge investments in Darwin and in Central Australia, sealing east-west roads through the brown plains of Western Queensland across into the Northern Territory and over into the Kimberley, because that east-west link, we want to connect all these corridors where the wealth of the nation is going to be developed. But unfortunately, they think anything outside the capital city, like Paul Keating said, if you're not within 20 k's of the CBD, you're camping out in Australia. And who on earth would want to build a road that hasn't been graded for 10 years? Well, it's a circular argument. Part of the reason a lot of these roads need it is because they carry hundreds of millions of dollars of produce and wealth for the nation. They may not have hundreds of millions of or hundreds of thousands of people like you have in cities. So if you're just going to put your money where there's lots of people, we will never develop, and we would never have developed regional Australia, which is where most of the wealth of the nation is created. Our tourism product, apart from the Harbour Bridge and the Opera House, is basically rural Australia. Our beaches up and down the coast, our Ayers Rock, the Great Barrier Reef, the Kimberley, the goldfields, all those adventure locations, most of them are in regional Australia. So we had programs for tourism roads, for beef and cattle and mineral roads. They weren't just for the odd remote agricultural business, but huge amounts of money earned for the nation have costs involved in transporting. That's why we had the inland rail being developed, so that the costs of freight of product from the farm and the factories could get off the highways and through to ports. That's why we're supporting taking the inland rail, not just to Brisbane, but up to Gladstone. It was going to be great. But all those things seem to have just gone off the radar, as well as those really useful programs, Building Better Regions Fund. It's really disappointing to hear that all those regional wealth developing funds, they weren't bankrolling, they're just catching up with the huge investment that's been ploughed into our cities for the last 200 years. And the reason we got to be wealthy was because we developed our nation. And that is why we argued in the National Party for it. So I'm open, if the Labor Party wants to really make their mark and be respected, they'd put that money back in. They've got the opportunity at their next budget, and we'll wait and see and make sure that they do things that develop things outside Metro Australia just as much as they do inside Metro Australia.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for McNamara.
Acting Speaker, I really appreciate the call, and I'm very pleased to rise and speak about the appropriation bill. This is a great Labor budget, and I'm proud of our Treasurer and Finance Minister and the entire economics team of the government who worked extremely hard to put this budget together. It comes as Australia faces difficult economic circumstances and Australians face real pressures in the cost of living. Australians right now are facing high inflation. At the moment unemployment is low, but for a decade we had low wages as a deliberate design feature of the Australian economy, and that resulted in Australian families and Australian workers having wages being outpaced by the cost of living and by the cost of doing business in this country. And thankfully, after a decade of doing nothing about it, our government is getting wages moving again. And of course, you can't point to a single measure of the previous government when it comes to wage increases in this country. There is not one, Acting Speaker, where those opposite, when they're almost a decade in government, did a single thing to increase the wages of Australian working people. And that's changed as soon as we got into government. Obviously, the first thing the Prime Minister did was put in a submission for the increase in the minimum wage. They supported a wage increase for aged care workers. And of course, right now we have the Industrial Relations Secure Jobs Better Pay bill that hopefully will get through this parliament in time for a Christmas wage increase for Australian workers. So that's the difficult economic circumstances in which this budget arises. So it is important that we align fiscal and monetary policy to make sure that we aren't making the high inflation harder for longer, and this budget is responsible. It banks a lot of the increases in revenue to ensure that Australia has capacity to support Australian people long into the future or in the next situation. But it also took some pretty big and responsible fiscal decisions around the sort of expenditure that we want to make. There's over $20 billion in this budget of reallocated or of ceased programs of the former government. Take my electorate, for example, in Macnamara. The previous government allocated $15 million to build car parks near a train station. The only problem was that they didn't talk to either the state government or the local council. Had they had a simple phone conversation and picked up the phone, they would have found out that the $15 million that they had allocated for the Balaclava car park fund was actually already land designated to social housing. And there are countless and countless examples of the previous government making budgetary decisions in their political interest, not in the interest of the Australian people. So we have taken a big pen through the budget, line by line, examining it and making sure that we ended the rorts and ended the waste. The other big decision that we've done, and the big reallocation of funds that we've done, is to ensure that the federal government and the federal budget is allocated and focused on investing in renewable energy. The previous government fought renewable energy and still fights renewable energy to this day. They put too much stake in carbon capture and storage, a technology that isn't the answer. They put too much stake in their so-called gas-led recovery, something that wasn't going to produce the energy nor the jobs of the future in the way in which renewable energy will. Of course, now they're on their crusade about nuclear energy, which is a whole other story, Deputy Speaker, but we'll come back to that another time. But this budget has the biggest allocation towards renewable energy, or the facilitation of renewable energy, in our country's history. There is a $20 billion Rewiring the Nation fund, the single biggest piece of public infrastructure that's going to connect up different parts of new renewable energy to the grid. We've already seen a great deal done between the Tasmanian government and the federal government on the Marinus Link and Victoria as well, to bring renewable energy from that small island off the coast of Victoria up into the mainland, making sure that Tasmania stays connected and that Tasmania can benefit from their huge capacity to generate renewable energy. There's a lot of naysayers on that side of the House, Deputy Speaker, who say that 100% renewable energy can't be achieved. Well, Tasmania is already achieving it. They're already there. They're already there, and they're about to, over the coming years, start exporting clean renewable energy into the mainland, and we are ready to welcome Tasmanian energy, as well as invest in some major bits of renewable energy infrastructure. One of the best days of the campaign was when the Minister for Climate Change and Energy joined me in South Bank to announce that an Albanese Labor government will deliver a community battery in South Bank, right in the top corner of my electorate, and that was budgeted for this. In this budget, where we will deliver a community battery. And the reason why it's so important, and the reason why we're doing it in South Bank, Deputy Speaker, you'll be interested to hear, is that a lot of people living in apartments don't have the ability to put solar on their roofs, and so the solar that will be fed into the battery will be able to be utilised and extracted by local South Bank families. I'm expecting this to be an oversubscribed program. I'm expecting this to be something that in the future there is going to be a number of community batteries right around the country, but I'm very proud that the Albanese Labor government will deliver 400 community batteries, and one of those will be in South Bank, and I'm already in discussions with the Minister about the next round. So we're ending the previous government's rorts, we're fighting to lift wages, and now I want to take you through some of the other fantastic local programs and projects that we've got in my electorate of Macnamara. In Macnamara, one of the iconic parts of my electorate is the magnificent Albert Park Lake, where we have the Formula One coming around, zooming around once a year, but which does obviously attract a lot of attention. And while I know that there are mixed feelings locally around the community about the Grand Prix, the truth is that a lot of the local businesses do benefit from having hotels full, restaurant bookings are up. There is another side of this that does actually help a lot of the local businesses in my electorate. But one of the things that's been missing over a long period is sprinkled around the Albert Park track is actually the home of one of the most incredible community sporting precincts in Melbourne. There is ovals, there's soccer pitches, there's basketball courts, there's running tracks, there's baseball fields. There's a whole network of community sport, and frankly, for too long, Deputy Speaker, that community sport has gone underfunded. So we made a commitment to work with Parks Victoria and to work with the state government, who are the custodians of that piece of land, as part of their broader master plan, to help fund and make sure that especially young girls and females who are playing community sport in Albert Park have appropriate sporting facilities, appropriate change rooms and other things. We're going to do some planning work, and I'm working with the Sporting Association and other great, wonderful local organisations on the rollout of that commitment, and it's going to be really an excellent part of Albert Park once we complete that works, and hopefully there'll be more to come. The job won't be done, but it will hopefully make a big start and benefit a lot of the wonderful sporting organisations in Macnamara. And of course, thank the Minister for Trade, who joined me on the campaign trail to help kick a footy around Albert Park and announce that commitment. One of the proudest election commitments that we made that is also funded in this budget is around the Yallockit-Willem Nature Reserve. Now, Deputy Speaker, this is a project in Elwood where it's right on the border of Macnamara and Goldstein, where there used to be a golf course called the Elsternwick Golf Course, or as we locals like to call it, Royal Elsternwick, and it was a funny little 9-hole course that, unfortunately, like many inner-city golf courses, was a little bit compact and probably had better days. And so there was this whole big community process where the community was asked, well, what do we want to do with the land? What should go there in place of the golf course? And what came out of it resoundingly was that the people of Elwood and the surrounding suburbs wanted to create a really unique nature reserve that was about gifting back to the environment one of the largest pieces of land inside Melbourne. And so what has occurred there since, and the vision for this nature reserve and the work that's already started, is around planting Indigenous plants to provide safe habitats for local wildlife, and we're already seeing the naturalisation of the park, as well as some really brilliant ecological design to bring back wildlife and to help give back to the environment a huge piece of land. In fact, I think it's the largest piece of land in an Australian city to be given back to the environment ever. It's extraordinary, and I encourage people to come and have a look. I have been working with the member for Goldstein on this. We share a border on it, and I want to thank her for her collaboration with this. We're working through the details. Our commitment of $10 million for the Yallockit-Willem Nature Reserve actually comes off the back of the previous member for Goldstein, who committed $5.5 million. It is a huge piece of land and it will require every cent, but the 5.5 of the previous government and our $10 million combined with the efforts of the state, of the local council, Bayside Council, will mean that this will be really an extremely special place. I may not be in this place when all of the flora and fauna is at its full strength and all of the trees are at their full height, and all of the local wildlife has a sanctuary there in its completion in decades to come. But I'm very proud to be starting this, and I'm proud of our commitment to that area, and I'm looking forward to delivering that project with a number of local community groups. There are other commitments that we made that will be funded as part of this budget. We are going to deliver one of the Medicare urgent care clinics in and around the Alfred Hospital. The Alfred is truly one of the great hospitals in Australia. The staff at the Alfred are extraordinary, Deputy Speaker. They are extraordinary, and this clinic will be in and around the suburbs of the Alfred, and it will be a bulk build clinic, and hopefully some of the people who, instead of presenting to an emergency department, they will be able to access a GP and at least get the potentially preventative care that a good GP clinic can provide, as well as the medical support that they need. We're also going to be delivering a headspace in South Melbourne. And then we had a number of other local commitments to some of our multi-faith groups. The Hare Krishna Temple in Middle Park, Deputy Speaker, if you ever want a good meal, go down to the Hare Krishna Temple, where they will provide you a vegetarian meal with a good bit of chutney spice that honestly is one of my favourite things to do in my electorate. I'm getting a little bit hungry now thinking about it, but we're very proud to make a small contribution to the Hare Krishna Temple. They do incredible work. One of the philosophies is that they want to feed people within a 10-kilometre radius of the temple, no matter who they are. If they're hungry, that they'll help feed them. It's a beautiful, simple concept, and I'm proud that we're going to give a little bit of money to that. The other one is the Baha'i Soul Food Program. The Baha'is are, of course, a very peaceful and discriminated against group of people right around the world, especially in Iran, and they have a wonderful local community. They have a community in McNamara who I'm very proud to know, and have had also a number of meals with the community, and we're proud to support their soul food program. And we'll also be making a contribution to the St Kilda Synagogue. They have a beautiful dome and a few other things that the state government is supporting them on, and we're going to support some of their community infrastructure as well. So there's a lot of good things happening in McNamara. We made a number of election commitments, and I'm really looking forward to delivering them. I also think that this budget is responsible. I think this budget builds on our election commitments that we made, and that the Australian people gave us the real privilege of being in government to try and help deliver. And I think this budget also aligns fiscal and monetary policy to try and ensure that inflation is brought down as quickly as possible. It complements our work to increase wages in this country, and it is the budget that Australians need, and I'm proud it's the budget that we are delivering, the first Labor budget in over a decade, and hopefully one will have many more to come in the decades to come.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker, and what a joy it is to be following the member for McNamara and his comments, and I acknowledge his gracious acknowledgement of the work of the previous member for Goldstein in getting that project delivered. Look, I'd like to start my contribution with some reflections from local constituents, Speaker. On Sunday I was lucky enough to have a barbecue with quite a few local business owners, small and large, from my community. It was a good opportunity to talk about the state of the nation, as often happens when you find yourself in one of these environments, and speak quite openly with people who have absolute skin in the game when it comes to the state of the economy. Amongst the group there were builders, restaurant owners, healthcare providers, and whilst they all told the story of the challenges they were facing, what became clear and what crystallised in the conversation was a fear that the inflationary pressures that we are seeing are already driving us towards that much-feared wage price spiral that we all desperately want to avoid. There was talking about chefs being paid, people who were paid $50,000 only 2 years ago, now at $90,000, of formwork prices going up by 60% during the tender period. Amongst from the construction guys, and of the healthcare providers simply being unable to keep up with the demands on prices that people were getting in other industries. and that there was a clear consensus across all of these industries. We're seeing that increase in cost being passed on directly to the consumer. We're describing the intricacies of inflation happening right in front of our eyes. And it's very scary when we see that is the challenge that we face today. This is the context within which we're discussing the relative merits of this budget. We are in a time of high cost of living pressures. Inflation is rising, interest rates are going up. Across the board, this pressure is being felt. And, Speaker, this budget makes for a very good op-ed by the Treasurer. It's full of excellent commentary on the problems that we are being faced with across the country. In fact, if we look at the whole commentary and delivery of this from the government, they spend a lot of time admiring the problem, not as much time addressing it. And I guess when we talk about this budget being a missed opportunity, that's the context we're seeing it in, is that there are significant pressures being faced upon Australians in almost every area that they turn, and we need to see that plan. So, Speaker, it is with some regret that I say to the people of Groom there's very little in this budget for them, which is unfortunate, Speaker. We've been an area that previous governments have been very, very happy to invest in. They know that every dollar invested in Groom gets a return. We see that not just in public investment but private investment. During the last term of government, we put $1.2 billion for the second range crossing, a great piece of infrastructure. Took 18 sets of traffic lights out of the delivery of produce from west of Toowoomba going in towards Brisbane, a significant increase in transportability to the port there. Inland Rail, $5.1 billion to be spent in the seat of Groom. It's a fantastic project. I'll speak more about that later on. But this is an area that is growing. The area of Highfields is absolutely booming, people flocking to our region and investing as they do so. It's unfortunate that we're not seeing that. The headline summary, of course, for this project is, unfortunately, all the things that households, whether they be in Groom or across the country, are worried about, they're still going to happen. Cost of living is going up. Energy prices are going up. And unfortunately, despite a strong campaign of the government, what we see in this budget is confirmation that real wages will not be going up. This will make things very hard. And Speaker, I reflect back upon the election and the commitments that Labor made on real wages, on mortgages, on energy prices. And they made these commitments, I think, because they knew that these were concerns that Australians were facing. These were the very real challenges being felt by families, by households across the country. And when elected, there was an expectation that these things would be dealt with. And it's difficult to see, Speaker, this missed opportunity. And by Christmas, we can see now the average household will be $2,000 worse off. And sadly, there's no plan to address that in this budget. And unfortunately, it's going to hurt most those who are doing it toughest. It wasn't that long ago I was with the member for Toowoomba South in my electorate, Southtown Shops, talking to John Wilson. One of the things he was describing was how customers were coming in and asking if he stocked the same product in a smaller size. They were actively seeking ways to reduce the cost of living pressures that they were facing. That's in an IGA, as it's a common experience throughout my electorate, people trying to find ways to reduce those pressures. And I guess this is where we get to the much talked about $275 reduction in electricity prices that was raised 97 times prior to the election. That there was an acknowledgement by the then opposition that their ambitions towards changing the energy sector in Australia would be balanced with a reduction in energy costs felt in the hip pockets of Australians. And what's very, very unfortunate in this budget is we see that not only is that not going to happen, but the reverse, Speaker, will be happening. That we will see power bills go up by more than 56% over the next 2 years. Gas bills going up by 44%. This is a broken promise, unfortunately, Speaker, and it's one that comes at a very hard time for Australians. And I think I take this back to the opening comment that a budget can only address the challenges of the day. And what Australians are looking for is for the government to address those challenges. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait another 7 months or so until the next budget before we can hope to see some sort of solution from the government addressing these pressures. But, Speaker, I'm going to reflect, cover what the previous speaker talked about in far greater detail. I want to touch on it. Unfortunately, this budget has an element of a paper shuffling exercise to it, particularly when it comes to renaming programs that the former government had put in place. I'm going to speak particularly about the Building Better Regions Fund. In my area, this was a fund that had a very strong track record of delivering for communities. I could reflect upon the renovation work done for the Soldiers Memorial Hall in Toowoomba. That's coming very, very close to completion now. This was a great public asset, a beautiful building right in the heart of town that had fallen into disrepair. It's largely unsafe and unsuitable for use. But thanks to this fund, the Toowoomba Regional Council were able to apply to the Building Better Regions Fund to fix up this historic hall, and were awarded $2 million towards the $4 million renovation of this program. And look, this is a great example of a regional town, a regional asset being bettered by the use of this fund. In the most recent round 5, I was also proud to announce funding for Stage 1 of the Darling Downs Health Museum to be built at the Bailey Henderson Hospital grounds. The museum will be housed in the heritage-listed Medical Superintendent's House at the site and feature important items from our region's medical history, preserving them for future generations. We have a long and proud history of being a strong health hub in our region. It's a history we would like to see continued. Sadly, the Treasurer has scrapped the program midway through round 6, and that means that community groups in my electorate who'd worked hard to put in their applications have been unceremoniously dumped from consideration. Projects that were very deserving of funding are now on ice until Labor gets its replacement program, which is called Growing Regions, up and running next financial year. Building Better Regions is now Growing Regions. I'm not sure what the improvement on that is. This is politics for the sake of politics, and it's left, quite frankly, a nasty taste in the mouth of those community groups who are back to the drawing board, who had done all that work, and I look forward to helping them through the next stage. The Speaker, there's two very important points I want to speak about from this budget that I hope to see. First is around Railway Parklands project, and secondly on Inland Rail. If I start with Inland Rail, this is a fantastic project for our region. The Inland Rail project isn't just running some train line past Toowoomba. What Inland Rail does is establish us as a transport and logistics hub for South East Queensland. As produce is brought up south along that line and distributed into South East Queensland, we grow, we benefit. As South East Queensland grows, we will grow off the back of that. This is regionalisation in action. This is a project that actually takes all of work that would otherwise be done in Brisbane, brings it out to Toowoomba, and it really gives us a new economic edge, jobs, growth, prosperity. And, Speaker, what's more, it's just 900 jobs during construction. Absolutely a key part of Toowoomba's future. Sadly, what we see in the budget is we're very unclear on when this will be delivered. And we've seen, I place this budget within the context of the broader review that the government are bringing in. In my area, that's the 8th review on the Inland Rail project, eight reviews. I'm adamant we need to see this project delivered. We need timelines on when that funding will come through so we can have some certainty for the delivery of this. It's been a long time waiting. I have, since I've come in, my nearly 2 years, been a very, very strong advocate to see rubber hit the road on that project. And I think what I'm hoping for in the next budget is we'll see a commitment of when that money will be coming forward. But the second project is the Railway Parklands project, and I think this is one that is absolutely a missed opportunity because this project is not just a beautification project. This is a project that addresses one of the key issues we're seeing around the country, which is housing availability and affordability. What this project does, it was chosen for this very reason. I supported it, I fought for it for this reason. This brings medium-density housing into the heart of Toowoomba CBD. And Speaker, this is so important because this is how we're going to get that foot traffic through the CBD to support our city traders. And this is how we're going to grow and be able to invite in young professionals that we need. And I refer back to previous speakers speaking about the challenges we face in regional communities attracting particularly GPs out to our area. The housing options that we have available are so crucial for us to be able to do that. A project like Railway Parklands is absolutely spot on addressing the issues of the day. Sadly, this is, again, we don't have any detail whatsoever on when funding for this project may come through. And I think this is an absolute missed opportunity. This is a regional centre that has the opportunity to grow. We've got great projects that have come through our area. What we need now is the housing availability there so that we can build and grow off the back of those opportunities. But Speaker, I will talk to one bright spot, and that is the Trailblazer program and the $50 million investment made under the previous government, which is honoured by the current government, for the launch, automation, novel materials, communication, hypersonic hub, otherwise known as iLaunch, at Uni SQ. This is a fantastic project. It's bringing into a regional town a whole new world of space engineering, a whole new industry, something you wouldn't have expected to see in a regional setting like that 10, 20 years ago. This investment is crucial for us to continue our growth and to continue the offering that we have to not only the young professionals who are out there seeking to develop themselves in this space, but also to young children who are coming through, Speaker, who are looking for a new pathway. So, Speaker, that is one bright spark that I will speak to amidst what is otherwise, unfortunately and sadly, a very disappointing budget, particularly for the people of Groom.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Lineari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the recent federal budget, and it was the first Labor budget in 10 years, and reaffirmed to me just how important for the Northern Territory a Labor government is. This budget is particularly, as I said, important for my home in the Territory. After 10 years of waste and neglect, the former government left our budget balance in tatters, with huge debt and nothing to show for it. Cleaning that mess up is no easy job, especially as we face the headwinds of tough national and global economic challenges. The economic outlook we inherited was bleak, but it now falls to the Albanese Labor government to navigate this environment. I am glad that we have a team, the team we do, handling our economy and working to build a better future. I want to speak a bit about what this better future looks like for people in my electorate. I cannot overstate just how beneficial this budget will be to communities back home. Cheaper childcare will mean that families and working parents will have much-needed cost of living relief. It will mean that parents who want to get back to work can. As a mum who is raising children while trying to maintain the household budget, I know how important that is. Getting back to work isn't always just about extra cash that makes meeting payments all that much easier, but also gives people a feeling of agency and determination. For many people across the country, but particularly women, this needs to be highlighted. For those on the other side of raising kids, our newborn parents, this budget has you at its heart. Taking time off to raise our children is not a luxury, it is a necessity. These early months are crucial to our young ones, but also extremely special times for our new parents. They aren't easy times. The lack of sleep, keeping the house clean, juggling life's tasks is nothing short of a full-time job. The last thing you want is to be stressed out about is money and getting back to work. We know how hard our parents are working to raise their kids. This is why the federal Labor budget will help alleviate that stress. We're extending the paid parental leave and also making it more flexible. This means parents can share the caring load. This will benefit all our parents and carers, but again, if that extra mile for women of Australia who for so long have juggled the bulk of the carrying load in many cases. And it's not just childcare and raising kids that this government is making cheaper and easier, but buying medicines too. This budget will make it cheaper to buy much-needed medicines. For too long we have heard that people have simply not been taking their medicines because they cannot afford them. This is true for many communities in Lingiari, which are hard-pressed with the cost of living at the moment. This measure will save 30% of the cost of a prescription. This is putting more money back in their pockets. Deputy Speaker, the people of Australia voted for a better future, and the Albanese government is putting the hard yards to make sure that happens. A key part of that better future is making housing more affordable. We know how hard it is to get into the housing market right now, especially for our young people. For too long, the calls for more government support for housing has been unanswered. Deputy Speaker, it's been an honour to sit in this House as the Treasurer put an end and announced the historical Housing Accord, which will see 1 million homes built across Australia. The federal government, working with all our states and territories, is stepping up to the plate on housing, and I'm excited to see the impact this has. In Lingiari, this budget also went a bit further to help support our remote and regional communities. $100 million will be invested in our homelands to address the critical lack of infrastructure for our families out bush. It's hard to describe how important this immediate funding is. For the last decade, the federal coalition government had turned its back on homelands, the traditional lands and homes of so many people back home. I've seen firsthand the desperate need for our homelands to be invested in. Families living in single-room sheds, which are hot in the summer and bitterly cold in winter. Families without access to clean drinking water. Families without access to roads to their homes. This $100 million is an important step forward and part of addressing the critical state of our homelands, but it will enable more people to live on country, and it will take so much pressure off our regional towns and communities where overcrowding in our major communities is a major issue. And it will show to our communities that the federal government is finally listening to them. The Labor government's housing package will also crucially include 40,000 social houses, of which 4,000 will help women and children fleeing domestic violence. For many of our women suffering from domestic violence, where will I go is a debilitating question. This budget takes important steps in helping people answer that question.
It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, things aren't easy right now for many Australians, including families and businesses in my electorate of Hume. Cost of living and cost of doing business is skyrocketing. It's getting harder and harder for Australians to make ends meet, and the government still has no plan to deal with rising inflation or cost of living pressures. And Labor's budget did nothing to address the increasing financial pressures Australians are facing right across the board. More than 3 million Australian families have a mortgage. and they've been hit with 7 consecutive interest rate hikes by the Reserve Bank as it tries to put a lid on rising inflation. A person with a typical mortgage of $750,000 right now is paying more than $1,200 per month, more than they were when rates started rising back in May. Australians are hurting, and in the October budget, Labor failed to outline a plan to take the pressure off the Reserve Bank. As Stephen Koukoulas, former economist Julia Gillard, has said, the budget puts no downward pressure on inflation, leaving the Reserve Bank with all the work and carrying the can in getting the inflation rate lower. Australians have been told their power bills are going up by more than 50%. Their mortgage payments will continue to rise, the cost of groceries will remain high, inflation will continue to surge, and yet the government still has no plan. Australians can wait another 7 months for Labor's second budget to come up with a plan to deal with cost of living pressures, which have become very real and painful for so many. What a missed opportunity, Mr Speaker, to help Australians at a time when they really need it. The reality is it's harder and harder to make ends meet under a Labor government which is clearly incapable of managing the economy. Almost every day of the election campaign, the Prime Minister promised he would show up and take responsibility. It's time for the Prime Minister to stop making excuses and deliver a plan that will help Australians through these difficult times. People, as I said, in my own electorate of Hume are hurting. Small businesses, pensioners, farmers, homeowners. No one is left untouched. Absolutely no one. By Christmas, now only a month away, and a time when Australians are wanting to spend money on gifts for loved ones, getting together with family and going on holidays, the crisis will really start to sink in. So Kyle from Thornby, in the north of my electorate, said Labor's budget and increasing financial pressures have forced him and his wife to watch what they spend, and his wife has had to return to full-time work to continue to make ends meet. Leslie from the Oaks told me she is at the point where she can barely afford to put food on the table or pay her bills. Can barely afford to put food on the table or pay her bills. Brian from Mount Hunter says he's not surprised that the Labor Party has already breached faith with the Australian people. His power bills are not cheaper, quite the opposite. In fact, they're only going up. And Margaret from Douglas Park sums it up perfectly when she says it's just another broken promise from the Labor Party. Speaker, these are everyday Australians in my electorate who are feeling the pain of this government's inaction and lack of a plan. Families just trying to have a crack and get ahead. We left the economy in the wake of a global pandemic in a stronger position than almost any other major advanced economy or country around the world. Right. Just 2 years ago, we were staring down the prospect of business closures. 1 million businesses could have been closed off, tens of thousands of deaths and an unemployment rate of 15%. Right. This government has no plan to keep our economy strong or to help families doing it tough. There's not even a hint of that, Mr Speaker. And of course, it's true that when you're in government, you don't choose the cards that you get, but you do choose how you play those cards. And that lack of a plan is what we see that is really the issue that this government needs to confront head-on. On energy alone, they've flown about 5 different kites over the past few weeks, and none of those kites are even close to landing. Let's see what happens from here. But what we do know is the pain will continue, and it will intensify not just for households but also for businesses, as we see the wholesale price in particular sharply higher. Speaker, as we head towards the festive season, Australians can expect further pressure on their wallets, soaring bills, as I said, a huge spike in their grocery bills and financial stress and anxiety. Labor is demonstrating once again it cannot be trusted to manage the economy.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Reid.
Thanks, Speaker. On the weekend, we celebrated World Children's Day. It's UNICEF's annual day of action for children by children. And what a powerful day to mark. In the 6 months I've been a Member of Parliament, I've had the opportunity to meet so many children and young people who have inspired me. A couple of weeks ago, I received the most wonderful invitation from the students at St Joseph's Catholic Primary School in Enfield. They invited me to be the guest judge at their public speaking competition. And students from kindergarten right through to Year 6 took part, and they showed bravery, creativity and lots of humour. I'd like to read a short excerpt from Layla's speech. She was the winner for Stage 3. Together, as a society, we came together to fight the common enemy that was a large spherical mass with protruding red spikes. It was plastered across the world, television and the internet, COVID. Many would argue that this global pandemic made us remote from the world. Curfews, lockdowns and restrictions made us all feel alone and isolated. However, it has actually brought us closer with the people who are most important, our family. In the rat race of life, where many families are rushing to go to school or work, people often don't get a chance to enjoy the presence of the people around them. However, COVID forced everyone to stop and become closer with their family. We all acted as one, putting aside differences to eliminate our common enemy, COVID. Regardless of those differences, race, religion and culture, we all came together in solidarity. Fear, panic, distance, isolation, loneliness, lockdowns, restrictions. For many people, these are all synonymous with COVID. However, it's a matter of perspective. Solidarity, empathy, unity, family, memories together. All of these are really the symptoms of COVID, close. What I love about her speech was the incredible insight she showed. It would have been easy for her to list the many challenges of the pandemic, but instead she impressed me with her ability to articulate the lessons that we can learn from the pandemic. I want to thank all the staff at St Joseph's Catholic Primary School for running this wonderful competition, and a huge congratulations to Phoebe, Simon, John Paul, Lily, Lauren, Christian, Ella, Dina, Mary and Layla for their wonderful speeches. And school visits have been one of the most favourite parts of my role. I've had the opportunity to meet amazing students, including student leaders from James Roos High School, who started up Each for Equal, a student club advocating for greater gender equality. And I want to congratulate 15-year-old Anha Karim for being chosen to be on the government's Youth Steering Committee. She said she put her hand up for the committee because she wanted to ensure young people from diverse backgrounds were better represented. Whenever I meet with young people, it is clear to me that they are engaged, they are listening and they are passionate, and they have strong views and opinions about what we are doing to impact the society they will inherit. Safeguarding their futures is important to me, and it's what drives me in this place. And it's impossible to talk about young people without referring to climate change. And according to 2019 Australian election study, half of 18 to 24-year-old voters surveyed identified the environment as their top issue in the election. The forecasts and predictions on our climate are dire and getting worse. So this government is putting in the hard work to ensure we are addressing climate change. We have enshrined Australia's emissions reduction target of 43% and net zero emissions by 2050 in legislation, because we know we need to safeguard our planet for future generations. They are pushing us to do better, and we will, because we have to.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the Honourable Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A person from North Strathfield, in looking at the central western New South Wales floods the other day, said there's no need to build dams or heighten a dam wall, just build better roads so that the people in Forbes can have a quicker evacuation plan. I mean, that really is city-centric thinking. And, you know, as a regional member, sometimes you come to expect that of our metropolitan friends, who we feed, who we clothe, and sometimes there's that level of disrespect about the job that we do in rural, regional and remote Australia. But when that person from North Strathfield happens to be the shadow spokesperson for water in the New South Wales Parliament, you get a little bit concerned. I mean, Rose Jackson, MLC, should know better. And I don't often come into this federal parliament and talk about state opposition members because I don't want to give them the credit that they do not deserve. But at a time when regional communities are reeling from the flooding that has wiped out a town like Yagara, has now peaked 4 times this year, and if you count them as separate floods, then it's 8 times in the last 12 years, and that's Forbes, that's on the Lachlan. I get a little bit tired of those sorts of comments, and I know the people of Forbes do. And next March, on the 25th in fact, they get an opportunity to tell Rose Jackson and the potential Premier of New South Wales, Chris Minns, that they aren't going to cop that sort of treatment from Macquarie Street. I mean, with that sort of comment, if that is emblematic of what state Labor thinks, then if you are casting a vote in central western New South Wales next March, you'd have to be a masochist and an idiot to vote for Labor, quite frankly. I'm really disappointed that Chris Minns isn't coming on board and wanting to raise the height of Wyangla Dam by 10 metres to 95 metres, which would add 650 gigalitres of capacity to that vital piece of water infrastructure. Now, when I was the Deputy Prime Minister, there was the loan facility available for the New South Wales Government of $325 million, $650 million build, providing 650 additional gigalitres of water. The New South Wales Government then wanted it as a grant. Then they said it was going to cost a whole lot more, potentially $1 billion. Get me the costings, I said. Then it became $2 billion or thereabouts. But if you ask Scott Darcy, a farmer from Bajerabong, who is absolutely sick and tired of getting his farm waterlogged by the Lachlan, then it is an investment. And I agree with him. It is an investment in Forbes' future, in making sure that the Newell Highway doesn't get flooded and doesn't get closed, as it was not that many years ago when it was closed for several weeks. And it's been closed in recent weeks, in recent days, sections thereof. Not good enough, and certainly not good enough for Rose Jackson to say to the people of Forbes, you don't need your dam to be raised, you just need better roads so you can evacuate from your town. I mean, how insensitive, how uncaring, lack of empathy. It's a bit comparable to a CEO of an airline company who says, we're not going to worry too much about our planes or safety. We've got the best parachutes money can buy. Just strap one of those on your back and jump out if the plane gets in trouble. I mean, this is nonsense. The Tasmanian government can seem to build dams. It's a Liberal government. And when I was Deputy Prime Minister, they built the Camden Dam in north-east Tasmania as part of the Scottsdale irrigation scheme. Capacity of 9,300 megalitres. Not a big holding. But as the member for Braddon will tell you, because he supports water infrastructure, it is a vital piece of infrastructure in that state which, I'm reliably informed, holds 26% of the nation's fresh water. Time is up.
It was a good ending. It was a call to the member for Bean.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, last week I visited part of the electorate of Bean that more Australians should be aware of and should consider visiting, Norfolk Island. Norfolk Island is 1,800 kilometres from the rest of Bean, and our visits over the last 2 years have been stymied by COVID. Not so last week. Last week was a particularly busy week on Norfolk Island, where I visited the community with the Federal Minister for Territories, the Queensland Minister for Education, Senator David Pocock, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Public Works. I started my visit by meeting with the Council of Elders. The Council are senior members of the community of Pitcairn Islander descent. It was a warm welcome, but they also made clear that they wanted further action on restoring Norfolk Island's democratic voice, a fair and sustainable rating policy, and progress on a solution to the island's shipping issues that were raised consistently during our time on Norfolk Island. Later that evening, I caught up with some members of the community that shared concerns about the state of the reef and the impact on marine life, including Doris the Turtle, a social media star in her own right. Speaker, the following day I met with the Norfolk Island Law Association and the Tourism Association and participated in a public shipping forum hosted by the Federal Minister for Territories, Kristy McBain. Shipping, and consequently the cost of freight, is a significant challenge due to the remoteness of the island and changes in both local and global shipping that have seen a damaging reduction in services to the island. I can assure members of the community that the Minister is focused on solutions and is working with the community, operators and the department to find a solution to freight, and she appreciated the feedback on other matters of concern raised by the community. On Tuesday, with Minister Kristy McBain and Queensland Minister for Education, Grace, I visited Norfolk Island Central School after meeting representatives from the PNC. I met with the school captains and school staff, toured the school with the executive and even sang along with prep. The school community has done well, particularly with the challenges of the last few years with the transition of the school from the New South Wales system to the Queensland system. Teachers, staff, students and their families have done well to work with both systems and the uncertainty that at times has come with this change. It was really good to see two governments working together for the local community through the intergovernmental agreement. With Minister McBain, we talked to a number of small business operators in Burnt Pine, the island's business centre. It was clear that while tourism is rebounding, well, freight is an issue that affects all. Later that day, I met with local firefighters in relation to their fight for fair pay and conditions, a need for better training opportunities, and there are ongoing challenges with PFAS levels and the implications that might be there for the broader community. They need our support. On Wednesday, I was joined by colleagues of the Parliament's Public Works Committee for site visits in the Kingston Historical Heritage Area, an area that dates to the First Fleet, to Cascade and Ball Bay areas to provide context to the freight challenges, to the key health facility on Island and to the Special National Park, which requires significant roadworks. Thank you to the members for Moreton, Macon and Pearce for taking the time to visit the island. On Thursday, we wrapped up the visit with a mobile office at the excellent Olive Cafe. I would like to take the opportunity tonight to thank all members of the Norfolk Island community for making us feel welcome and for sharing your concerns and views with us. I really encourage any members of the broader Australian community that have not visited Norfolk Island to do yourself a favour and book a holiday there. The history of the island is so significant it attracts a World Heritage listing, and the environment so unique it has a Commonwealth National Park across a third of the island, and a marine area so important that it's protected by a Commonwealth Marine Park surrounding the island. And Mr Speaker, I'm happy to also report that there is a growing local produce sector, including a local brewery. All those MPs, senators and ministers that visited last week all know that there is much to do and there are still challenges, but we are determined to keep working with the community to land the solutions. And Mr Speaker, you'll be most welcome to join us on a future visit.
The questions of the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise this evening to speak on the flooding events we're seeing around the country, but in particular across my electorate of Farrer. First, I need to begin by acknowledging the many other communities throughout much of New South Wales which are also being impacted. The pictures we're seeing, the stories, the deaths are truly heart-wrenching. If you need help during a flood or rain event, please contact the relevant emergency service or the SES on 132 500. Both the New South Wales and federal governments have put in place a range of assistance measures which can help you get through this. But finding that support, then negotiating your way around the application process is not always easy. Your local Member of Parliament, whether state or federal, is there to help. In Farrer, record spring rainfall has resulted in flooding across every part of my electorate. Tonight, there are major flood warnings on the Lachlan River, Murrumbidgee, Murray and Edward Rivers, as well as the Lower Darling. In the last 24 hours, evacuation orders were put in place for parts of Deniliquin and the small town of Moolameen. Orders remain in place for a number of other communities, many of which are being completely isolated with all road access underwater. Farmers and properties are increasingly being cut off from their own stock and from supplies or workers. Right now, it's only taking a short rainburst or a passing shower to top things up again and slow down any clean-up or recovery. An example of this is what we're seeing on the Hay Plain. Floodwater has spread out from the swollen Lachlan and Murrumbidgee rivers, creating what looks like an inland sea. Actually, it really is an inland sea on what is the flattest land in the southern hemisphere. Too much water is a sight repeated in every part of Farrer. We're expected to stay waterlogged until at least the new year. And this will continue to drain the confidence of my communities. It's not just a sodden crop or a road blocked off for a day or a week. Most of the electorate is heavily reliant on agriculture. When a farmer loses a crop, he or she doesn't, or literally can't, come into town to shop. Farmers don't put on that extra hand to help with the harvest. They put off a service for their vehicles. They might cancel seed, diesel or fertiliser contracts. Last Friday, the federal and New South Wales governments increased recovery grants for primary producers to help with the immediate clean-up and recovery costs and to repair damage. That has increased up to $75,000 for eligible producers. That announcement was made just in the last couple of days. And I want to thank the two administrations for making that happen, but there is more to do. I would encourage the New South Wales Government to consider adding the recovery assistance measures that are available in Victoria. That would mean assistance for local councils to help with the clean-up of local rubbish and hazards. It would also employ community recovery officers to coordinate this. Business and not-for-profit organisations could apply for $50,000 to fix damages. There would be up to $200,000 for eligible medium-sized businesses suffering direct losses caused by the floods. We would see grants for impacted community sport and recreation clubs to assist in their recovery. Last week, visiting Corowa, the local footy and cricket oval is submerged, and so are the club rooms. When I asked have they any cash reserves to help start the repair of assets, I was met with a faint smile and a look of resignation. Not for this much damage. This additional recovery assistance must be enacted in New South Wales as soon as possible. The same damage to property and possessions in the same country simply has to be treated equally and in a timely manner. There's no perfect response to handle what Mother Nature throws at us. But the men and women fronting up every day, and we're talking over 2 months plus now, to manage the response are simply amazing. This includes the SES, Rural Fire Service, Police, Ambulance, Health Agencies, National Emergency Management, the ADF, Resilience New South Wales, local council officers and many, many more. Thanks also to the people volunteering, whether that's to sandbag a town or property or just phoning a friend to see how they're coping. You too are putting aside your own needs to be there for your fellow citizens in their time of need. As with droughts that come and go, and as with the floods of the past, we will get past this and we will do it together. And my final call to action, Mr Speaker, is if you're travelling over Christmas, come to the Riverina and Murray areas. Yes, the area is affected by flooding, but we have been smashed with 2 tourist seasons in a row that haven't happened. We want to see you and we want to show you what will be some amazing rivers, amazing wetlands and amazing natural sites.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 1975, my school, Linnea High School, held its first Multicultural Day, a day that, on its own, was noteworthy. It was 2 years after the end of the White Australia policy by the then government, but that day had was personally significant for another closely related reason. It was the first time that I was lucky enough to meet the Honourable Edward Gough Whitlam. He was Prime Minister and had come to our school because it was in his electorate and took the time to talk with students despite the persistence of journalists and camera crews. As we approach the 50th anniversary of the election of the Whitlam government, I am reminded of the legacy left behind by Whitlam as well as his connection with Werriwa, which I am proud to represent in this House. I'm reminded of the impact of his government had both on my life but also the direction of the nation. My earliest memories of Gough was on the day of his election. My father had called from the election party excited for the first change in government in 23 years. It was the beginning of the Australia we know today, a modern multicultural society that became a model throughout the world. The hope and the enthusiasm inspired by his election was an experience that many, including myself, would never forget. The hope he inspired in Australians when he was elected was met with ambition and action by his government. Australians voted for transformation. They voted for a government that would seize the opportunities of the time and make Australia a significant player in the region. And that is exactly what that government and Mr Whitlam did. It was the Whitlam government that introduced the Racial Discrimination Act, handed land title deeds to the Gurindjeri traditional owners, fought for equal pay for women, ended conscription, established diplomatic and trade relations with China, created Medibank, the precursor to Medicare, abolished the death penalty, introduced the Racial Discrimination Act and effectively ended White Australia policy, connected homes to sewerage through the new National Sewerage Program, established needs-based funding for schools and created the fundamentals of our social welfare system. What Whitlam did for Australia can't be listed in the time that we have tonight. The legislative, diplomatic and social legacy of the Whitlam government has defined Australian political landscapes for the last 5 decades. It defined the modern Labor Party and what we stand for. Government can be wielded for the good of a nation. The Whitlam era is perhaps the finest example of how government can better both the individual and the nation as a whole. That is the motivation behind all Labor governments, and that is also true of the Albanese government. Whether it be the Albanese government's meeting with China and our Pacific nations, or the government's domestic policies from environmental action to our housing reforms, it is the legacy of Whitlam that remains at the centre of Labor Party policy. Whitlam was the first Labor leader and Prime Minister to come from southwest Sydney, an area with a history of strong working-class roots and a strong multicultural background. That is our strength, and that was the strength of Whitlam. Leaders must know the struggles and experiences of everyday Australians, because without that they can't truly act in the interest of everyone. When Whitlam was Prime Minister, he would walk around the streets of Liverpool without a security detail, chatting with residents. He was the Prime Minister, but more importantly, he was the member for Werriwa, and those were the people he represented. The second time I met him was at a book launch that my sister contributed to. He was generous with his time, conversed with everybody in the room, and was very generous with what he said to me. And that was the type of man he was, and also the type of leader. On the 50th anniversary of the Whitlam government's election, we remember not only his legacy on foreign affairs, taxation, health policy, Indigenous recognition and women's rights. We remember the personal qualities of Whitlam that drove him to better the lives of Australians and transform this country for the better. It was Whitlam who said, "It seems to me that if governments could not do something for the conditions of life in our cities and suburbs, there was something deeply wrong with our system of government and our national priorities." That was the heart of his government. I take great pride as the current member for Werriwa and part of the Albanese government to continue his great legacy.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.